Have you ever, loved a story so deep, just held a piece of fiction so incredibly close to your heart that when a studio decides to remake it, every single tiny alteration feels like a physical tremor?
Oh, absolutely. It is a very specific kind of anxiety.
Right. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You are sitting there on your couch watching the screen.
Yeah.
And the casting looks generally right. The costumes are meticulously tailored. The real world locations are absolutely stunning.
But something is just off.
Exactly. Something in the air, something in the very DNA of the scene just feels fundamentally shifted. Like the soul of the thing is vibrating at the wrong frequency. And the stakes for this feeling are astronomical.
We are talking about hundreds of millions of dollars invested here.
Yeah, hundreds of millions of dollars spent recreating world that people have spent their entire formative years living inside of. So today, we are putting that exact uncomfortable sensation right under the microscope.
It is going to be a fascinating breakdown.
We are jumping into a massive deep dive on the live-action adaptation of a universally beloved animated property, Avatar: The Last Airbender. And to get really granular, we are zooming in on a very specific slice of this new timeline. We are focusing heavily on Season 2, Episode 9, an hour of television titled Somewhere Safe.
Which I have to say serves as a truly magnificent case study in the sheer, inescapable friction of adaptation. But I do want to set the parameters right away. Our objective here is not to simply bash a piece of media or, pile onto the prevailing internet outrage machine.
Oh, definitely not. We aren't here for that.
We are attempting something much more surgical. We are looking at the actual architecture of a reimagining, and our source material for this deep dive is a fascinating dual-layered stack.
Yeah, we have a really interesting mix of documents.
Right. So on one hand, we have excerpts directly from the episode's production script, the literal blueprints of the narrative. And on the other hand, we have paired those scripts, a mountain of highly passionate, highly observant, critical reviews, forum posts, and frame-by-frame break.
And these are from viewers who have been tracking every single micro-expression, every altered line of dialogue, and every shifted character motivation. And reading through these notes, these viewers are not pulling a single punch.
The frustration is completely palpable.
It really is. We are going to explore some immense structural challenges that this specific hour of television is wrestling. We are talking about dialogue that feels so incredibly clunky, it almost seems like the actors are actively fighting the words in their mouths.
Plus, characters who are suddenly downloading critical world-building lore entirely off-screen.
Yeah, just completely bypassing the journey of discovery. We're also looking at massive timeline remixes, a total psychological rewrite of the franchise's most iconic and terrifying villains, and finally, the literal biological reality of human actors aging at a speed that the fictional timeline simply cannot accommodate. Okay, let's unpack this.
Well, it fundamentally comes down to the translation of the media. Adapting two-dimensional animation into three-dimensional live action is never, under any circumstances, a one-to-one mathematical equation.
Right, because animation lets you get away with so much more.
Exactly. Animation as an art form allows for a highly specific kind of pace, a highly specific suspension of disbelief, and a very stylized way of conveying emotion. When you wrench those elements out of the animated ether and force them into a physical, tangible space with flesh and blood human beings and gravity, the seams of the story often begin to stretch and show.
Which is exactly what we are seeing here.
Our mission today is to uncover the underlying mechanic. We want to understand the why behind the showrunner's creative pivots and how those specific choices fundamentally alter the psychological experience for you, the viewer, who is just sitting on the couch, desperately trying to reconnect with a universe you already know and love.
So before we get anywhere near the spectacular elements, before we talk about the elemental magic, the martial arts, or the giant CGI monsters, I want to start with the absolute bedrock of human storytelling.
The dialogue.
Yes, the dialogue. How these characters actually communicate with one another. Because as I was going through the critiques, the dialogue was the single most fiercely debated element. There's just this palpable frustration with how these people speak.
It is the glaring thread running through nearly every piece of critical analysis we compile. The friction isn't just in the broader plot points, right? It is located in the literal syllable. The dialogue itself is being identified as a barrier to immersion.
I was reading this one specific breakdown of a scene between Sokka and Suki, and it just stopped me in my tracks. The reviewers are noting that the dynamic between them doesn't just feel slightly off, it feels entirely artificial.
Both physically and romantically.
Right. There is a moment at roughly minute 28 of the episode that is getting completely skewered. Suki walks up and offers Sokka a peach pear. Sokka refuses it. Suki immediately calls him rude.
A very standard teen interaction in theory.
In theory, yeah.
Yeah.
He replies that he loves her peach pear, but he's just not hungry. And this somehow organically leads to Suki saying, and I quote directly from the script, "I was thinking while we're together, Why not just be together?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, the forums are tearing their hair out over the sheer mechanical nature of this exchange. One wildly popular review compared the romantic chemistry in this interaction to two wooden boards attempting to have a conversation.
Two wooden boards. I mean, it is a devastatingly colorful critique, but it points to a very real structural flaw in screenwriting. The root cause of that wooden, abrasive feeling comes down to the mechanics of exposition versus subtext.
How so?
Well, when a writer is tasked with taking the sprawling, multi-episode emotional arcs of an animated series and compressing them into a rigid 8-episode live-action season, panic often sets in.
Because they just don't have the time.
Exactly. The production simply does not have the runtime, the literal minutes on to let a relationship breathe, idle, and develop through unspoken. The writers know they have a predetermined plot. Sokka and Suki must establish romantic tension by...
So they just force it.
Yes, because they lack the time for subtext, the dialogue is forced to do all of the heavy lifting. The characters end up loudly stating their internal feelings rather than hinting.
It is less like watching two teenagers awkwardly fall for each other and more like watching someone read a dating app profile out loud to the person they are sitting across from. Like, I am now expressing romantic vulnerability regarding our current proximity.
That's a perfect way to describe it. It entirely lacks the messy, chaotic, unspoken electricity of actual human chemistry.
It's like watching a play where the actors are suddenly forced to read the stage directions out loud. But the frustration isn't limited to the teenage romance. The philosophical dialogue is taking just as much heat. I really want to look at the massive, sprawling conversation that happens in Omashu inside that metal tower between King Bumi and Aang.
Oh, this is a foundational scene for the mythology of the world. Aang is trapped, desperately needing Bumi to instruct him in the art of earthbending, and Bumi completely stonewalls.
He opts instead to deliver a highly dense theoretical lecture on the concept of Jing.
Right.
And the script pages for this are incredibly dense. Bumi is telling Aang that when the Fire Nation attacked his city, he did nothing, and he claims that doing nothing was the most agonizingly difficult thing he has ever accomplished.
Which is a heavy concept for a kid.
Totally. He tells this 12-year-old kid that he had to feel absolutely everything so that he could feel nothing, which, paradoxically, is the secret to feeling everything.
It's a lot of circles.
He then launches into this massive breakdown, explaining that there isn't just positive Jing, which is attacking, and negative Jing, which is retreating. There are 85 distinct variations of Jing.
Right, 85.
And he insists that before Aang can even attempt to move a rock, he must master neutral Jing, which is the agonizing art of waiting, doing absolutely nothing and listening. Now, the consensus in the forums is that this scene is just brutally long, unbelievably dry, and heavily violates the golden rule of show don't tell.
Which is a fair initial reaction.
But wait, I have to push back on this critique for a second. If a master is trying to teach a student an abstract, invisible philosophical concept about the kinetic power of doing nothing and waiting, isn't a long, winding conversation exactly how that gets taught in the real world?
You make a very good point.
Like, you can't exactly demonstrate doing nothing in an action. So is the concept itself the problem, or is it merely the execution?
That is a phenomenal distinction to make, and it cuts to the heart of why certain things fail in live action. You are entirely correct that philosophy fundamentally requires to understand Jing, which in real-world martial arts draws heavy inspiration from internal disciplines like Baguazhang and Tai Chi. You have to understand the psychology behind the physical move. The critics aren't necessarily wrong about the dryness, but they might be misdiagnosed.
So the problem isn't the talking itself.
No, the problem isn't that Bumi is talking. The problem is the visual execution of that. In the original animation, a dense philosophical lecture like this would be visually anchored. The animation might cut to stylized metaphorical visuals, or Bumi's facial expressions would be exaggerated to the point of comedy or terror to carry the weight of the dense words.
Because animation can make the abstract literal.
Exactly. In live action, however, you have two human actors physically standing still inside a gray metal room, trading massive paragraphs of abstract theory. Without dynamic blocking or visual metaphor, the momentum of the television show grinds to an absolute halt. It transforms from a dynamic scene into a classroom lecture.
That makes total sense. Think about a time you sat through a presentation or a meeting that felt entirely scripted and lacked any human warmth. That's the exact disconnect the critics are feeling here. If your characters are just explaining the overarching theme of the show directly to each other's faces without any subtext or visual movement, your brain just naturally checks out.
It feels like information delivery, not a lived experience.
Which perfectly explains another line in the script that completely baffled the reviewers. There's a scene in the Fire Nation where a character literally looks at someone and solemnly declares the truth is open to interpretation.
Oh yes, that line.
Reading through the notes, people are just asking, why is this line here? It means nothing in the context of the scene. It's just hanging there.
Screenwriters often refer to this as empty calorie dialogue, or more cynically, writerly dialogue. It is a line engineered entirely to sound profound in a vacuum.
Right. It sounds like it should be on a movie poster.
Exactly. It sounds incredibly dramatic. It hints at some grand thematic depth about propaganda or perspective, but functionally, between the two characters in that specific room, it conveys zero actionable information. Modern audiences are incredibly media literate. They possess a highly tuned radar for artificiality.
So when a character stops speaking like a human being with a goal and starts speaking like a billboard for the show's theme, the immersion shot.
Precisely.
Here's where it gets really interesting. What's fascinating is how this clunky, rushed execution in the dialogue creates a domino effect. When you rush the conversations, you inevitably start rushing the plot. Which brings us to this massive wave of logical inconsistencies regarding how these characters actually acquire knowledge.
The structural integrity of the narrative reality really begins to buckle. We are moving from bad conversations into bad epistemology, how the characters know what...
Yes, because if you were accelerating the timeline, suddenly characters possess deeply specific historical knowledge that they pulled out of absolutely nowhere. I was looking at the script notes regarding the revelation of Sozin's Comet.
Right, a massive plot point.
Huge. There's a scene at a flower stand with an astronomer named Sai. Sai looks up and points out a red dot with a tail in the night sky. He explains to the group that when this celestial body finally arrives, it is going to exponentially increase the destructive power of every firebender on the planet 100-fold.
And then Aang chimes.
Right. Aang, who, remember, has been frozen solid in a block of ice for a literal century, casually chimes in. Aang says that the Fire Nation calls it Sozin's Comet because last time, Fire Lord Sozin used it to kill every airbender in the world except for me, and the critics collectively threw their hands up. How does Aang know this?
It is a glaring continuity error that exposes the mechanics of the right. Who told him the name of the comet? When did he learn the specific meteorological mechanics of Fire Lord Sozin's military strategy?
He was unconscious for 100 years, and since waking, he has been constantly on the run.
Right. There's a palpable frustration in the review, with one critic drawing a direct parallel to the first season of the Percy Jackson live-action adaptation.
Oh, that's a great comparison.
They pointed out that in both shows, you have these young protagonists constantly, magically know the answers to complex mythological myths before they've even had a chance to invest. Aang, knowing the nomenclature and history of Sozin's Comet off the top of his head, just defies the internal logic.
So what do we call this? Is there a term for it?
I often refer to this as the off-screen problem, and it is an epidemic in modern, highly pressed streaming. When a writer's room is given 8 hours to tell a story that originally breathed over 20 or 24, they begin to view the connective tissue narrative as expensive.
But that connective tissue is the actual journey of discovery.
Exactly. In a well-paced story, we would see a Aang infiltrating a Fire Nation library, or desperately questioning a captured scholar, or experiencing a profound, terrifying spirit vision that reveals the comet's history. That process of learning story.
Yeah, that sounds like a great episode.
When writers just hand the protagonist the answer off-screen simply to advance the plot to the next action set piece, they are robbing the audience of the psychological concept of earned catharsis. We don't get the aha moment of putting the puzzle together alongside the hero.
Well, why do that? Is this a symptom of the writers just rushing the timeline to get to the action? Or is it a fundamental lack of trust in the audience to piece the mystery together alongside the characters?
Yeah.
Like, do they assume we have zero attention span and we'll just change the channel if the mystery takes more than 5 minutes to unfold?
It is an insidious combination of both. There is a verified anxiety within the algorithms of modern streaming television. If the narrative doesn't hook the viewer with constant propulsive forward momentum, the metrics suggest they will click away.
So the mandate becomes just remove the idle time.
Remove the idle time, remove the research, remove the confusion. But the tragic irony is that by stripping out the friction of discovery, you alienate the viewer anyway. The world feels small, convenient, and entirely artificial. You lose their trust.
And this lack of earned progression isn't just limited to reading books or knowing history either. It violently spills over into the physical magic system of the world.
Oh, the water bending.
Let's look at the sequence with Aang and the waterbend. In the script, excerpts from The Serpent's Past, there is a moment where Aang and Katara use waterbending in tandem to heal a massive steam-spewing serpent beast that they previously injured.
Right.
Aang looks at his hands and actually says, "I didn't know I could heal." And the reviewers are staring at their screens in disbelief, because in this specific live-action adaptation up to this exact point, Aang hasn't spent a single second of screen time actually practicing or learning the fundamentals of waterbending.
0 screen time.
Yet suddenly, he possesses the ability to perform an incredibly complex, highly specialized biological feat of magic.
This is where the adaptation actively undermines its own world. In the established lore of this universe, the mastery of the elements is not a superpower you simply unlock by believing yourself. It is a grueling, distinct, and highly regimented martial. Furthermore, healing is not just waterbending, but nice. It is an entirely separate, extraordinarily complex facet of the discipline that involves manipulating the invisible chi pathways within a living biological organism. It requires a deep understanding of anatomy and energy flow.
Wow. So having Katara simply turn to a complete novice and tell him to feel its energy, resulting in an instant, flawless execution of advanced spirit healing.
It reduces the entire magic system to a convenient, consequence-free plot device.
I was trying to think of how to explain how jarring this is for a fan. It isn't like watching someone figure out how to swing a baseball bat for the first time. It is like watching a teenager who has never taken a biology class, never held a scalpel, suddenly walk into an operating room and flawlessly perform a quadruple bypass surgery just because the attending nurse told them to trust the rhythm of the heart.
That is a very accurate analogy.
It fundamentally breaks reality. And this bizarre approach to character development ties directly into Aang's wildly shifting motivations regarding his ultimate power, the avatar state.
Right, his internal conflict.
The script takes great pains to show Aang vehemently refusing to use this godlike power to fight the serpent. He delivers this heavy, traumatic monologue about what happened at the Northern Water Tribe. He talks about how the ocean spirit possessed him and used his body as a weapon of mass slaughter.
He even brings up the warnings of a past life, Avatar.
Yes, and explicitly states that he is terrified of his own power and never wants to lose control like that again.
Now, on the page, strictly as a psychological profile, that is deeply compelling, traumatized state for a child soldier to be experiencing. It is profound PTSD.
Exactly. On the page, it sounds amazing, but the actual viewer experience is entirely disconnected from that intention. The critics universally point out a massive contradiction. Despite this heavy traumatic reasoning being spoken aloud, the audience finds deeply, profoundly annoying in this sequence.
Which is a massive failure of tone.
Katara essentially has to coax, coddle, and drag him into helping the injured serpent while he whines about his fear. If the show is explicitly telling us his trauma is profound, why does the execution make the audience roll their eyes in frustration rather than feel empathy?
Because empathy requires emotional groundwork, and as we discussed with the dialogue, the show is relying on exposition rather than subtext. We're being told about his PTSD through dialogue, rather than feeling the visceral terror of it through his physical performance.
So it feels cheap.
When Katara pushes him to act, the tension doesn't feel like a tragic misunderstanding between friends. It feels like the writers needed a temporary emotional obstacle for Aang to overcome. Act 5, it feels contrived. True trauma and storytelling lingers. It isn't something you can be coaxed out of with a quick pep talk just because the plot requires healing.
There's one more logic gap that I simply have to bring up because it is driving the Fire Nation fans absolutely crazy. We have a scene deep in the Fire Nation capital. Princess Azula is speaking with her father, Fire Lord Ozai.
Okay.
Ozai is vaguely outlining a secret mission, tasking her with venturing out into the world to retrieve her banished brother, Prince Zuko. And Azula's response is just staggering. She looks at her father and says, Zuko is dead. He died in the north after turning traitor and attacking Admiral Zhao.
It's just wild.
Reading the forums, there's a collective scream of, who on earth told her this? And more importantly, why would she ever believe it without an ounce of physical proof?
It is a truly staggering leap in logic that fundamentally assassinates the established psychology of the character. Princess Azula is canonically defined by three things: her unparalleled firebending, her deep-seated paranoia, and her absolute reliance on verified ironclad intelligence networks.
She doesn't trust anyone.
She is a master tactician who trusts no one, not even her own shadow. For a character defined by that level of Machiavellian calculation to blindly accept a whispered rumor of her brother's death without demanding to see a corpse, without personally interrogating the surviving soldiers of the northern siege, without sending her own spies to verify the claim.
It contradicts the very core of who she is.
Exactly.
It feels incredibly transparent. It feels like the writers looked at the storyboard and realized they needed Fire Lord Ozai to deliver a massive dramatic reveal. Like, surprise, your brother is actually alive and I am officially pardoning him.
And to earn that dramatic beat, they willfully sacrificed Azula's intelligence.
They made the smartest person in the room act like an absolute gullible fool just to tee up a line of dialogue for another character. But rushing the timeline and forcing these logic gaps doesn't just result in characters knowing things they shouldn't. It actually distorts the physical reality of the world and drastically alters who these characters encounter on their journey.
Which serves as a perfect bridge to explore how this adaptation is violently remixing the established lore of verse.
Yes, let's talk about the lore remix.
This specific practice is where modern adapts often walk a razor-thin, highly dangerous tightrope. You are constantly balancing the desire to honor the source material's history against the hubristic urge of a new writer to surprise a pre-existing fan base that already knows.
Let's circle back to that encounter at the flower stand with the astronomer, Sai. Sai is talking to the group, and he casually tells this beautiful, ethereal story about a local legend known as the Painted.
Right, the river spirit.
He describes her as a river spirit who manifests in the physical world as a woman painted in striking red and gold. He tells them how this spirit once miraculously saved his village by warning them of an impending Fire Nation attack. He even holds up a specific flower called a painted lady and hands it over as a sign of blessing.
Now, to a completely uninitiated viewer, that just sounds like lovely textured world building.
But the diehard fans in our source material immediately sounded the alarm. They are pointing out with intense frustration that the concept, character, and mythology of the Painted Lady is entirely a Season 3 concept. Why drag it into Season 2 just to mention it in passing?
When you look at the mechanics of why showrunners choose to remix lore in this manner, you generally find two opposing philosophies warring within the production. The first philosophy is that pulling iconic elements from later seasons and injecting them into earlier world building acts as a drag.
Oh, like fan service.
Exactly. The theory is that it rewards the dedicated, long-time fan. It is the writer's way of winking through the screen and saying, "We see you. We know the deep lore just as well as you do, and we are laying the groundwork."
Okay, that is the generous interpretation. What is the opposing philosophy?
The opposing philosophy argues that this practice is incredibly destructive because it merely clutters the current narrative ecosystem. In the original architecture of the story, the mythology of the Painted Lady wasn't just background flavor text.
It meant something.
It served a highly specific, deeply emotional, thematic purpose directly related to Katara's character development much later in her journey. It was about taking on the mantle of a savior. By ripping that mythology out of its proper context and dropping it into a random passing conversation into as an anecdote about a pretty flower, you completely strip the lore of its emotional weight.
It stops being a profound thematic element and becomes mere set dressing.
It is the illusion of depth without the substance.
Yes, exactly. It is name-dropping for the pure sake of name-dropping. It's like bringing up Darth Vader in a movie about pod racing just to make the audience point at the screen. But this remixing doesn't just dilute the mythology, we see it drastically altering massive character arcs, too.
Like Bumi.
Let's look closely at King Bumi's surrender at Omashu. As we discussed earlier in the script, Bumi justifies sitting in a metal box while his city burns by claiming he did nothing to save his people, acting as the ultimate embodiment of neutral Jing.
Right.
He literally says, "I could have taken up arms, and my people would have followed and died for it. To save them, I did nothing." Now, the critics note a massive historical discrepancy here. They point out that in the original timeline, Bumi absolutely did not do nothing forever.
Not at all.
He eventually fought back with earth-shattering power. He famously joins a secret society called the White Lotus to violently liberate his city during an eclipse. But beyond the timeline, the reviewers are incredibly upset with the flavor of how Bumi is portrayed here.
The tone of his character.
Yeah, they argue that this live-action iteration of Bumi is deeply bitter, cynical, gross, and unnecessarily hostile toward Aang. They feel that his nasty demeanor entirely undermines the profound, monk-like philosophical point of his surrender.
It is a highly complex, highly risky tactical choice by the new writing team, and it is entirely understandable why the established fan base feels alien. The original iteration of King Bumi was undeniably eccentric. He was a chaotic, cackling mad genius. But beneath the erratic behavior, there was a profound underlying warmth and an undeniable wisdom.
You trust.
His choice to surrender to the Fire Nation and wait for the exact perfect microsecond to strike back his mastery of neutral Jing was portrayed as a masterstroke. By stripping away that warmth and making the live-action Bumi bitter, resentful, and genuinely angry at Aang, the writers are attempting to inject raw interpersonal conflict, a scene that was originally just a philosophical.
I'm going to play devil's advocate here, though, because I think the writers might have a point. If Bumi's entire guiding philosophy right now is neutral Jing, meaning he has made the conscious, agonizing decision to sacrifice his own physical freedom, chain himself inside a metal box, watch the city he loves get occupied by a fascist military force, and do absolutely nothing to intervene, doesn't that fundamentally justify a little bit of bitterness?
That was a very fair point.
Like, the psychological toll of that kind of inaction must be absolute torture. Are the critics just holding on to nostalgia, or is the show actually doing something brave by exploring the dark, corrosive side of that philosophy?
That is a phenomenal, highly astute counter. The production team might very well be trying to ground the psychological reality. Sitting in a cage while your people suffer is not a bloodless, clean philosophical exercise. It is traumatizing.
So the bitterness is realistic.
Realistic, yes. However, returning to the perspective of the critic, the problem lies in how this change fundamentally alters the archetype of the character they love. In a story about a young boy desperately seeking mentor, if the goal of the narrative beat is to teach Aang the profound wisdom of patience, having the teacher be openly hostile, petty, and deeply unpleasant makes the lesson incredibly difficult.
It muddles the thematic water.
Exactly. The audience doesn't walk away thinking about the wisdom of waiting. They walk away thinking Bumi is just a broken, angry old man.
And sometimes, the consequences of this lore remixing don't result in altered personalities. They result in characters vanishing entirely. I was looking at the notes regarding Princess Azula's twin firebending teachers, Lo and Lei.
Oh, the twins.
According to the Furious forum posts, these two deeply iconic, deeply creepy characters appear for a single fleeting scene in the first 20 minutes of the episode. They deliver a line or two, and then they completely, utterly disappear from the narrative. They don't factor into the climax, they don't advise Azula later, poof, gone into the ether.
This is a textbook example of the brutal logistics of adaptation crush. Minor atmospheric characters like Lo and Lai are invariably the first casualties when transition anime live action.
But they were so cool in the original.
They were. In the original series, they served a vital atmosphere. They were constant, creeping, sycophantic presences hovering around us. They visually reinforced her royal status, her detachment from normal human interaction, and her profound isolation.
But in live action, you have to pay actors.
Exactly. In a compressed live-action script, the production reality sets in. You simply do not have the screen time or the budget to keep two highly paid actors lingering in the background of every shot if they are not actively speaking lines that drive the immediate plot forward.
So they just cut them.
Therefore, they are reduced to glorified, expensive extras. They are placed in front of the camera for 30 seconds purely to check a fan service lore box, but they possess zero narrative.
It is the cinematic equivalent of checking off a grocery list. Like, did we cast the creepy twin ladies? Yes. Put them in the shot. Okay, great. Moving on to the explosions.
It's unfortunate, but very common.
But while the Earth Kingdom narrative is buckling under the weight of these timeline drops and vanishing mentors, over in the Fire Nation, the dynamics of the royal family are undergoing an absolute ground-up psychological rewrite. The very emotional core of the villains is shifting.
The shifting psychological dynamics within the Fire Nation are, without a doubt, the most radical and consequential changes executed in this entire adaptation. They are fundamentally tearing down the emotional architecture of these antagonists and building something entirely new.
Let's start at the absolute apex of the power structure. The dynamic between Fire Lord Azai and his daughter, Princess Azula.
This one really got people talking.
Right. The script gives us this quiet scene where Ozai has just deliberately humiliated Azula. He has promoted General Tran, explicitly taking away Azula's command over the highly coveted Omashu military camp. And immediately after doing this, Ozai does something that caused the reviewers to absolutely lose their mind.
He asks about her feelings.
He looks at Azula and asks her, "You have feelings about my decision. Speak freely." Our sources flag this instantly. They find this parental curiosity from Ozai, this probing inquiry into his daughter's emotional well-being, to be extremely weird and catastrophically out of character.
Because it fundamentally softens the mythic terror of Fire Lord Ozai. In the original source text, Ozai is not a father. He is a monolith of narcissistic cruelty. He is the ultimate fascist dictator.
He doesn't care about feelings.
He genuinely does not care about the internal emotional state of his children. He only perceives them as tools for his own imperial expansion. By having him sit down and ask Azula to speak freely about her feelings, the script is attempting to create a more grounded, relatable, HBO-style family drama. It is trying to make him a complex patriarch.
But it backfired.
Terribly. In executing that choice, it heavily dilutes the apocalyptic dread that Ozai is supposed to embody. He goes from being a terrifying force of nature to just being a mildly manipulative CEO dealing with a frustrated employee.
And what's wild is that the script's linguistic choices actively reinforce this bizarre new disc, but in the opposite direction for Azula. The critics keenly point out that throughout the entire episode, Azula repeatedly refers to Ozai as my Fire Lord instead of calling him father.
Yes, that was heavily noted.
She explicitly states, "I serve at the pleasure of the Fire Lord." And later in the script, She actively corrects an underling to ensure they are glorifying the Fire Lord, not her. The sources note that in the original animated series, despite her cruelty, she almost exclusively, desperately called him Fop. What is the psychological goal of making this massive linguistic shift?
It is a highly deliberate, calculated choice to completely strip the relationship of any lingering familial warmth and replace it with a hyper-militaristic transactional protocol. By changing that single noun, the writers are reframing.
So she's not a daughter anymore.
Right. They are no longer presenting her as a deeply broken daughter, desperately seeking a toxic father's love. They are presenting her purely as a soldier, seeking a commander's logistical approval. It makes their dynamic profoundly colder. It suggests that in the Fire Nation, the concept of family has been entirely eradicated by the machinery of the state.
But if her relationship with her father is cold and professional, her relationship with her peers goes from cold to absolutely terrifyingly unhinged. I want to break down this loyalty test she orchestrates because it is wild.
Oh, the countdown scene.
Yes, she's sitting in a room with her two closest childhood friends, Mai and Ty Lee. Without any warning, Azula casually asks Mai how deep her romantic feelings run for Zuko. Then, immediately after forcing Mai to acknowledge this crush, Azula turns to Ty Lee and commands her to kill Mai.
Just out of nowhere.
Then she turns to Mai and commands her to kill Ty Lee. She literally starts counting down from 10, threatening to incinerate them both into smoldering heaps of ash if they don't engage in a fight to the death right there in the room. She counts all the way down to 2, watching them sweat, before casually stopping and saying she just needed to know they could go all the way for her.
It is intense.
Reading the reviews, people are questioning the point of this extreme scene. It feels almost cartoonishly evil. What is the actual mechanic here?
It is a brutal, deeply uncomfortable scene to watch. But from a purely analytical, strategic perspective, Azula's countdown is not an act of random, chaotic cruelty. It is a highly calculated psychological caliber. She is ensuring absolute, unwavering obedience before she embarks on Ozai's secret mission to retrieve the pardoned Zuko.
So it's about control.
Complete control. Azula understands the political reality. Bringing Zuko back into the capital is explosive. It will destabilize the power structure. She cannot, under any circumstance, risk her elite strike team harboring divided loyalties between her and her brother.
It's like Azula is running a vicious corporate restructure, but instead of analyzing spreadsheets and handing out severance packages to the weakest links, she's setting up a literal guillotine in the break room. But I have to ask about the specific trigger for the violence. Why do you think the writers deliberately emphasize Mai's romantic crush on Zuko literally seconds before Azula threatens to have her murdered? Is it to establish that Azula views any form of human connection, like a teenage crush, as a critical weakness to be exploited?
Precisely. You have hit the nail on the head regarding her pathology. Azula views love, affection, and empathy not as virtues, but as dangerous. By explicitly bringing up Mai's vulnerable feelings for Zuko and immediately following it with an overwhelming threat of lethal violence, Azula is physically demonstrating a core tenet of her work. Her absolute power and her capacity for violence will always supersede any fragile emotional bonds her friend. She is establishing total, inescapable dominance over. She is proving that fear is strong.
And the show provides this incredible, jarring juxtaposition to this cold-blooded terror. We get to contrast the terrifying youth of the Fire Nation with the older, exiled generation, Uncle Iroh and Prince Zuko, who are currently surviving as refugees deep in the Earth Kingdom.
A completely different dynamic.
The script gives us this beautifully quiet, heartbreaking dynamic. Iroh is somehow finding genuine, profound joy in the absolute bottom of the barrel. He's talking about the feeling of silky mud settling into the cracks of his skin after a hard day of labor.
Foraging for melon yams in the dirt.
He proudly tells Zuko that he's saved up just enough pennies from his grueling, humiliating labor to eventually open a tiny tea stall. He's actively trying to teach Zuko the precise craft of brewing, delivering this gorgeous, the right cup of tea at the right moment can change your entire life.
Uncle Iroh serves as the crucial emotional anchor for the entire overarching narrative. In this specific timeline, he is desperately trying to impart a philosophical revelation. He's trying to teach his nephew that living a meaningful life is an act of choice.
All about perspective.
Exactly. He wants Zuko to understand that human identity is not solely tied to a throne, or a nation, or a title, and that genuine joy can be manifested anywhere, even in the squalor of exile.
But Zuko is utterly impenetrable to this wisdom. He is having absolutely none of it. He is visibly, violently miserable. He's pacing around, complaining about the worthless pennies they earn, the broken handle of his farming spade, the humiliation of sleeping under the stars like a stray animal.
He is just vibrating with anger.
And then the tension snaps. He explodes at Iroh. He screams, "I'm not your son," and proceeds to blame his agonizing banishment entirely on Iroh's perceived weakness. He brutally reminds Iroh of the past, stating that if Iroh hadn't abandoned the military siege of Ba Sing Se after his own son Liu Tan died in combat, if Iroh hadn't been weakened by grief and let Ozai usurp the throne, none of this current suffering would be happening.
It is a devastating, incredibly cruel argument from a deeply wounded child. What the adaptation manages to act brilliantly in this specific is highlighting the stark psychological contrast.
How so?
On one side of the world, you have Ozai and Azula existing in palaces, where the relationship is entirely defined by fear, absolute obedience, and the constant threat force. And then, in the mud of the Earth Kingdom, you have Iroh and Zuko. Their relationship is defined by profound, unprocessed grief, wildly misdirected anger, and yet an underlying foundation of unconditional love.
Even when Zuko is screaming at him.
Even then, Zuko's explosive anger at Iroh isn't actually about the taste of the melon yams or the blister from the spade. It is an expression of deep psychological envy. Zuko is completely unable to comprehend how Iroh can find inner peace after losing his son, throne, and his legacy when Zuko himself is being eaten alive from the inside out by the mere loss of his royal status.
It is incredibly heavy, nuanced character work. But here's the grand dilemma of television production. As fascinating as these script choices, these lore remixes, and these psychological shifts are on the written page, they all ultimately have to be rendered into a physical filmed space.
The physical reality of filmmaking.
The actors have to perform them, the cameras have to capture them, and the computers have to generate the world around them. And that inescapable reality brings us to the final major hurdle of this adaptation. I like to call it the cinematic disc.
This is truly where the rubber meets the road. You can have the most profound psychological theories in the writers, but all the theory in the world evaporates if the physical visual shatters the illusion.
I want to address the biological elephant in the room right away. We have to talk about Aang's voice. In the original animated series, Aang is a buoyant, high-pitched, incredibly energetic 12-year-old kid. His voice carries the innocence of the character. But in this live-action adaptation, reviewing the footage, the critics uniformly note that the lead actor's voice has dropped so significantly between filming Season 1 and Season 2 that it sounds like a literal decade has passed in the narrative, rather than a few weeks.
This is the harsh, completely inescapable reality of adapting long-form, serialized animation into live-action television. In the medium of animation, characters are immortal. They do not age a single day unless the illustrator explicitly decides to draw them older.
Like Ash from Pokemon.
Yes, Ash Ketchum from Pokemon remained 10 years old for over 2 decades of television. But in live action, the production is in a constant losing race against the biological clocks of their child act. A massive VFX-heavy television show like this can easily take 2 full years to produce a single season from pre-production to final render.
2 years for one season.
Exactly. So by the time the cameras finally roll on Season 2, your 12-year-old lead actor is suddenly 50. He is actively going through puberty, he has grown a foot taller, his facial structure has matured, and his voice has dropped a full octave.
It totally rewires the vibe of the performance. It becomes incredibly difficult for the audience to buy into the necessary illusion that this is a naive little kid who just woke up from an iceberg a few months ago when he visually and audibly registers as a young adult. It creates a cognitive dissonance.
It really does.
But the biological realities of aging aren't the only physical constraints fighting the immersion. We have to talk about the visual effects, specifically the sequence of the serpent's pass.
Ah, yes. The infamous green screen problem. The Achilles heel of modern blockbusters.
Exactly. The script features this massive, highly chaotic action sequence. The characters are traversing a narrow, winding, incredibly dangerous, rocky path suspended over a raging ocean, and a giant, steam-spewing CGI sea beast attacks. Now, to be fair to the production, the sources generally admit that the CGI rendering of the serpent itself actually looks quite decent for a television budget.
The textures are good.
The textures are good. However, they point out a glaring, catastrophic cinematic disconnect that completely ruins the tension of the scene. At exactly minute 40 of the episode, during the absolute climax of the action, Katara is supposed to be staring down the beast in terror. But a highly observant critic noticed that she is actually looking over the serpent's head.
Oh, the eyeline mismatch.
Yes, her eyeline is completely, undeniably mismatched with the CGI monster.
To a layman, it might sound like a trivial, overly nitpicky detail, an eyeline mismatch.
Why?
But in the cognitive science of filmmaking, it is absolutely catastrophic for audience immersion. Let's break down the mechanics of how this happens.
Okay, let's hear it.
When an actor is performing on a soundstage against a green or blue screen, they are not looking at a terrifying monster. They are usually staring at a bright green tennis ball taped to a C-stand or a piece of neon to a wall. It is the post-production visual effects team's job to insert the monster months later.
Which seems like a recipe for disaster.
It often is. If the VFX team decides to scale the CGI monster to be 20% smaller or larger than what the director originally planned on set, or if the actor simply misses their physical mark by 2 inches in the heat of the performance, the eyeline won't match the final rep.
But why does that matter so much? Why does our brain care? Like, it's a show about a flying kid and magic fire. Why does an eyeline ruin it?
Because human beings are a deeply social evolutionary. Our brains possess highly specialized neural hardware dedicated entirely to tracking the gaze of other humans. We are hypersensitive to microexpressions and eye contact.
So it's biological.
Entirely. When we look at a screen and see an actor whose eyes are focused 3 feet above the object they are supposed to be interacting with, we experience a form of the uncanny valley. The human brain instantly flags the image as false. It acts as a blaring alarm bell, reminding the viewer, this is not real. You are watching a teenager stand on a wooden box in a warehouse in Vancouver.
Huh.
It instantaneously shatters the immersion that the studio just spent millions of dollars trying to build.
And this specific technical failure leads us directly into the overarching meta-critique that runs like a dark current through every single source we analyze today. The critics aren't just looking at the dropped voices or the mismatched eye lines in a vacuum. They aren't just logging goofs.
No, they're connecting it to a much larger narrative.
They are tying these physical flaws to a much darker narrative about the soul of the show. The sources consistently speculate that the original animated characters themselves would hate this live-action version of their story, and they explicitly connect this pervasive feeling of wrongness to the real-world, highly publicized fact that the original creators of the animated series, the literal architects of this universe, famously walked away from this live-action adaptation during pre-production, citing irreconcilable creative differences.
The departure of the original creators is the ghost haunting entire casts a very long, very dark shadow over, and it fundamentally changes the psychological lens the audience views the final product.
So what does this all mean? Here's a thought experiment for you, the listener, and for you, my expert friend. When the visual effects disconnect, when the actor's physical biology pulls you out of the story, when the dialogue feels like 2 wooden boards being smashed together, does the highly publicized departure of the original creators act as a self-fulfilling prophecy for the viewer?
That is a fascinating question.
Think about it. Are these critics actively hunting for flaws, scrutinizing Katara's eyeline at exactly minute 40, frame by frame, because they already know the original architects abandoned the project? Do the fans subconsciously want the show to fail to validate the original creator's decision to leave?
That is an incredibly profound psychological dynamic to consider, and the answer is almost certainly. There is absolutely a massive wave of confirmation bias here. When a dedicated fan base knows that the original creators walked away, the inherent delicate trust between the storyteller and the audience is violently broken before the very first frame of footage even airs.
The trust is just gone.
Because that trust is gone, the audience's benefit of the doubt vanishes. Every deviation from the source, every slightly clunky line of expositional dialogue, every single millimeter of CGI error is no longer processed as a standard, inevitable production. It is immediately weaponized.
It becomes proof.
Yeah, it is viewed as irrefutable evidence of the new showrunner's fundamental misunderstanding of the adaptation is presumed guilty of treason until proven.
It is exactly like going to a highly anticipated dinner at your favorite restaurant, but right before you sit down, someone tells you that the visionary head chef just quit in a screaming rage and the corporate management team is now cooking the
Perfect analogy.
Even if the meal is objectively fine, even if it's decent, you are going to meticulously inspect your plate. You're going to notice every slightly overcooked vegetable, every grain of missing salt, and you're going to point at it and say, see, I knew it. The soul is gone. It's not the same.
That flawlessly encapsulates the mechanism of expectation. And that exact psychological phenomenon makes the job of adapting these universally beloved nostalgic properties almost impossibly difficult. The new showrunners are fighting a war on 3 fronts.
What are the fronts?
Well, they are fighting the immense density of the source material. They are fighting the inescapable physical constraints of biology and green screens. And most dauntingly, they are fighting the pre-existing, heavily guarded emotional baggage of an audience that is actively preparing to be disappointed.
Which brings us to the end of our incredibly deep journey today. We have seen in granular detail how adapting a masterpiece is a terrifying billion-dollar balancing act, one that this specific production clearly agonizingly struggles to maintain.
We have covered a vast, complex amount of ground today. We surgically examined how our reliance on clunky, exposition-heavy dialogue to solve pacing issues ultimately makes the characters feel entirely artificial.
2 wooden boards.
Right. We unpacked the jarring logical gaps created by compressed runtime, where the concept of earned catharsis is abandoned and characters magically download critical historical knowledge off-screen.
We looked closely at the immense dangers of remixing the timeline, how dropping Easter eggs can clutter the narrative, and how altering character motivations can turn complex philosophical surrenders into confusing scenes of bitter resentment.
The Bumi situation.
Yeah, we dove deep into the complete ground-up psychological overhaul of the Fire Nation royal family, analyzing the shift from mythic familial dread to cold, transactional militaristic obedience. And finally, we confronted the brutal, inescapable physical realities of adapting animation to live action.
The biological clocks of growing child actors and the immersion-shattering cognitive science of a mismatching eye.
It is a messy, highly complicated, and deeply fascinating reality of modern media production. The friction between intent and execution is everywhere.
It really is everywhere.
So as we wrap up, I really want to ask you, the listener, to take a moment and reflect on your own personal relationship with the media you consume. When you click play on a massive live-action remake of a story you already cherish, what are you actually genuinely looking for?
It's an important question to ask yourself.
Are you demanding a flawless one-to-one visual translation of the original artwork, right down to the precise pitch of a character's voice and the exact sequence of historical events? Or are you willing to accept a completely new parallel interpretation, a version that comes with all its messy edges, its remixed lore, and its shifting character motivations?
It truly requires an entirely different kind of viewing vocabulary to appreciate an adaptation on its own terms.
It really does. And I want to leave you with one final provocative thought to mull over as you go about your day. Something that builds on everything we've meticulously discussed over this hour.
Go for it.
If an adaptation aggressively changes the timeline, if it fundamentally alters the rhythm of the dialogue, if it completely shifts the core psychological motivations of its iconic villain, and if it physically ages the cast to the point where the diehard fans feel the original characters themselves would reject the narrative, at what point does it cease to be an adaptation at all?
Wow.
At what point does it cross an invisible threshold and become an entirely different independent story that is merely wearing the clothes, the costumes, and the names of the original? Think about the ancient philosophical thought experiment, the ship of Theseus.
The old wooden ship.
Yeah. If you replace every single wooden plank on a ship, one by one, over a long voyage, until absolutely no original pieces remain, when it pulls into the harbor, is it still the same ship?
Yeah.
Or is it something else entirely? Keep an eye on those eye lines.
So think about this. People are, they're rarely building their identities entirely from scratch.
Right, yeah, it's almost never a blank slate.
Exactly. Instead, it's like you find yourself trapped inside these heavy stone fortresses that someone else built for you long before you're even born, and you spend your entire youth just desperately trying to dig your way out of those walls with, like, a spoon.
That is a brilliant way to frame it.
Thanks. Because today we are welcoming you to another deep dive. And our mission today is unpacking how master-level storytelling uses things like abstract philosophy, profound family dysfunction, and literally the earth beneath our feet to break those exact fortresses down.
Yeah, we are getting into some heavy, heavy themes today.
We really are. We're looking at the intense character dynamics and also their critical viewer reception of the story. Avatar, The Last Airbender, A Fight, Once Begun. And just to lay out our stack of sources for you, we've got the actual script material detailing the arcs for Aang, Toph, Zuko, and Azula. And we're pairing that with some really pointed viewer critiques that highlight both the triumphs and, well, the stumbling blocks of this adaptation. So if you're the kind of learner who wants to know how a show builds its world using philosophy like neutral Jing, this is for you.
And you know, the tension here is just agonizing. It's this persistent friction between the roles these people are born into, whether that's being like a royal heir-bred for conquest or a world-saving avatar burdened with an impossible destiny.
So delicate flower.
Exactly, a delicate flower sheltered from the sun. It's about that role versus the choices they actually make when the pressure really forces their hand.
Yeah.
And we are also going to examine how the visual execution, I mean, literally the pixels on the screen, can either elevate these deeply rooted themes or completely undercut the philosophy the narrative is trying to sell.
Right, which is going to be super interesting when we get to the visual effects later. But let's jump right into the deep end with this concept of false front. These characters wear figurative armor just to survive their daily life.
Nowhere is this more painfully obvious than with Prince Zuko.
Totally. Who is currently operating under the incredibly mundane alias Lee. I mean, he's a banished prince of the fire, wandering the Earth Kingdom, hiding his true identity just to survive the winter.
Right, he's at absolute rock bottom.
Yeah, and he arrives in the small, dusty Earth Kingdom market. There's a local merchant, like a farmer, just trying to sell his meager crop. And up walk these corrupt Earth Kingdom soldiers. They're basically thugs with badges, right?
Running a classic extortion racket.
Exactly. They tell the merchant they are commandeering half his cart for the army, and then, get this, they demand gratitude for...
And this is where Zuko intervened. But the mechanism of his intervention reveals his entire psychological state. He doesn't just resort to a standard barroom brawl.
Right, he doesn't just punch the guy.
No. He systematically dismantles their authority using their own military doctrine. He grabs the lead soldier's hand, orders him to put the food back, and then he quotes verbatim this obscure regulation. He says, even in a case of imminent attack, it's a violation of Army Code 27, Section 4 to commandeer livestock or foodstuffs from any home containing children.
Which is just, I mean, who memorizes Army Code 27, Section 4?
Right. It's so specific.
It implies this massive, sprawling bureaucratic structure, like a military organization so vast it requires dozens of codes, subsections, legal precedents just to function. And Zuko has internalized.
He really has.
He's a boy whose entire sense of self-worth is tied to the honor, the structure, and the logistical perfection of the military. Even though he has been banished by his own father, his core values remain completely tethered to the discipline of the instant that rejected him.
And you see it in how he looks at these Earth Kingdom soldiers.
Yeah.
He isn't just disgusted by their bullying. He is deeply offended by their lack of professionalism.
Oh, the breakdown of their gear is amazing.
Yeah. He subjects them to a forensic visual breakdown. He points out their hair is 5 inches too long, which he immediately diagnoses as a breeding ground for lice.
Yep.
He calls out their mismatched pauldrons like their shoulder armor. He notes their greaves and gauntlets are completely outdated. He even criticizes their boots, deducing they stole them from civilians because they are small and rancid.
It's like pure muscle memory. I was thinking about this, and it's like if a retired world-class violinist who played in the best symphonies in the world is sitting in the back of some dingy dive bar, right?
Right.
And the local band starts playing slightly out of tune. That musician is going to physically wince. They literally can't unhear the wrong note. Zuko cannot unsee military slop.
That is a perfect analogy.
Right. Like the mismatched pauldrons aren't just ugly to him. To Zuko, they represent a breakdown in supply lines, a failure of command structure, and just a total collapse of the martial ideal he was raised to revere. So I have to ask, is Zuko really defending the Earth Kingdom merchant, or is he actually just defending the abstract concept of military honor?
Well, the violin analogy hits the core of his tragedy, because Zuko's sheet music is the Fire Nation military doctrine. When he steps in, he isn't necessarily defending the abstract concept of human rights for this farmer.
Right.
He is defending the abstract concept of military honor. He is offended by the chaos. I mean, think about it. He has lost his home, his title, and his family. The internal architecture of how a proper soldier should behave is the only structural support keeping his mind from collapsing entirely.
Wow, yeah.
So he projects his desperate need for universal order onto this completely random market dispute.
Man, that is bleak. And while Zuko is projecting his need for order onto a corrupt military, Toph faces an entirely different kind of corrupt.
This suffocating wealth of the Earth Kingdom elite.
Exactly. She is living a double life that highlights the extreme disparity of her society. Because we first meet Toph in the underground bending arena, Earth Rumble.
Right, as the blind bandit.
Yeah, she is the reigning champion. It's like professional wrestling meets gladiatorial combat. The announcer hypes the prize purse. Her opponent, this massive wall of muscle named the Boulder, just mocks her. He calls her a comical challenger and a pebble.
And she dismantles, not with brute force, but with terrifying surgical precision.
Yeah.
Aang watches her do this and realizes she is employing the exact philosophy he's been failing to learn.
Waiting and listen.
Exact. But then the narrative transition rips us out of that gritty underground and drops us into the manicured, opulent reality of the Baifeng estate. Aang tracks her down, expecting this fierce warrior, and suddenly he's sitting down for dinner with Lord and Lady Baifeng.
And Lady Baifeng just smiles and says, there's our little flower now.
It's such jarring whiplash.
It really is. And out walks Toph, playing the role of the frail, delicate, helpless, blind daughter. That dinner scene is just dripping with the passive-aggressive leverage of dream wealth.
Oh, entirely.
The parents use their resources not just for comfort, but as a mechanism of absolute control. They offer Aang all the supplies he needs to feed his but there's a massive unspoken he has to keep away from ruffian activities.
Buying him off.
Exactly. When Aang eagerly asks Toph to be his teacher, Lord Baifeng shuts it down and says, Toph is our little flower. Her fragile nature wouldn't agree with all that stomping and brouhaha. He literally buys the Avatar's compliance.
It is the architecture of a gilded cage. Historically, aristocratic families often hid away children with disabilities to maintain this pristine social standard. They treated them like porcelain dolls.
Yeah, out of sight, out of mind.
Right. And the Baifengs genuinely believe they are protecting their daughter. They view her blindness solely as a vulnerability, a deficit that has to be managed by shielding her from the entire world.
Right.
They've constructed this helpless flower identity for her, and she wears it just to keep the peace, because proving she is a capable warrior would completely shatter the foundational dynamic of their family.
And she's acutely aware of the performance, too. She actually tells Aang, you're born by Feng, and then you have to live your entire life playing that role. There's no getting it.
She feels totally trapped.
She does. And here is where Aang bridges the gap. He looks at this incredibly wealthy, privileged girl and says, I understand. I was born the Avatar, and I have to be the Avatar. I don't have a choice. He admits he would have just been a regular air nomad if he could. So they're both buckling under the crushing weight of an absolute, unchosen death.
They are perfect foils to one another. Aang is told by the entire world he must be a safe. Toph is told by her parents.
But wait, we need to consider the psychology of the parents here, right? Because later, Toph recounts a childhood trauma where Fire Nation soldiers attacked their home.
Right, that flashback is crucial.
Yeah, she ran out to protect her parents, hoping the sight of a child would trigger mercy, but the soldiers turned on her instead. So I have to ask you, does that trauma absolve the Bai? Are they villains, or just tragically misguided protectors who are paralyzed by the reality of a war?
Well, trauma rarely creates straightforward villains in family dynamics. What it usually creates are overreactions and severe overcorrections.
Okay.
The Bai Fengs experienced the terrifying reality of an imperial war machine right at their doorstep. Their psychological response to that terror was to exert absolute control over the one thing they felt they could protect.
Tough.
Exactly. They aren't acting out of pure malice. They're acting out of a deep, unhealed terror. But protection born of fear inevitably morphs into imprisonment. They are suffocating her soul just to keep her physical body safe.
Man, they're so busy protecting the idea of their daughter that they have completely failed literal mass. And she survives this suffocating environment by practicing the exact philosophy Aang is desperately trying to, which brings us to the mechanical core of the episode, which is the concept of Jing.
Yes, Jing.
Aang's friend, King Bumi, told him that to master earthbending, he needs to find a teacher who listens to the earth, a master of neutral.
And the script breaks down this martial philosophy so logically. Aang explains to Sokka and Katara that Jing is essentially the energy, the intent, or the approach you take to an act.
Kind of like the mindset behind a punch, not just the punch itself.
Exactly. It draws heavy inspiration from real-world internal martial art, things like Bagua Hang and Tai Chi, as well as Taoist concepts of energy. Positive Jing is aggressive, proactive energy, moving forward, attacking, striking. Negative Jing is evasive. It's blocking, redirecting, or making a tactical retreat.
And Sokka is totally the audience surrogate here. He's completely baffled. When Aang says he needs to master neutral Jing, Sokka asks, what's that? Like standing there and getting punched in the face.
Which is a completely rational question.
It really is. If you aren't attacking and you aren't dodging, what on earth are you doing in a fight? But Aang corrects him and explains, it's waiting and listening. Neutral Jing is the purposeful absence of immediate action. It is maintaining absolute stillness and hyper-awareness until the exact right moment presents itself. It's like a state of active receptivity.
And this is complete anathema to Aang's entire psychological and cultural makeup. Aang is an air nomad. The element of air is defined by finding the path of least resistance. It is constant fluid motion.
He never stops moving.
Right. Sokka acutely observes this too. He tells Aang, you have too much positive Jing, and he cites this incident where they face a giant sea serpent, and Aang's immediate instinct was to yell, follow me, and just rush headlong into danger. Aang's default state is to do something. He has to move, react, or flee.
Which is exactly why earthbending feels so impossible. Earth requires you to stand your ground. You cannot manipulate a mountain if you are constantly fluttering above it. You have to root your stance, absorb the kinetic energy around you, and just listen. So when Aang confronts Toph in the garden and demands, she drops the little flower act and shares her origin. She explains how she ran away to a cave in Jailing and met the blind badger.
And she explicitly states that the badger moles didn't teach her earthbending as a martial art, but as a way of interacting with the world. It was an extension of her senses.
The imagery used in that scene is profound.
Oh, it's beautiful. Feeling the vibrations of the turning world, sensing water in deep underground rivers, hearing squirrels on branches, and tracking ants carrying sand through the moss.
It makes me think of a spider sitting perfectly still at the center of a massive, intricate web. That spider doesn't need to see the fly. It doesn't sprint around the web hoping to bump into a meal.
Right, that would be a waste of energy.
Exactly. It exercises ultimate neutral Jing. It waits for the exact right vibration to travel down a silk strand, and then it strikes with lethal act. The entire earth is Toph's web. But for Aang, an air nomad used to soaring high above the web, sitting still in the center, just feels like a death sentence.
But neutral Jing offers Aang a profound psychological lesson that transcends just combat. He is terrified of his own godlike power as the Avatar, and terrified of making a catastrophic mistake.
Which he has done before.
Right. Neutral Gene teaches him that sometimes the most powerful action is a pause. It forces him to ground his manic energy, observe the interconnectedness of a situation, and wait for absolute clarity before he unleashes that power.
Okay, now we need to address a specific viewer critique from our research regarding the pacing exact revelation, because one critique argues that the dialogue between Aang and Toph in the garden, the whole badger mole story, is quite long and too dry.
Interesting.
Yeah. The viewer questions why this origin story needed to be revealed so early, rather than saving it for a later episode to gain an aura around Toph. They are essentially saying, this is an action show, why are we stopping the momentum for a monologue about ants carrying sand?
That highlights a classic tension in television writing. It's the battle between narrative pacing and foundational character ground. The viewer is reacting to a sudden, massive deceleration. We transition from a high-octane bending tournament straight to a slow, philosophical conversation in a moonlit garden.
But the deceleration isn't a flaw, it's the entire point of the episode.
Exactly.
The episode is an exploration of neutral Jing waiting. The script is basically forcing the audience to practice Jing right alongside. We have to stop anticipating the next explosion, sit still, and listen to this girl share her trauma. If the writers had held this backstory back just to manufacture a cheap mystery, Aang would have had zero emotional leverage.
I totally agree. From a structural standpoint, Aang needs to prove he understands her ice. When Toph shares the Badger Mole story, she is offering her most sacred, authentic self.
The self her parents act.
Right. And trauma is often shared as an emotional currency to build rapid trust. When Aang responds with genuine empathy and shares his own burden, he validates her existence. Without that supposedly dry dialogue, her eventual decision to abandon her family and join his perilous quest would feel entirely unearned and transactional.
So the dialogue is the action. It is emotional.
Precisely.
Well, if the Bifengs represent the tragedy of parents smothering their child with a protective cage, the Fire Nation royal family represents the dark, terrifying.
Oh yeah, parents who forge their children as weapon fire.
Exactly. We dive into the generational scars of bloodlines and abuse through a deeply unsettling flashback. We see young Zuko and his sister Azula playing near a pond, and Azula casually, maliciously throws rocks at baby turtle ducks.
Just for fun.
Just for fun. And Zuko, displaying his inherent empathy, physically intervenes, yells, "You'll hurt them, Azula, get off!" And Azula's response is a chilling threat. She says, "I bet I can crack your shell," before she attacks.
And then the entrance of the patriarch, Fire Lord Ozai, provides the absolute Rosetta Stone for understanding this dynasty's dysfunction.
It's so intense.
Zuko's mother, Ursa, tries to de-escalate, suggesting brother and sister should settle disputes with respect and dignity. But Ozai demolishes this framework immediately. He declares, "Only if you are weak. We are the descendants of mighty warriors. They survive living by a code. A fight once begun only ends when one wins and one loses."
It is a worldview of absolute suffocating binaries. There's no compromise, no neutral ground, no mutual respect. There is only total dominance or total submission.
That's terrifying.
Ozai's philosophy is basically social Darwinism applied to his own living room. He looks at his children and sees military assets. He views Zuko's instinct to protect innocent creatures fatal. But conversely, he views Azula's sociopathic cruelty as strength, because it demonstrates an unhesitating willingness to dominate.
And Ursa is the only line of defense for Zuko's humanity here. When Ozai calls Zuko weak because he flinches from conflict and desires peace, Ursa fires back. She says, "Sometimes strength is knowing when to not fight. You need to give him another chance. You need to nurture his instincts instead of just thwarting them."
Notice how Ursa's definition of strength knowing when not to fight perfectly mirrors the Taoist concept.
Oh, wow. Yes, absolutely.
She understands restraint as a power of its own, but Ozai completely rejects restraint. He explicitly states that if Zuko refuses to put Azula in her place, then she will take his place in the line of succession. He is actively, intentionally pitting his children against each other in a zero-sum blood sport competition for his affection and the throne.
Which leads to a fiery exchange between Ozai and Ursa. And this brings us to a crucial piece of viewer feedback.
Yeah.
Because Ursa accuses Ozai of trying to turn the children into monsters, and Ozai responds by talking about destiny. He states, "You came to me with an impeccable, strong bloodline, and we promised we would join our clan to make a family together. You gave me an heir and a spare."
It is a devastatingly cold reduction of human marriage to an agricultural breeding program. It's just sickening.
It really is. Now, the viewer critique takes specific issue with this strong bloodline dialogue. They argue that this line drops a massive hint way too early in the narrative.
Ah, right, the Roku connection.
Exactly. For those unfamiliar, there is a legendary twist much later in the story where Zuko learns his mother's grandfather was Avatar Roku, meaning Zuko possesses both the blood of the Fire Lord and the Avatar.
All right.
And the viewer feels this early mention of Ursa's bloodline spoils that later revelation. It's the eternal debate in adaptation, foreshadowing, versus the sanctity of the twist. The viewer prioritizes the shock value of the eventual Roku connection, feeling that any early breadcrumbs dilute that later impact.
I have to say, I firmly reject that critique.
Really?
Because it completely ignores the immediate, horrifying context of the scene. Does foreshadowing a twist ruin it, or does it serve a vital psychological purpose right now? Ozai is telling his wife, to her face, that their marriage was a eugenics experiment. He didn't marry her for love or partnership. He married her to extract superior genetics and manufacture biological weapons.
That is a very strong point. The immediate character development far outweighs the protection of a future plot twist. This dialogue elevates Ozai from a standard, power-hungry tyrant to an ideological practitioner of eugenics.
Yes.
It makes his obsession with power visceral and intimately disturbing. It explains the mechanics of his abuse. He views his children as products on an assembly line.
He literally calls his own son the spare. The psychological devastation of hearing your father refer to you as backup parts is unfathomable. It perfectly contextualizes why Zuko's identity is so violently fractured in the present day. And we see the profound result of that fracture in how Zuko attempts to cope with his trauma during a quiet conversation in the young Earth Kingdom barn. Zuko calls himself a loser, and the boy tries to comfort him by asking about a story Zuko told, the legend of...
Right, and Zuko's description of the blue spirit is a textbook example of Jungian psychological projection.
How so?
Well, he describes a masked protector of the innocent who fights with eyes bright and sword sharp and a heart that was untainted by hate or greed. He says the spirit promised to protect people no matter the cost to himself.
Which is everything Zuko is not allowed to be.
Exactly. Zuko is living with crushing cognitive dissonance. His inherent empathy knows the Fire Nation is inflicting suffering. He protected the turtle ducks. That instinct is real. But his survival, his entire desperate pursuit of his father's love, requires him to embody the ruthless Fire Nation prince who terrorizes villages to capture the Avatar.
So how does his brain even reconcile that massive contrast?
It creates a firewall within his own psyche. He uses the myth of the blue spirit as a psychological quarantine zone. The blue spirit becomes the vessel for all the honorable, protective, noble instincts that Ursa nurtured, but which Ozai violently punished. By projecting these traits onto a masked hero, Zuko can safely separate his goodness from his tainted, shameful identity as the banished prince. When he says the spirit's heart is untainted by hate or greed, Zuko is actively mourning his own lost innocence. He is telling a bedtime story to a child, but he is desperately crying out for his own fractured soul.
That is so heartbreaking, and having mapped deep internal geography of these characters, the philosophical weighting of suffocating cages of family expectation, the eugenics of the Fire Nation, and Zuko's fractured identity, we really must examine how these internal pressures finally erupt brutal physical action.
The climax of the episode.
Yes. We are looking at the reality of production, how the choreography tells the story, and how the visual exit by the audience. Because the climax of the episode is a massive three.
Right. Azula tracks Zuko down to the Earth Kingdom town, and true to her sociopathic nature, she initiates psychological warfare before she ever throws a punch.
Of course she does.
She weaves a complex lie, claiming Fire Lord Ozai has pardoned Zuko, lifted his banishment, and wants him to return home with honor.
But Zuko refuses to buy it, knowing she operates entirely on manipulation. When he calls her bluff, Azula seamlessly drops the caring sister act. She casually states, "You don't register that high on my list of concern," revealing she is actually there for the Avatar and referring to Zuko as Ozai's failed son.
Which just ignites the confrontation.
Absolutely. Zuko, still hopelessly tethered to the idea of earning his father's respect, declaims he will capture the Avatar to restore his honor.
And the ensuing fight choreography is a brilliant physical manifestation of their psychological state. Azula fights with terrifying, fluid precision, every movement calculated, ruthless, and efficient, reflecting Ozai's doctrine of absolute dominance.
It's so clean.
Too clean. And Zuko fights with rigid, angry, desperate military forms, the muscle memory of the army codes he clings to. And Aang, caught in the middle, relies entirely on negative Jing, evasion, dodging, and using his airbending just to survive the onslaught.
Just when Aang is cornered, we get the massive payoff for the long, dry character work in the garden we talked about earlier. Toph makes her entrance. She blasts the earth, tearing the ground apart. Lady Feng watches in horror, crying out, "You're far too delicate to engage in that activity."
And Toph delivers the defining line of her character arc.
Yes, I'm not delicate, and I'm not a flower. I'm a rock, and I'm blind.
It is the ultimate moment of self-actualization. She has weaponized neutral Jing. She waited in the darkness of her home. She listened to the vibrations of the battle raging in the town. She explicitly says, "I felt rumbling," and she chose the exact millisecond to act. She shatters her gilded cage and permanently alters her destiny.
It's incredible. And amidst this heavy philosophical and physical climax, the script expertly weaves in supporting character beats to manage the tone. While the main battle rages, Katara and Sokka are tracking Aang, and they corner some unsavory Earth Kingdom thugs for information.
And Katara does not mess around.
Katara doesn't negotiate at all. She uses water bending to instantly freeze the thugs to a stone wall, extracting the location with terrifying efficiency. A viewer critique specifically highlights how much the audience loved retaining this aggressive tactic from the source material. And Sokka casually walks past the frozen men and proudly mutters, "Water tribe."
That micro-interaction is vital tonal architecture. It functions on 3 levels, really. First, it reinforces the sibling dynamic. Sokka acts as the enthusiastic hype man for his sister's terrifying competence.
Yeah, he's so proud of her.
Exactly. Second, it highlights Katara's character evolution. She's transitioning from a purely maternal healer into a fierce protector willing to cross lines to keep Aang safe.
And third, it provides a crucial release valve for the audience's tension. We've been drowning in generational trauma, eugenic, and psychological warfare for the whole episode.
We needed a break.
We did. Water Tribe is this burst of cultural pride and brilliant comedic timing that punctuates Katara's absolute dominance.
However, we cannot analyze the execution of this episode without addressing a highly specific and honestly highly critical piece of viewer feedback regarding the visual effects.
The visuals.
Because the transition from brilliant script pages to the reality of the screen hit a major stumbling block for some viewers.
The critique focuses heavily on visual clarity. The viewer noted that the environments behind the characters frequently looked excessively blurry, citing that it resembled standard, cheap video editing software rather than the high-end, immersive cinematic standard expected from a production.
And this isn't just a complaint about aesthetics, it's a complaint about world building.
Right. To understand why this is a critical failure, we have to look at the modern pipeline of visual effects. Productions often rely on green screens or LED volume walls to create expansive environments in a studio. When blending live-action actors with digital backgrounds, compositors use techniques like depth of field blurring the background to hide the seams where the real world meets the digital one, or to compensate for a lack of rendered detail.
But why is a blurry background such a catastrophic issue for this specific episode?
That's the big question.
Because it actively fights the core theme of the narrative. We just spent an hour discussing Toph, the Badger Moles, and the philosophy of neutral Jing. Earthbending is not shooting abstract magic lasers. It is an intimate, tactile connection to the environment.
She feels the dirt.
Exactly. Toph feels the dirt, the moss, the ants, the vibrations of the bedrock. The earth is a living, breathing partner in her bending.
So when the presentation of that earth, the background environment, looks artificial, blurry, or disconnected from the actor standing in front of it, it creates massive cognitive dissonance.
Precisely. You cannot sell an audience on the profound physical, spiritual connection a character has to the ground they stand on if the ground itself looks like a smudged JPEG.
Right.
The blurry VFX undercuts the tactile philosophy of the world. In a show where environmental storytelling is paramount, visual clarity of that environment is not a luxury. It is the load-bearing pillar of the narrative. If the visual effects department is muddying the background to save time or budget, they are accidentally sabotaging the writer's room's deep exploration of neutral Jing.
It requires a really delicate alchemy. Every department, the writers, the actors, the choreographers, and the digital compositors, must be telling the exact same story or the illusion shatters.
Holy.
When it works, you get the breathtaking reality of Toph shattering. When it fails, you get distracting pixels that pull the viewer entirely out of the emotional state.
And this narrative requires us to deeply consider the heavy architecture of our own lives. It asks us to look at the expectations placed upon us by our origin, our family's wealth, the legacy of our bloodlines, the societal roles projected onto us, and weigh them against our authentic.
It's a reminder for you, the listener, that we don't have to live in the fortress. We've unpacked the desperation of Zuko clinging to military codes to survive his trauma, the suffocating nature of the Feng estate, the terrifying eugenics of Fire Lord Ozai, and the incredible power of simply stopping to listen to the vibration.
Right. In a world that constantly demands we aggressively attack our problems or frantically run away from them, the profound lesson of this story is that sometimes the most active, powerful, and necessary choice we can make is to wait.
Before we wrap up this deep dive, I want to leave you with one final question to ponder a puzzle based entirely on the physics of the world. We know that Toph's mastery of the earth relies entirely on feeling the vibration of living dirt, stone, and bedrock. She listens to the earth. But what happens to a master of neutral Jing when you entirely remove the earth? Imagine Toph is captured and suspended in the air, or trapped standing in a cell made entirely of refined, purified metal. How does someone who relies on listening to the world survive, adapt, or fight back when they are surrounded by an environment that makes absolutely no sound?
Oh man, that is a fascinating physics problem and honestly a terrifying scenario for a character whose entire identity is rooted in the ground.
It really is. Something to mull over as you navigate your own. Imagine channeling like 1,000,000 volts of lightning right through your fingertips, knowing that if it accidentally brushes against your heart, you just die instantly.
Oh wow. Yeah, that is terrifying.
Right. It's literally a tightrope of physical and, well, psychological magic that we're walking today. Because you aren't just moving energy, you're moving trauma and fear and profound emotional blockages. If your mind is chaotic, the electricity literally just stops your heart.
Which is such a brilliant concept because it forces us to look at the human body not just as a vessel, but as a literal map of our deepest psychological states.
Yeah, exactly.
Like when the internal circuitry is broken, the external manifestations, whether that's, a little blast of lightning or even the way we govern a massive city, they become deeply distorted.
That is so true. Well, welcome to the deep dive. We have a genuinely fascinating stack of sources in front of us today, and we're looking at a super pivotal piece of storytelling. We are diving into script excerpts from Avatar, The Last Airbender.
Such a class.
It really is. Specifically, we're looking at Season 2, Episode 11, the one titled City of Walls and Secret. But we are looking at this through a very specific, highly critical lens today.
Right, because we aren't just looking at the original script.
Exactly. We've paired these script excerpts with several contemporary critical reviews of the live-action adaptation. So we're really digging into the friction of translation here, where the adaptation successfully captures those heavy psychological and political themes, and, well, where the critical reception argues it completely misses the mark.
And our mission here for you listening is to basically trace the connective tissue between the micro and the macro.
I love that. The micro and the macro.
Yeah, because we are looking at a narrative that brilliantly uses physical elemental magic to mirror somatic psychology, and it scales that exact same concept all the way up to the level of geopolitical world building.
Wait, give me an example of that scale.
Well, think about it like this. A character building an emotional wall to avoid grief is operating on the exact same psychological principle as a totalitarian government building a massive, literal stone wall to deny a global war.
Oh, wow. That's intense.
Yeah.
It's so accurate. I want to start right in the trenches of that somatic psychology, actually, because the sources dedicate a pretty significant amount of time to Aang, the Avatar, attempting to learn Earthbending from his new teacher, Toph.
Right, which is historically his hardest element to learn.
Exactly, because Aang is naturally an airbender, and this script is very explicit about the philosophical and, physiological differences here. Air is the element of freedom.
Evasion, right.
Yes. The air nomads detach themselves from world concerns. Their entire physical instinct is evasion, finding the path of least...
Which is fundamentally incompatible with Earth. Because Earth is the element of substance, of strength. The text notes that the people of the Earth Kingdom face adversity head on. They don't evade, they endure. So you're taking Aang, someone whose entire nervous system is wired to just float like a leaf in the wind, and demanding that he basically become a boulder.
Wait, I need to pause on the nervous system aspect for a second, because the physical manifestation of this mental block is really what makes the scene so...
The training scene.
Yeah, the training scene. Toph brings in these Earthbend to attack Aang during training, and instead of blocking or standing his ground, Aang immediately used Glider to run away.
Just completely bails.
He totally bails. And Toph reams at him, telling him she doesn't run from things, and neither... But Aang genuinely doesn't even understand what the problem is.
He's just confused.
Right, he says, and I quote, "I'm sorry, why would we run?" Okay, to him, evasion isn't cowardice at all. It's just basic logic. But... looking at this through a psychological, isn't this essentially a trauma response? His body is purely prioritizing flight over fight.
Well, it goes even deeper than just a simple trauma response, honestly. It is his core biological conditioning.
Really? Hardwired.
Yeah, exactly. If we look at the polyvagal theory, which basically details how our autonomic nervous system subconsciously assesses rest growth, Aang's vagal state is permanently tuned to mobilization and evasion.
Wow, okay, so it's physiological?
Completely. Toph isn't just asking him to learn a new martial art here. She is demanding that he actively suppress his innate survival mechanism, and she brings a really harsh, unyielding pedagogy.
Oh, she's brutal.
She really is. She calls him as stalwart as a possum chicken, which is a great insult, and forces him to do these grueling hop squats. She's trying to use physical exhaustion and verbal confrontation to just break his evasive habits.
Which is wild. And then Katara steps in, right? She advocates for a completely different pedagogical approach. She suggests that Aang is a good learner who responds way better to positive.
And Toph's response to that is so classic.
It's incredibly caustic. She says, I'll try and remember that if he ever does anything positive. I know. But it highlights a really real debate about how to force a psychological shift. Can you nurture someone into completely rewiring their fundamental instincts, or do you actually have to break them down?
And the script suggests that neither traditional approach really works on its own. Aang doesn't learn earthbending through Katara's gentle encouragement, but he also definitely doesn't learn it through Toph's repetitive physical punishment.
Right. He's just stuck.
Yeah. The actual breakthrough requires a synthesis of extreme emotional pressure and a sudden shift in external stakes.
Okay, let's actually look at how that breakthrough happens. So good. He's arguing with Toph. He's incredibly frustrated. He feels totally abandoned. And he yells at her, "You don't get to abandon me. You don't get that choice."
The emotion is peaking.
Exactly. And right in the middle of this heated argument, Sokka is suddenly in the line of fire from an attack. Aang doesn't have time to evade. He doesn't have time to grab his glider. The emotional trigger, the immediate, desperate need to protect a friend he loves, it completely overrides his biological instinct.
He has to act.
He plants his feet, widens his stance, and just stops the rock.
The mechanism there is what's so crucial. He doesn't attack the rock. He holds his ground.
Right.
The physical action of earthbending only unlocks when his internal psychological state actually matches the element. He had to become the immovable object mentally before he could manipulate the immovable object physically.
That somatic connection is so powerful, and it brings us directly to the parallel storyline we have with Zuko and Iroh. Because if Aang is struggling to find grounding, Zuko is really struggling to find clarity.
Absolutely. The contrast is perfect.
Iroh is attempting to teach Zuko the technique of redirecting light, and Iroh explicitly states that he invented this specific firebending technique by studying waterbending.
Which is such a massive cultural taboo for them.
Huge taboo. Water is the element of change, right? Turning adversity into growth by redirecting energy rather than just opposing it head on.
So Iroh is essentially attempting to teach Zuko cross-cultural synthesis, but he outlines a very specific and, frankly, a terrifying physiological path for this energy to take.
Terrifying is the right word.
Yeah, he tells Zuko that the lightning has to flow from the fingertips down into the stomach, which he calls the body's energy bowl, and then up and out through the other arm.
Okay, I have to challenge the anatomy of this for a second, because Iroh warns Zuko that if the lightning detours through the heart, kill him.
Right, instant death.
But from a purely biological or physical standpoint, electricity always takes the path of least, and that heart is right there in the chest. Why on earth would the energy travel all the way down to the stomach and back up? What is the script actually trying to say here about the stomach as an energy center?
That is a phenomenal question, because to answer it, it requires us to step outside of Western anatomical literalism entirely and look at Eastern martial arts philosophy.
Okay, break that down.
Specifically, we need to look at the concept of qi, or internal energy. Iroh is referring to the lower dantian, which is located in the lower abdomen. In traditional Chinese medicine and in martial arts, this is basically the center of gravity and the main reservoir of vital energy.
Oh, I see. So it's not the actual digestive stomach he's talking about at all. It's the literal center of physical and spiritual mass.
Precisely. Now, contrast that with the heart. In these traditions, the heart is often viewed as the emperor of emotions, right? The actual seat of the mind's volatility.
And Zuko has a lot of it.
He has nothing but volatility.
Mm-hmm.
And firebending itself is driven by passion and breath. Lightning, however, requires a complete absence of passion.
Oh, wow.
It is cold, precise energy. If you allow that cold, immensely destructive energy to interact with the volatile, emotional center of the heart, it causes a catastrophic short circuit. The grounding absolutely has to happen in the dantian, the stable core, completely bypassing the emotional volatility of the chest.
Which explains exactly why Iroh outright refuses to teach Zuko how to create light.
Exactly. He won't do it.
Because Zuko demands to learn the offensive move. He says he needs to defeat Azula, not just defend himself against her. But Iroh tells him, lightning is the purest, most dangerous expression of fire. It would be too dangerous for you until you resolve the turmoil inside.
And Zuko is entirely consumed by anger and shame and this desperate need for validation from his father. His internal landscape is just pure turmoil.
It's a mess.
Yeah, and generating lightning requires a completely unclouded mind, a total separation of the self from the energy. So Zuko's emotional blockages are literally physically preventing him from accessing the higher tiers of his abilities.
This intertwining of psychological health and physical capability, it really sets the stage for how all these characters interact with the world around them, because long before they actually encounter the massive physical walls of Ba Sing Se, they are constantly colliding with the emotional walls they've built to protect us.
Right, the internal walls come first.
Always. The sources give us this incredibly raw conversation between Sokka and Katara about, and Sokka has just been separated from Suki, a warrior he really cares for, by a literal physical rock wall during a battle.
But the physical separation is really merely a mirror for the emotional separation that he initiated just moments prior.
Oh, it hurts to read.
It's heartbreaking. Sokka confesses to Katara. He says, I pushed her away, and I didn't even get to apologize. I was about to tell her I was sorry, and before I could open my mouth, a wall came up between us.
Katara presses him on the why, though. She doesn't just let him wallow, and Sokka's realization is devastating. He admits he pushed Suki away because he was absolutely terrified of losing her the exact same way they lost their mother.
The trauma is repeating itself.
Yes. He says, but I lost her anyway. Why am I not over this? What is wrong with me?
And this is, honestly, a textbook manifestation of avoidant attachment that's triggered by unresolved trauma.
Can you explain avoidant attachment a bit for those listening who might not be familiar?
Sure. When a person experiences a profound sudden loss, especially in childhood, like Sokka did, the nervous system essentially encodes attachment as an inherently dangerous vulnerability.
Because caring means you can get hurt.
Exactly. So Sokka preemptively severs the emotional connection with Suki because his brain is actively trying to protect him from the anticipated agony of her dying. He builds the emotional wall first, hoping it will insulate.
But the insulation totally fails. He feels the agonizing loss anyway, but now it's compounded by the terrible guilt of having her away.
It's a lose-lose situation for his brain.
And Katara's intervention right here is so vital. She doesn't offer him a cheap platitude. She doesn't tell him, oh, time heals all wounds. She tells him, Sokka, that's not how grief works. I'm not over Mom. There will never be a day I don't think about Mom.
She is completely dismantling the myth of closure, because grief isn't a mathematical equation that you just solve and then discard. It is a permanent alteration of your internal landscape. But she does offer the actual survival mechanism of that altered landscape. She says, but I guess why? I've got you. You've got me. Let's just talk about these things from now on.
Connection over isolation. So beautiful. She recognizes that building a wall to keep the pain out really just traps you inside. You have to disperse the weight of the grief across.
And this dynamic of connection piercing through defensive exteriors is mirrored beautifully. Like right after this in Toph's storyline, during that elite party in the upper ring of the city.
Oh, the party.
Toph is a character who projects absolute invulnerability. She is an earthbending prodigy, brash, confident, and she is constantly belittling the physical weakness of others.
She calls everybody dunder.
Exactly. Yet the script meticulously places her in an environment where her physical power is entirely irrelevant. High society.
It's the one place she can't punch her way out. We see her confronted by Lord and Lady Yang, the parents of this boy named Panoa, and the dialogue is just dripping with a very specific, weaponized class.
Weaponized classism is a great way to put it.
They inspect Toph and completely mock her lack of feminine refinement. They ask what musical instrument she plays and then laugh, saying it must be the dinner gong. They make it brutally clear that her incredible skills as an earthbender hold absolutely zero social capital in this. She is only valued for her family's wealth.
It is a brilliant intersectional critique of how society assigns value.
How so?
Well, Toph is physically disabled, right? She's blind. But she has overcompensated for that by becoming the most powerful physical combatant in any room she enters. However, the Oyangs don't attack her physical capability. They attack her on the axes of gender performance and aristocratic decorum.
They hit her where she has no armor.
Exactly. They are systematically stripping away the defensive identity she's built. And we see that it actually works. Her armor cracks.
It really does. She whispers to Katara, asking if their parents are embarrassed by them, and she tries to retreat. She tells Katara not to make a scene. Toph, of all people, backing down.
Because she's out of her element.
But Katara absolutely refuses to let the psychological abuse stand, which is so funny because Katara has spent the entire episode preaching diplomacy and the necessity of playing nice with the political elite, but she completely abandons the mission parameters.
She throws it all out the window.
She uses waterbending to just splash drinks directly into the faces of the Oyangs, ruining their pristine makeup and causing a massive embarrassment.
And when Toph, who is stunned by this, asks why she did it, Katara just says, I'm not going to let anyone talk about my friend like that.
And Toph is genuinely shocked by the word friend.
Because Toph admits she's been terrible to Katara. She says, I've been kind of mean.
And Katara responds with the best line. She says, mostly you just tell the truth. You just don't do it very nicely. It's such a profound moment of found family.
It really is.
Katara sees right through Toph's abrasive, Earth-like exterior to the highly vulnerable, insecure child under and actively chooses to defend her.
And this specific emotional complexity is heavily praised in the critical sources we have for the live-action adaptation.
Oh, right, the Hebrew review.
Yeah, we have a translated Hebrew review that singles out the actor playing Toph. The critic notes how deeply they love the portrayal, and they're basically hoping the actor is cast in way more roles requiring this specific personality type.
Why do you think this performance in particular stuck out so much to that?
Because portraying psychological dissonance is incredibly difficult, especially in a live-action adaptation of an animated work.
Oh, that makes sense, because in animation you have so many tools.
Right. In animation, you can draw a literal sweat drop or a hyper-exaggerated facial expression to convey hidden anxiety or embarrassment. But in live action, the actor has to project aggressive overconfidence while simultaneously letting tiny micro-expressions of deep, agonizing insecurity bleed through.
That is a tough tightrope for an actor.
It's incredibly tough. The critic is responding to the successful humanization of a character who very easily could have been just a one-dimensional tough guy trope.
That concept of a rigid exterior hiding a deeply compromised interior, that is honestly the perfect the world of Ba Sing Se itself.
The City of Walls.
Exact. We move from the personal defense mechanisms of the characters to the literal geopolitical defense mechanisms of an entire... The city is defined by its massive, impenetrable physical walls, but the true horror of Ba Sing Se isn't the stone bureaucracy.
Absolutely. The city is introduced less as a habitat for people and way more as a machine. The script uses the tour guide, Jody, to kind of map out the urban planning, which is essentially a caste system rendered in architecture.
Judy's dialogue is chilling, honestly. It's all delivered with this chipper, overly cheerful tone. She explains the lower ring is for the refugees and artisans, the middle ring is for commerce and the middle class, and the upper ring is for the nobility, the elites, and the Avatar Villa.
It is a panopticon of social control. The layout ensures that the wealthy decision makers in the upper ring never have to actually witness the suffering or poverty or desperation of the refugees down in the lower ring.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Exactly. The physical walls between the rings don't just keep people in their place geographically, they actively control the flow of empathy and information.
And the rules enforcing the system are suffocating. Like, when the group asks about bringing Aang's flying bison, Appa, into the city, Judy immediately shoots it down.
With a smile.
Always with a smile. She states that the citizens would find a giant flying creature distressing, and just declares the entire city a no-fly zone.
Which is wild for a city that size.
My initial thought was that this sounds like the most draconian homeowners association on the entire planet. Like, just obsessed with property values and aesthetic uniformity.
I mean, HOA is a decent starting point for the aesthetic obsession, sure. But we really have to escalate the analogy to understand the actual threat level here.
Okay, escalate it for me.
This isn't just about keeping the lawns mowed. This is way closer to the compartmentalization of the Manhattan Project, or the rigid censorship of a totalitarian regime. The no-fly zone isn't about avoiding a mess in the streets. It is about controlling the horizon.
Controlling what people can see.
Exactly.
Right.
If citizens look up and see a flying bison, they start asking questions about the outside world. And the bureaucracy exists entirely to eliminate variables like that.
Sokka perfectly diagnoses the true nature of this. He says, and I love this quote, "A city is like a giant machine, but instead of steam or coal, it runs on bureaucracy. Bureaucracy is a bunch of useless people standing between you and what you want. They handle your requests, and you have to make them feel important. Otherwise, they just kick you back to the start of this great, stupid maze."
He hits the nail on the head. He recognizes that the bureaucracy has basically become an end unto itself. Its primary function is no longer to serve the public at all, but just to sustain its own existence and authority. You have to participate in the performative rituals of submission, filling out the forms in triplicate, flattering the clerks, just to survive.
And this brings us to the actual psychological warfare at the heart of Ba Sing Se, because Aang and his friends have arrived with literally the most urgent news possible. The Fire Nation is waging a global war, and they have a concrete plan to stop it.
But every single time they mention the war, they are met with aggressive, systemic
Gaslighting is exactly what it is. Jodie's repeating mantra is terrifying. She just keeps smiling and saying, "There is no war in Ba Sing Se." She even tells Aang he must be confused.
And it permeates the entire military structure as well, right up to the top. When Aang finally manages to speak to General Sung, who is the commander of the Outer Wall, he warns him that the Fire Nation is growing in power out there.
And General Sung's response is just the epitome of institutional hubris. He literally says, "What does out there have to do with us?"
It's mad.
He relies entirely on the fact that the wall survived a siege years ago, declaring the city impenetrable for centuries to come. They have built a wall so thick that they have literally legislated the rest of the world out of existence.
They are completely prioritizing the illusion of security over the reality of the threat. But, here is where we encounter a major point of friction in the critical sources regarding the live-action adaptation.
Right, the casting critique.
Yes. The reviewers introduce what we can call the casting dissonance critique.
Yeah, a reviewer points out that while the episode itself is pretty well crafted, the actors portraying Feng, who is the mastermind behind this whole system, and Jude are just fundamentally The critic specifically argues that these live-action versions totally lack the creepy and stressful aura that really define their animated counterparts.
Let's unpack the mechanics of that critique, actually. Because in the original animation, Judy is drawn with this frozen, unblinking smile and wide, dilated eyes.
It's super unsettling.
It is. It's an immediate visual shorthand for brainwashing. It creates a visceral sense of the uncanny valley.
Yeah.
Like, she looks human, but her reactions are deeply unnatural, which obviously causes stress in the viewer.
But in translating that to live action, if an actor plays it with that exact level of cartoonish exaggeration, it risks looking ridiculous rather than terrifying.
Exactly. It can become campy.
Right. So the adaptation seems to have opted for a more mundane, grounded approach. She just acts like a deeply committed, almost boring corporate PR.
And this is where the philosophical debate about portraying evil really comes in. Do you lean into the visceral, stylized creepiness to ensure the audience feels the immediate threat? Or do you lean into Hannah Arendt's concept of the banality of evil?
The malady of evil.
Yeah. Arendt argued that the most horrific systems of control are often perpetuated not by cackling, mustache-twirling villain, but by terrifyingly normal bureaucrats who are simply following orders and doing their paperwork.
Which is intellectually terrifying. The idea that systemic oppression doesn't look like a monster, but looks like a polite official telling you your form is filled out incorrectly, that is a very real adult fear.
It absolutely is.
But the critic is arguing that television is an emotional medium. If the villain is too mundane, the audience doesn't actually feel the threat, they just feel...
And that tension between thematic realism and narrative engagement is perfectly encapsulated in the introduction of Long, the cultural minister.
Oh, Feng.
Because Feng doesn't introduce himself to Aang with threats or a massive show of force. He introduces himself with extreme, calculated politeness and hyper-specific gifts.
Let's actually look at these gifts.
Yeah.
Because it is a masterstroke of psychological manipulation.
It really is.
He brings candied sea prunes for Sokka, specifically noting they are just like home. He brings mineral salt for Toph to soak her feet. And for Aang, he brings an incredibly rare stone from the Eastern Air Temple, calling it the ancestral home of the sky bison.
If we look at the psychology of influence here, specifically Robert Cialdini's principles of reciprocity, Feng is actively weaponizing gift.
Weaponizing gift.
He is establishing immediate unspoken indebtedness, and simultaneously, he is signaling immense intelligence gathering capability. He is essentially saying, without saying it, I know exactly where you are from, what you desire, and what you have lost. I have complete visibility into your life.
Sokka's instincts immediately scream that this is a trap, but Aang is so desperate for an adult ally.
He's just a kid carrying the world.
Exactly, and Feng completely senses that desperation and pivots to his most effective tact, feigning vulnerability. When Aang insists he needs to speak to the Earth King about the war, Feng doesn't even refuse him.
He just maneuvers.
He isolates the Earth King rhetoric. Feng tells Aang that the king is beloved but rigidly adhering to rituals, and that he will close his mind to any news that goes...
Right, he paints the king as an unreasonable child who basically cannot handle the truth.
Then he plays the victim card beautifully. He sighs, acting super exhausted, and says, sometimes you feel like there's so much to do and I can't even stop. Because if I do, what if I miss something or fail the world again? It is isolating, isn't it?
That is predatory empathy at its finest.
Predatory empathy.
Yeah, Feng has identified Aang's core trauma, the crushing weight of being the Avatar, the constant fear of failing the world, the profound isolation, and he actively mirrors it. He creates a false equivalence, making Aang believe that they are both just these weary public servants trying to carry the world on their shoulders.
It's brilliant and sickening, and once he establishes that false kinship, he springs the trap. He tells Aang that he needs to integrate into the city, contribute quietly, and stay out of trouble to eventually win the king's favor.
He completely neutralizes the Avatar, not by fighting him, but by burying him in bureaucratic protocol.
But this sequence is exactly where the critical sources level their absolute harshest criticism regarding the show's pacing.
Yeah, the pace.
One reviewer explicitly complains that the climax of this episode, like the final confrontation between Aang and Feng, is incredibly long, dry, and tedious. The translated critique literally asks, what is the point of...
They were not fans of the dialogue-heavy finish.
Clearly not. They're asking, why structure the climax of a fantasy adventure show as two people standing in a room speaking softly about integration and political... And I want your take on this.
Okay, lay it on me.
If the entire point of Ba Sing Se is that the bureaucracy slowly suffocates, shouldn't the pacing of the episode reflect that stuff? Like, is the boredom a brilliant metatextual choice, or is it just bad television?
Well, it is the inherent risk of adapting abstract concepts into a visual narrative. From a literary or like a purely thematic standpoint, forcing the audience to endure the molasses-like exhausting pace of Ba Sing Se's politics puts them directly into Aang's psychological state.
Right.
You are meant to feel the agonizing frustration of being bogged down in pleasantries while you know a literal global war is raging outside. But television demands momentum. If you deliberately bore your audience to prove a thematic point, you are still, at the end of the day, boring your audience.
That's a fair point.
The critic's frustration really highlights that while the intellectual exercise is sound, the execution failed to maintain the necessary dramatic tension. In an audiovisual medium, if the dialogue lacks subtextual electricity and the staging is just static, the viewer's mind wanders and the narrative thread dissolves completely.
It's like asking a viewer to watch a real-time security feed of a DMV waiting room just to make a point about the passage of time. The point is valid, but you're definitely going to lose the audience.
Exactly.
And I think the writers of the original story completely under this risk, which is why they injected one of the most famous comedic sequences in the entire series, right before the super heavy political descent.
Sokka and the cactus.
Yes. While traveling through the desert prior to reaching the city, Sokka ingests the secretion of a desert cactus, and Professor Zyson, an anthropologist traveling with them, explicitly warns that this is a defense mechanism meant to interfere with the brain activity of predators.
And it interferes spectacularly.
Spectacularly is putting it mild. Sokka is completely detached from reality. The script has him hallucinating a friendly giant mushroom in the distance and praising the liquid by declaring it's the quenchiest.
Such an iconic line.
He is literally wandering around making bizarre sound effects while the rest of the group is facing actual starvation and trauma.
Structurally, it is a necessary pressure release valve for the story. When the narrative is tackling avoidant attachment, classism, and totalitarian gaslighting, you absolutely need to provide the audience with a moment of pure, unadulterated absurdity.
You need a laugh.
Exactly. However, the critical sources found a lot of fault with how this specific hallucination was translated into live action.
Yeah, one of the reviewers points out that the actor's performance feels weirder than the original because Sokka just acts like someone who is drunk on alcohol. I'm really curious about the distinction here. Like, why does playing it as drunk fail the scene so bad?
Because it misinterprets the specific physiological mechanism of the substance.
Okay, how so?
Well, alcohol is a central nervous system depressant.
Yeah.
Right? It causes slurred speech, loss of motor coordination, and a general sluggish. But a desert cactus defense mechanism that is specifically designed to scramble a predator's brain would logically act as a powerful psychedelic.
Oh, right. And a psychedelic hallucination is characterized by manic energy, extreme pupil dilation, a hyperfixation on the interconnectedness of inanimate objects, like, say, a giant mushroom, and a total perceptual shift.
Exactly. So by directing the actor to play it as standard stumbling drunkenness, the adaptation flattens the surrealist comedy into a generic trope, which is exactly why the critic felt it was jarring.
It lacks the specific flavor of the world building.
It really does.
And speaking of specific world building, before Sokka totally loses his mind to the cactus, the sources highlight a fantastic intellectual exchange he has with Professor Zyson at Hardy.
It's a really great reminder of Sokka's actual brilliance. He isn't just the comic relief of the group. He is a legitimate engineer and an anthropologist in his own right.
Totally. He geeks out with the professor over the structural integrity of dome ice houses in the Northern Water Tribe. And he explains the physics of how a spherical roof distributes pressure evenly from the top down, meaning the snow bricks support themselves without any internal...
But the conversation takes a really fascinating turn in sociology and spiritual lore, is what I love. The professor notes a massive structural contradiction in the Northern Water Tribe society.
Oh, right, because it's a rigid...
Very rich. Men control the military and the politics completely, yet the supreme spiritual leadership is uniquely held by women.
Which begs the question, why would a strict patriarchy voluntarily cede spiritual authority to women? And the professor explains it perfectly. The spiritual leader isn't elected by the men, she is chosen direct by the spirit.
This is such a brilliant piece of embedded world building. It illustrates that in this universe, the divine or spiritual forces do not adhere to human sociological constructs at all.
The spirits don't care about the patriarchy.
Not even a little bit. The ocean spirit actively subverts the human hierarchy. It shows the limitations of human control when faced with the actual mechanics of the universe.
But, well, when we talk about the mechanics of the universe and maintaining the integrity of the lore, we have to address the final and perhaps most frustrating critique in our...
The Painted Lady Paradox.
The Painted Lady Paradox. In the script provided, a refugee from the lower ring is talking to Sokka about starting a new life. And the refugee says, I didn't know for sunrise, and now I'm thinking about opening a flower, praying to the Painted Lady work.
To someone who has never seen the original show, that line literally means nothing. It's just local flavor.
Just background chatter.
Right, but to a dedicated fan, this line is an apocalyptic continuity error. The critic we are looking at is just completely baffled by this inclusion.
And with good reason, right?
With very good reason.
Yeah.
In the established chronology and geography of this universe, the Painted Lady is a very localized spirit. She is tied to a specific polluted river village located deep within the Fire Nation. And the main characters do not encounter this lore until halfway through the 3rd season.
So having an Earth Kingdom refugee living thousands of miles away in Ba Sing Se, casually referencing her as a patron saint of flower shop, it completely breaks the space-time continuum of the story.
It really does.
Why would the writers do this? Like, what is the motivation behind breaking your own lore?
It is a classic symptom of adaptation anxiety.
Adaptation anxiety.
Yeah. When showrunners take on a beloved intellectual property, they feel immense, almost crushing pressure to signal to the existing fan base that they respect the source material. They want to show they know the deep cut, so they sprinkle in Easter eggs.
Like dropping recognizable names just for the sake of it.
Exactly. But when you rip a piece of lore out of its specific geographic and thematic context just to drop a recognizable name, you aren't honoring the world building at all. You are cannibalizing.
It totally violates the principle of Chekhov's gun. If you introduce a highly specific, localized spirit in Season 2, the audience naturally expects it to matter to the immediate plot.
And when it doesn't, it just shatters the suspension of disbelief. It actively reminds the viewer that they are watching a television show constructed by writers trying to appease them, rather than watching a cohesive, lived-in world unfold.
If we pull back and look at all the friction points the critics identified today, the debate over how to portray the mundane horror of Long Feng and Judy, the tedious pacing of the bureaucratic climax, the miscalculated acting of the cactus juice hallucination, and the timeline-breaking Painted Lady Easter egg, what we are really looking at is the agonizing difficult trend.
It is so incredibly hard to capture lightning in a bottle.
Honey.
Maybe a little. The original animation perfectly balanced the profound, intimate, psychological trauma of grief and avoidance with the terrifying macro-level systemic oppression of Ba Sing Se.
Mm-hmm.
The adaptation has all the exact same pieces, but the critics argue the alignment is just slightly off.
But the fact that we can even analyze it at this level of depth is a huge testament to the strength of the underlying narrative arc.
Oh, absolutely. This story fundamentally understands that the external world is often just a projection of our internal state.
Yeah, Aang's inability to stand his ground, Zuko's internal turmoil literally stopping his lightning, Sokka's preemptive emotional walls, and Ba Sing Se's massive stone wall, they are all manifestations of the exact flaw, the desperate, destructive desire to avoid.
Which leaves us with a lot to process. We've spent this entire deep dive analyzing the citizens of Ba Sing Se. We've analyzed their willingness to blindly trust the smiling faces of their bureaucracy, and their willingness to accept that there is no war simply because it is comfortable to believe that.
But we really have to turn that lens on ourselves.
We do. In an era where our digital ecosystems are entirely designed to eliminate friction, where algorithms curate our news feeds to perfectly align with our pre-existing belief, and where we can instantly block, mute, or cancel any dissenting voice, aren't we all basically architecting our own personal Ba Sing Se?
Oh, wow. We're building the walls out of code instead of stone, but the psychological mechanism is identical.
It is exactly the same. We have to ask ourselves, what uncomfortable truths are we keeping outside our walls, simply by telling ourselves that the war doesn't exist? What are we refusing to look at? Because the reality is just too distressing to integrate into our perfectly curated lives.
That is the real somatic blockage right there. The walls we build to protect ourselves rarely actually keep us safe. They just obscure the diagnosis until the system fails completely. Keep questioning the architecture of your own walls and keep questioning the narratives that tell you everything.
Have you ever felt like you're looking directly at a situation? Like you have all the facts laid out right in front of you, but you are entirely missing the reality operating just beneath the surface?
Oh, that is such a common feeling, yeah.
Right. It's like you're blind to it. And, well, we're unpacking a stack of sources today for this deep dive that explore that exact sensation.
We really are.
Our mission here is to dissect the complex mechanics of deception, the weight of grief, and, honestly, the true cost of hiding from reality.
Yeah, the cost is massive.
It is. So to do this, we're pulling from a pretty dense, highly dramatic transcript from an Avatar episode, specifically the water falls, the stones emerge, and we're pairing that with a couple of highly observant fan critiques.
Right, the ones that were originally written in Hebrew.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
And those critiques really get into the adaptation choices made in translating the story.
Which is fascinating because we are looking at a narrative where the visible surface is just, well, it's a complete fabrication.
A total lie.
Right. I mean, we have Aang struggling with the physical demands of earthbending. We have this chilling political conspiracy involving a secret police force called the ATLA, and, a tense standoff involving Fire Nation refugees. Plus, there's that meta-commentary on the timeline changes of the show itself.
It's a lot of ground to cover.
It is, but it all connects, right? Because it requires looking at how individuals and even entire societies construct these false realities just to survive.
Yeah, and to understand that massive political deception operating in Ba Sing Se, I think we really have to start with something incredibly personal and, physical.
The earthbending training, right?
Exactly. The literal ground beneath our feet. So, in the opening scene, Toph is trying to teach Aang earthbending, and her primary critique is that he lacks subtlety.
He's not subtle at all.
Not at all. So she physically blindfolds, because to her, his vision is actually acting as a barrier.
Yeah, his eyes are getting in the way.
Right. She insists he must see beyond what you can see.
Yeah.
She introduces this concept that everything is vibrating.
The vibrations, right.
Yeah, that there is a, quote, secret life of the world beneath the sand and rock, and he has to feel that in order to manipulate it.
Well, I mean, Toph is identifying this fundamental flaw in how Emic interacts with his environment. Think about it. As an airbender, his entire philosophy is based on reacting to the visible, immediate space around him, right?
Right. Air is all about evasion.
Exactly. Evasion and fluidity. But earthbending demands the exact opposite. When she talks about the secret life of the world, she is demanding that he confront the structural reality of the universe, not just the superficial laker his eyes present to him.
So vision is actually a liability here.
Huge liability. It tricks you into thinking you understand the terrain just because it's surface. Toph is basically forcing him into a state of sensory deprivation so he can finally feel the harsh, unyielding truth of the rock.
She is demanding he do the really hard work of feeling uncomfortable reality.
Which is exhausting.
It is. But then, right after this intense lesson, Aang has a conversation with Feng. And Feng offers the exact opposite philosophy.
Oh, Feng. Yeah, this part is wild.
It really is.
Yeah.
Aang confesses he is struggling to feel this secret life of the world. And Feng tells him, his problem is that he is trying to distrust the way you see the world.
All right.
He literally leans in and tells Aang to trust your heart, because Aang naturally sees the good in everyone.
Feng's advice is a masterclass in weaponized comfort.
Weaponized comfort. I like that phrase.
Yeah, because think about the psychological profile of the person he's manipulating here. Aang is naturally optimistic.
Very much so.
He wants to believe in the inherent goodness. Feng identifies that trait and just feeds it right back.
Oh, wow, yeah.
He is essentially saying, hey, don't do the exhausting work Toph is demanding. Don't look for hidden vibrations or dark secrets.
Just be yourself.
Right. Your naive, surface-level perception is actually your greatest.
It feels like, it's like sitting down with a toxic manager at a failing company.
Oh, that's a great analogy. Walk me through that.
Well, imagine you start noticing the quarterly reports look strange, right?
Yeah.
Vendors are calling about late payments. The senior staff are quietly updating their resumes. You are feeling the vibrations that the company's going.
You're sensing the structural reality.
Exact. So you take these concerns to your manager, and instead of addressing the financial, the manager pivots to your personality.
Deflection.
Complete deflection. They say, you know what your problem is. You're overthinking this. You have such a great positive spirit.
You're not being a team player.
Right. Just trust the process. Don't look at the spreadsheets. Trust your heart and keep bringing that great energy to the floor.
Yeah, that analogy perfectly captures the mechanism at play, because the manager is actively keeping you blind to preserve their own power, but they're framing it as praise for your positivity.
It's so manipulative.
It is. Feng is deliberately giving Aang terrible advice to ensure he remains. If Aang internalizes Feng's philosophy, he will never master Earth.
Which is exactly what Feng wants.
Exact. And more importantly, a naive avatar who refuses to look past the pleasant surface is an avatar who will never uncover the rot at the center of Ba Sing Se.
He's inoculating him.
Yes. Feng is inoculating Aang against the truth by making the lie feel more...
Which raises a really crucial question for you listening to this deep dive right now. How How often do we choose a comforting, surface-level truth over doing the hard work of feeling the uncomfortable vibrations of reality?
It's a tough question to answer.
It really is, because it is exhausting to constantly put on the blindfold and interrogate the structural realities of our workplaces or our relationships or our political systems.
Absolutely.
Trust your heart is an incredibly seductive lie when the alternative is acknowledging that the ground beneath you is unstable.
Well, choosing the comfortable lie requires surrendering your agent.
How so?
Because when you rely solely on the visible surface, what's presented, you place yourself entirely at the mercy of whoever is constructing.
Ah, I see.
Toph wants Aang to have agent, which requires facing hard truth. Feng wants Aang to be a passive participant in a manufactured reality.
And that manufactured reality isn't just a personal trap for Aang. It is the entire operating system of the city itself.
The whole structure of Ba Sing Se.
Right. And we see this play out structurally with Professor Zai and the university library.
Oh, Professor Zai.
Yeah, he's searching for a lost spirit library that vanished 100 years ago, but he spends a significant portion of his time complaining about the current state of the university's archive.
Because it's a mess.
He calls it a disaster. He notes that hundreds of tomes have been stolen or censored, and then he drops this incredibly heavy line.
What's the line?
He says, knowledge is power, and power must remain in the hands of those who fear losing it.
Man, that line, it really reveals the fundamental paranoia driving Earth King.
It's chill.
It is, because if power must remain in the hands of those who fear losing, then the state must view all unregulated information as an existential threat.
Right, any unapproved fact is dangerous.
Exact. Zai is casually describing an authoritarian apparatus that controls the past, control the present. He even mentions that it isn't just the books vanishing.
Yeah, the people vanish too.
He notes that teachers who ask the wrong questions or students who attempt to organize protests, they simply disappear. They're taken by the Dalai.
And see, I struggle with Professor Zai in this scene.
Really? Why?
Because he is describing a secret police force that abducts his colleagues in the middle of the night, and he is doing it while snacking on mangoes and cheerfully hunting for telescope schematics.
The contrast arc, yeah.
His casualness borders on the grotesque. Like, is he just a completely oblivious academic, or is this the ultimate manifestation of burying your head in the sand?
Well, I view it as a profound psychological coping mechanism rather than just mere obliviousness.
Really? A coping mechanism?
Yeah, because when you live in a society where state-sponsored disappearances are a systemic norm, acknowledging the daily horror of that reality leads to psychological collapse.
You just wouldn't be able to get out of bed.
Right, you cannot function. Zai has to compartmentalize. He separates his idealized pursuit of academic knowledge from the brutal utilitarian violence enforcing the boundaries of that knowledge.
He puts up a wall in his mind.
He has to. Because if he allows the reality of the Dalai to truly register, the mango loses its taste, the telescope becomes meaningless, and he is left only with terror.
I hear that, I do.
Yeah.
But I wonder if that compartmentalization crosses the line into complicity.
That's a fair point.
By normalizing the disappearances, like by treating them as just another annoying quirk of the university bureaucracy alongside censored book, he is doing the Dalai's work for them.
He's not resisting.
Exactly. He is maintaining the peaceful surface Feng wants.
Well, complicity is often a byproduct of survival.
That's a dark thought, but yeah.
Zai isn't necessarily endorsing the Dalai, but he has accepted them as a fixed law of nature, like gravity.
You don't rage against.
Exactly. You don't rage against gravity, you just learn not to walk off cliffs.
Wow. Okay, but that acceptance shatters when the disappearances hit closer to home for our main group.
Right, with Aang's friend.
Yeah, they realize Aang's friend Sai is missing, and when they confront Judy, their handler, about his whereabouts, we get an absolute masterclass in bureaucratic
Judy is terrifying in this.
She is, because she doesn't say he was arrested. She smiles that terrifying, vacant smile and announces he's been employed in a highly coveted position with the Ba Sing Se Royal Engineers.
The linguistic gymnastics there are just brilliant.
It's so twisted.
It is, because authoritarian regimes rely heavily on sterilizing language to mask state violence. Judy frames an abduction as a promotion.
Promotion?
Right. By dressing up a terrifying secret police action in the bland, positive language of human resources, the state makes resistance incredible.
Because how do you argue with that?
Exactly. How do you incite a panic over someone getting a highly coveted position? The language itself is designed to make the person asking the question sound unreal.
Yeah, it's like, why are you upset? He got a great job.
Exactly.
Later on, Feng actually strips away the HR jargon. He admits to Aang that Sai was taken by the Dalai because he was suspected of being a spy. He was disappeared into a black site.
The truth comes out eventually.
Yeah. The sterile language was just a shield to prevent the Avatar from feeling the vibrations of the city's corruption. But While the upper rings enforce this manufactured quiet peace, the lower rings are experiencing a very loud, very messy reality.
Well, the lower rings are a completely different world. They cannot afford the illusion of peace because they are suffocating under the material reality of war.
Just boiling over down there.
It really is. And this brings us to the conflict between Jet and the camp of reformed Fire Nation refugees living in.
This is such a messy situation. Jet is entirely consumed by his trauma.
Completely.
He blames these refugees for a torched restaurant, and he's operating on pure prejudice rather than any actual evidence.
He just sees Fire Nation and reacts.
Right. He wants to start a riot, and he asks Zuko, who is currently living down there under the alias Lee, to watch his back.
Which is a brilliant setup.
And Zuko refuses. He refuses to help him riot, and instead goes to warn the refugees.
Which is a huge moment. Zuko's interaction with the refugee leader is pivotal for his character's internal.
Let's break that down.
Well, Zuko is struggling with his own identity, right? And he tells the leader, "We may have cut your hair, but you can't cut the fire from your soul."
He's projecting his own issues onto him.
Exactly. Zuko is operating under the assumption that ethnicity dictates. If you are Fire Nation, you belong to the Fire. And by extension, you are intrinsically tied to its current leader.
But the refugee leader completely rejects that premise.
He does.
He looks at Zuko from the squalor of this refugee camp and says, "I would rather live 100 years as the filth of the Earth Kingdom than spend one more day under the command of that despot."
It's such a powerful line.
It really is. He divorces his cultural identity from the political entity of Fire Lord Ozai. And for Zuko, who is currently tearing himself apart, trying to regain his honor by returning to Ozai.
Hearing a fellow Fire Nation citizen voluntarily choose poverty over tyranny is a massive paradigm shift.
He has to break his brain.
It forces Zuko to realize that loyalty to a tyrant is a choice. It's not a biological imperative.
Right.
But the exploration of trauma in the lower rings goes even deeper when we look at Iroh's encounter in the ATLA.
Oh man, this scene is incredibly tense.
It's beautiful, but yeah, very tense.
Iroh's walking alone, and this desperate, hungry man pulls a knife on him. He's attempting a mugging. Now, Iroh could destroy this man in a heartbeat.
Without breaking a sweat.
Right. Instead, he looks at the mugger, completely disarms the tension, and just says, "Come, sit, thank you."
The radical de-escalation here is stunning.
It really is.
Because as they sit and share tea, the mugger confesses he isn't a career criminal.
He's a soldier.
He was an Earth Kingdom officer. He deserted because he was ordered to execute a strategy that would have pointlessly slaughtered his own men.
He was trying to save them.
Yeah, he committed treason to save lives, and now he is starving in an alley. And Iroh, the legendary general who once led the siege against this very city, listens to an enemy deserter with profound compassion.
And as the man leaves, Iroh murmurs, "If only I could have helped you, my son."
That line just breaks you.
It does. And this is where we have to bring in the first Hebrew fan critique. Because the viewer pointed out a devastating directorial choice in this adaptation.
Oh, the musical cue.
Yes. Later, when Iroh visits the tree where his son is buried, the creators layered in the specific instrumental track of the song Iroh sang in the original animated series.
The song dedicated to Lieutenant.
Exactly.
Utilizing that specific musical cue isn't just fan service, it acts as a thematic anchor. It pulls the full weight of Iroh's history into his present act. I mean, Iroh lost his son to the violent war. That loss is the defining fracture of his life. But look at how he processes that trauma compared to Jet.
That is the core contrast right there.
Yeah.
Both Jet and Iroh have suffered unimaginable loss.
Yeah.
But Jet uses his trauma as a blunt instrument. He uses it to justify inflicting violence on innocent, starving refugees because lashing out gives him a fleeting sense of power.
He's stuck.
Yeah, he is trapped in a loop, perpetuating the very cruelty that destroyed his own life in the first place.
Iroh, conversely, actively breaks the cycle. He takes the profound, unresolved grief of losing his child and he alchemizes it into radical empathy. Right. When he looks at the deserter holding a knife to him, he doesn't see an enemy combatant or a criminal. He sees a broken young man swallowed by the war, and he projects the love and guidance he can no longer give his own son onto a stranger. Iroh is absorbing the violence of the world, filtering it through his own grief, and returning it as compassion.
It is a quiet, world-altering kind of strength. It shows that dealing with a heavy burden doesn't always have to look like vengeance.
Sometimes it looks like offering hot tea to the man trying to rob you.
Yeah, exactly. And, sometimes dealing with a massive burden looks like an underground poetry slam.
I know. The tonal whiplash between those two plots.
It is intense.
But the underlying mechanics of how characters navigate hidden truth, they actually remain.
They really do. Let's look at Toph's secret art.
Yeah.
She has been sneaking out and we find out she's being blackmailed by a man named Lao Wang.
A very shady character.
Yeah. He has documentation proving that Toph's family's business empire, selling weapons, pistons, gears, sheet metal to Fire Nation military factories in Zhenghui.
Lao Wang actually justifies this by quoting Toph's parents. He says, "Business knows no borders."
Ugh, war profiteering.
It is the cynical, pragmatic defense of war profiteering, yeah. The demand for industrial materials exists, and capital flows toward demand, regardless of the ethical implications of arming the enemy.
Even though Ba Sing Se officially claims there is no war.
Right, but selling weapons to the Fire Nation is high treason, and Lao Wang knows this information would destroy Toph's standing.
So Sokka notices Toph sneaking out and follows her, assuming she's involved in something shady.
Naturally.
He finally corners her, and it turns out she's attending a secret poetry class.
Of all things.
Right, and the teacher forces them to resolve their conflict using haiku.
Which is brilliant. The choice to use a haiku battle here is more than just a comedic device. It mirrors the fundamental principles we discussed earlier regarding Earth.
I completely agree with that. Earthbending requires rigid, uncompromising stance. Right. You have to root yourself in strict physical forms to move the element.
You can't just flail around.
Exactly. And a haiku demands the exact same rigidity linguistically. You have exactly 5, 7, and 5 syllables. It is an arbitrary, unforgiving framework.
Yet, it is precisely because of that rigid structure that Toph and Sokka are able to bypass their usual defense mechanisms.
That's so true.
Without the constraint of the syllable count, Toph would have likely resorted to sarcasm or physical violence to push Sokka away.
Or just run away.
Right. And Sokka would have spiraled into a panicked interrogation.
But instead, Sokka starts with this surprisingly vulnerable admit. He says, "Worried for my friend, he wades in water."
Which is surprisingly poetic for Sokka.
It is. And Toph, who guards her insecurities fiercely, responds by confessing the weight of her family's legacy. She says, "Born with wealth is a burden."
But she still fiercely defends her physical reality.
Yes. Burden blind is your strength. The structural rules force them to distill their emotions down to their absolute essence.
It is an alternative vibration of communication.
I love that.
And through this forced vulnerability, Sokka figures out the nature of the blackmail. But rather than judging her for her family's treason, he commits to carrying the weight.
He promises, "As solid as steel, I can keep secret."
Look at how that contrasts with the rest of the city, though.
It's completely different.
We have spent this entire time analyzing the toxic, oppressive secreting of the Dailai. The state hoards secrets to maintain a false reality, terrorize citizens.
Right, to oppress.
But Sokka is keeping a massive secret, and he is using it as a shield to protect someone he loves. It is the difference between keeping a secret to build a cage, keeping a secret to build.
That distinction between protective loyalty and oppressive control, it sets the stage perfectly for Aang's final collision with the truth of the city.
This is where it all comes to a head.
Because Aang has been trying to track a spy, hoping to find his missing friend Sai. The trail leads him to General Sung, a commander of the Outer Wall Army.
And Sung drops a massive reality check.
A reality check that shatters Aang's understanding of the board. Sung reveals that a massive Fire Nation army is currently assembling outside the wall.
And attack is imminent.
Right now. And the reason the city doesn't know is that Long Feng, the man Aang thought was a trusted advisor, is the head of the Dailai, and he controls all communication.
The magnitude of this betrayal forces Aang to realize that his entire perception of the city's power structure was fabricated.
He's been completely played.
He has. So he confronts Long Feng directly, demanding to see the Earth King so they can mobilize the military.
And Long Feng's response is chilling.
It really is.
He looks the Avatar in the eye and says smoothly, "We are quite safe from any army here. There is no war in Ba Sing Se."
He isn't trying to spin the truth.
No, he is attempting to overwrite reality through sheer audacity.
This is the terrifying culmination of his earlier advice to Aang. Remember, he told Aang to trust your heart and distrust the way you see the world.
Yeah, we talked about that.
Well, Long Feng is testing that programming right here. He is presenting Aang with an objective fault and demanding that Aang reject the reality.
He's demanding Aang ignore the vibrations of the impending army.
Exactly. Ignore the vibrations, accept the comfortable, curated lie. It is an aggressive, weaponized form of gaslight.
It is deeply unsettling to watch someone with institutional power flatly deny reality.
Especially when you know the truth.
Right. But just as we understand how Long Feng is controlling the inside of the city, the source material introduces a massive twist regarding the threat on the outside.
Azula's plot.
Yes, Azula, who is commanding the Fire Nation forces, realizes that her father has ordered the military attack to be postponed indefinitely.
Now, most commanders would view a recalled assault as a failure, or maybe a demotion.
Like they did something wrong.
Right. But Azula's political acumen allows her to read the subtext of her father's orders. She understands that Ozai postponing the siege is his tacit endorsement of her covert operation.
He is giving her the space to conquer the city her way.
Exactly.
She tells her team they don't need a massive army. She reveals she has captured the Kyoshi warrior, the elite fighters who are known and trusted allies of the Avatar and the Earth Kingdom.
It's a devastating plan.
It is simple and devastating. She and her team are going to wear their armor, adopt their identities, and walk through the front. They will be welcomed as heroes.
So, while Long Feng is busy conquering Ba Sing Se from the inside by controlling information and blinding the population, Azula is executing a flawless Trojan horse strategy from the outside.
She bypasses the armor entirely.
She recognizes that the city's defenses are built to repel a direct assault, so she bypasses the armor by wearing the face of a trusted friend.
Think about what it takes to trust your own perception in a scenario like this.
It would be nearly impossible.
You have authority figures inside the walls telling you there is no war, and you have enemies walking through the gates dressed as your heroes.
Right.
If you are a citizen of this city, or if you are a Zhang, how do you navigate that? It requires immense courage to trust your own vibrations when the entire system is designed to make you feel crazy for doing so.
And, that manipulation of reality isn't just happening to the characters within the narrative.
What do you mean?
The showrunners are actually employing a similar tactic on the audience through their adaptation.
Oh, let's dive into that meta layer.
Yes.
Because our second Hebrew fan source focuses on a temporal inconsistency in the show.
Painted Lady critique?
Right. The viewer points out that the Painted Lady, which is a significant spirit figure, appears in this episode and the one prior. The viewer was highly critical, stating emphatically that she, quote, is not supposed to be in this season at all.
Right. Well, when adapting a sprawling multi-season animated series into a condensed live-action format, showrunners frequently remix the timeline.
They move things around.
Yeah. From a structural perspective, pulling a mythic entity like the Painted Lady out of her original chronological placement and inserting her into the Ba Sing Se arc is a deliberate choice. It elevates the spiritual stakes alongside.
I see the structural argument, I do, but I question the execution.
Why is that?
When you take an audience that is deeply familiar with the lore and you randomly shuffle the timeline, you risk completely alienating.
That's true, you do.
The viewer in the source wasn't analyzing the thematic resonance of the Painted Lady, They were just frustrated that the timeline was broken. Does the thematic benefit outweigh the cost of pulling your core audience out of the narrative?
It is the inherent risk of adaptation. However, look at the thematic parallel.
Okay, lay it out for me.
The show is altering its own established reality. It is presenting events out of order, forcing the audience to experience a mild form of the exact disorientation Aang is in.
Wait, that is a fascinating parallel.
Right. The viewer is sitting there looking at the screen thinking, my eyes are showing me the Painted Lady, but my memory and my knowledge of this world tell me this.
Wow.
It perfectly mirrors Aang standing in Long Feng's office, being told that the reality he knows is incorrect. Both the characters and the audience are being forced to question their own internal vibration.
The adaptation itself is engaging in a subtle form of narrative gaslighting. That reframes the entire viewing experience. Whether it was intentional or just a byproduct of condensing the script, it forces us to interrogate our own relationship with the truth of the story.
It absolutely does.
Let's take a step back and look at the massive ground we have covered today.
We began with the physical necessity of feeling the hidden vibration, contrasting Toph's demand for hard truth against Long Feng's weaponization of naivety.
We analyzed Professor Zai's psychological compartmentalization in the face of the Dalai's brutal censorship and how the state uses sterile bureaucratic language to mask the violence of a disappearance.
We explored the divergent paths of trauma in the lower ring, Jet externalizing his pain into violence, while Iroh alchemized his profound grief into radical empathy for an enemy deserter.
We saw Toph and Sokka use the rigid constraints of a haiku to foster vulnerability, keeping secrets to protect each other rather than to oppress a population.
And we watched those themes collide as Aang faced Long Feng's ultimate gaslight, while Azula prepared to exploit the city's trust through her Trojan horse.
It is an incredible examination of how reality is constructed, dismantled, and weaponized. Before we wrap up, I want to hand it over to our expert for a final thought for you to carry with.
We have spent a lot of time today dissecting two very different strategies for conquering an impenetrable fortress.
We have.
Long Feng conquers Ba Sing Se from the inside.
Wow.
He controls the flow of information, he dictates the narrative, and he feeds the population comfortable, manufactured lies. He pacifies them until they are too blind to recognize.
Right.
Azula, on the other hand, is conquering the city from the outside. She understands that brute force will fail, so she disguises her threat in the armor of something the city already loves, Bex.
Richoshi warriors.
Exactly. So, as you navigate your own life, ask yourself this. Which form of infiltration are you more susceptible? Are you more easily manipulated by the trusted voices already inside your inner circle who do comfortable lies to avoid conflict?
That's a tough one.
Or are you more vulnerable to external threats that simply dress up as something you already revere? Ultimately, which form of blindness do you find more dangerous?
Imagine for a second that you are handed this profoundly beloved 20-year-old cultural masterpiece of a story.
Right.
And you were told to just, rebuild it from scratch, brick by brick.
Yeah.
Translating it into an entirely new medium.
Which is a terrifying job.
Well, it's completely impossible.
Yeah.
Because here is the catch. If you put a single brick in the wrong place, or, change the shade of the mortar even a little bit, millions of fans will literally tear you apart.
Yeah.
And that is the absolute terrifying tightrope of live-action adaptation. You have to decide if you're going to replicate the literal mechanics of the original work, or, if you're going to rip out the foundational rules to try and capture a totally new audience.
And the original fans they're waiting at the bottom of that tightrope.
Exactly. Watching every single step.
It is a phenomenal amount of pressure for any creative team to take on. Because, an adaptation isn't just a simple retelling, right? It is an act of translation.
Right.
And translation fundamentally involves betrayal.
Ooh, betrayal. That's a strong word.
But it's true. You either betray the literal text to save the emotional resonance, or, you preserve the text flawlessly, but end up with something completely devoid of its original soul.
Which brings us perfectly to this incredibly high-stakes balancing act we are exploring today on this deep dive.
Yes.
We are looking at a deeply fascinating stack of sources, all centered around a live-action adaptation of a profoundly beloved animated story. Specifically, we're drilling down into the narrative of 10,000 Things.
Right, which is Season 2, Episode 13 of this new adaptation.
Yeah. And the materials we were unpacking for you today are just, they're a brilliant juxtaposition.
They really are. On the production side, we have excerpts from the actual script of this live-action adaptation.
Mm-hmm.
So this gives us the raw, scene-by-scene architecture, the dialogue, the pacing, the very explicit narrative choices made by the showrunners.
But then, and this is where it gets spicy, the counterweight to that script is a collection of highly critical, intensely passionate fan reviews.
And these were originally written in Hebrew.
Right. We have translated these notes, and they serve as this raw, visceral, real-time reaction from a die-hard fan of the original animation.
It's fascinating because this reviewer is systematically comparing the new live-action mechanic against what they clearly consider the sacred geometry of the original animated series.
Sacred geometry is a great way to put it. So, our mission for you today is to pull these two perspectives apart. We are going to examine the profound character beats in the script.
Yeah.
And then we are going to crash them directly into the sharp, outraged critiques from our fan source. We want to uncover what works, what falls totally flat, and critically, why the mechanical gears of live-action TV production force writers to change the tone of a story you thought.
So to ground us in the narrative before we get into the weeds, the overarching theme of this particular section of the story, it deals heavily with the burden of...
Right. Secrets and lies.
Exactly. It is about who weaponizes information, the paranoia that breeds in closed societies, and the incredibly dangerous pursuit of knowledge during a time of global industrialized war.
Yeah, we are dealing with characters who are navigating a landscape where a single whispered rumor is literally a matter of life and death.
And the absolute perfect gateway into this blend of heavy political reality and magical lore is a concept introduced right at the top of the script.
The spirit scar.
The spirit scar.
Yes.
The script presents it as a physical manifestation of a spiritual wound. And honestly, it perfectly mirrors the narrative wounds we are about to explore between the original fans in this new show.
That's a great point.
But before we get to the spiritual anomalies in the desert, we have to talk about the physical city where all this paranoia is fest, the Earth Kingdom city of Ba Sing Se.
Right.
And the script starts this exploration of a totalitarian police state with a comedy.
It does.
Yeah.
And it is a very specific, deliberate tonal choice. We transition from this grand macro-level theme of global war to the immediate, localized paranoia on the streets of the city.
Mm-hmm.
But the script introduces this tension by showing our core group of young protagonists completely failing at espionage. Oh, they are so bad at it.
They are trying to utilize a complex system of code words to communicate covertly.
Yeah, looking at the translated notes, it is intentional nonsense. One character character intensely asks, let me read this, does the bluebell have a cheese dumpling that laments the elbow leak?
Right.
It's completely absurd. And it gets even more chaotic when they realize their animal companion, Momo, has actually eaten the updated code list.
Which is such a funny detail.
And one of the kids tries to justify the loss by claiming he ate it for security purposes.
Which is hilarious.
It is. But why open a tense political thriller with kids doing a really bad James Bond impression?
Because it establishes a crucial baseline for the audience. These are children wildly out of their depth. They are engaging in counterintelligence, sure, but they are doing it with the chaotic, disorganized energy of a backyard club.
Right, like kids playing spy in a treehouse.
Exactly. The humor here is a structural tool. By making them seem so young and incompetent in their spycraft, the writers amplify the threat of their adversary.
Because the adversary isn't playing a game at all. The script makes it incredibly clear that the secret police of Ba Sing Se, the Dai Li, they're operating with lethal precision.
Yeah.
The text actually notes they have been crawling all over the village. And I want to pause on that because the concept of the Dai Li is terrifying.
Truly terrifying.
In the lore, they are an elite earthbending force that acts as the cultural enforcers of the city. They silence dissidents, they brainwash citizens. I mean, they control reality itself by dictating what can and cannot be spoken out loud.
They enforce the ignorance.
Yeah. So the bumbling comedy of the kids sharply contrasts with the very real, terrifyingly efficient shadow government that is surrounding them.
And that contrast is essential for understanding the political Cold War happening within the walls of Ba Sing Se.
Because it's not just the kids versus the police, right?
Right. As we move further into the scene, we see a fascinating interaction between three very distinct power bases.
Okay, break that down for us.
So we have General Sung, who represents the actual military fighting at the outer wall.
We have Suki, who represents an elite combat group called the Kyushi Warriors, and we have Long Feng, the cultural minister who secretly controls the Dai Li, and by extension the entire city.
The spy master himself.
Exactly.
Yeah.
General Sung warns Suki that the city is essentially its own isolated nation-state. It operates completely independently from the military forces stationed at the wall.
It's just a complete fracture of leadership. I mean, the military at the wall is trying to fight an existential war against the Fire Nation. They're dealing with real casualties and sieges.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, inside the city walls, Long Feng has instituted a strict policy where the war is simply not acknowledged. It is state-mandated ignorance.
Ignorance by design.
Right. So, when Suki attempts to hand over a high-value Fire Nation prisoner, General Tran, to the military, Long Feng intercepts the transfer immediately.
He cannot let that happen.
No. He swoops in, offering the Kyoshi warriors delicacies from their home island, playing the hyper-gracious host, but he is actively plotting to control the intelligence. Because if the military gets the prisoner, they get intelligence that proves the war is real and immediate. Long Feng cannot allow that reality to breach the inner city walls.
Right. He's a classic Shadow State villain. He deals in fear and secrets, and as the narrative implies, he can just, remove a political opponent without ever leaving his office.
But the irony of this scene is just brilliant.
Oh, it really is.
Long Feng, the master manipulator who has subjugated an entire metropolis, thinks he is in total control of this interaction. But our sources reveal a massive structural plot twist happening right under his...
This is the best part of the setup.
Yeah.
The Suki that Long Feng is talking. The Kyushi warriors he is trying to butter up with island delicacies.
Yeah.
Is a total fabrication. It is actually our Fire Nation antagonists, Azula, Mai, and Tai Li, who have infiltrated the city from the inside.
Yes.
They are playing the ultimate spy master like a fiddle.
And this specific reveal brings us to the first major piece of source critique from our passionate fan reviewer.
Oh, here we go, the Hebrew reviews.
Right. So the reviewer points out this disguise specific. Now they note that while Azula, Mai, and Tai Li look incredibly weird, almost uncanny, dressed in the traditional Kyoshi warrior garb, they do begrudgingly admit that the physical production quality flaws.
That's high praise from a tough critic.
It is. The reviewer notes that the makeup, the tailoring of the clothing, and the armor are undeniably well at matching the high standards of the real character.
But I'm looking at the notes here, and the praise completely stops there.
It hits a wall.
A hard wall. Because right after this masterful, quiet infiltration, the script pivots to a sudden, brutal attack on a character named Judy.
Yeah.
And Judy is essentially a deeply tragic, brainwashed handler for the city. The reviewer feels a profound visceral pity for her.
Right, she's completely defenseless.
She is suddenly and violently attacked by Azula's signature blue fire. And the reviewer describes this moment as abrupt, bizarre, and entirely out of...
They really hated that choice.
They did. So let me play devil's advocate here and push back on the writing a bit.
Okay.
If Azula is a master strategist trying to infiltrate a city quiet. A city that relies entirely on whispered threats and shadows isn't blowing up a government official with a massive fireball in broad daylight. Just, well, fundamentally bad writing.
I see where you're going with this.
I mean, it feels like the showrunners just looked at a stopwatch, realized it had been 10 minutes without an explosion, and threw in an action beat to keep the audience awake.
I completely understand why the reviewer and you would see it exactly that way.
Right.
In a purely logical espionage scenario, it is a catastrophic tactical error.
Yeah, it's so loud.
It is. However, from a television storytelling perspective, the writers are attempting to use the fire as a metaphor to shatter the established status quo.
Okay, explain that.
Feng operates on the illusion of it is a fragile bubble maintained by Long Feng's quiet paranoia. Azula represents the brutal, undeniable reality of the global war breaking through that bubble.
Ah, I see.
The blue fire isn't just an attack on Jude, it's a thematic attack on the entire political structure of the city. The writers want to visually demonstrate that Long Feng's shadowy, bureaucratic games are completely ill-equipped to handle the overwhelming, raw power of the Fire Nation.
Okay, I see the thematic intention.
Yeah.
I do. But I still don't buy the execution.
Fair enough.
If you bring a flamethrower to a chess match, you certainly end the game, but you also ruin the board and look like a maniac while doing it.
That is a very vivid image.
Right. From the reviewer's perspective, this visceral display of power breaks the intricate, subtle tension that was just established. It sacrifices narrative logic for a cheap visual thrill.
Which is a very valid critique of how television pacing often undermines in-universe.
Yeah.
But let's pivot from the explosive macro-political machinations of the villains to something much quieter, but arguably far more...
I love this next scene.
Me too. We're moving away from the royal infiltration to the quiet struggles of the exiled Fire Nation characters, specifically Zuko and his uncle Iroh.
This transition in the script is actually quite beautiful. We go from the grand deception of the Earth Kingdom elite to a micro-level scene of intense vulnerability.
Yeah, it's a stark contrast.
Iroh and Zuko are living as impoverished refugees in the city, completely hiding their firebending identity. And Iroh offers Zuko a job at a small tea shop where the owner is retiring.
Right. It represents a normal, full, mundane life.
Which is everything Zuko has fought against his entire life.
Yeah.
And in this scene, Iroh serves Zuko a very specific drink, pear and ginger tea.
And we really have to analyze why the writers chose this specific beverage.
Because it's not just random tea.
No. The script gives this detail immense gravitational. When Zuko takes a sip, he immediately recognizes the flavor profile. And you see him drop his usual hyper-defensive pot. He reveals that his mother used to make this exact therapeutic tea for him whenever he was sick as a child.
Yeah.
He even shares a tiny, incredibly granular memory. He says his mother would complain if the royal cooks made the tea too dry.
I love that. Zuko even says, I never knew that a drink could be dry.
Yes.
Why is that tiny sensory detail so vital to making this scene work? Like, why include the word dry?
Because trauma and memory anchor themselves to physical sensations.
Wow.
By having Zuko recall the bizarre concept of a dry liquid, the writers bypass clunky exposition and deliver an authentic, lived-in memory. It grounds the scene in reality.
That makes sense.
But more importantly, this cup of tea acts as a psychological... It unlocks a rare, brutally honest discussion about Zuko's abusive parents.
Right, because Zuko has spent his entire life desperately trying to earn his father's love.
Exactly. And here, he finally admits out loud that he is considering never speaking to them again. He is actively grappling with the trauma of his past and, honestly, the terrifying freedom of cutting those ties completely.
Which leads to Iroh offering a piece of philosophy that I think resonates with anyone who has ever tried to mentor someone. Iroh talks about the nature of making mistakes to protect family. He says, most of the mistakes we made were choices that felt right in the moment. He is trying to offer grace.
He is, but then Zuko pushes back hard.
Oh, he doesn't let him off the hook at all.
Not even a little bit. Zuko asks if Iroh ever chose money over people's lives or power over family, because that is exactly what Zuko's parents did. Zuko refuses to let Iroh gloss over the reality of systemic abuse with a polite platitude.
And that challenge from Zuko forces Iroh into a corner. He can't play the wise, infallible sage anymore.
No, he has to get real.
Which leads to this climactic, heartbreaking monologue. Iroh doesn't offer more philosophy. He offers a profound confession.
Right.
He admits that Zuko was completely justified in being angry with him during their previous arguments. And then Iroh confesses his deepest, most consuming shame.
About Lu Ten.
Yeah, that after his own son, Lu Ten, died in the siege of this very city, Iroh ran from his responsibility. He retreated into his grief. He admits that he didn't stand up to his cruel brother Zuko's father when he saw the abuse happening to Zuko as a child.
Devastating admission.
And the most devastating part of this confession is when Iroh admits why he has been traveling with Zuko all these years. He says, "I've been trying to turn you into the man I hoped Lu Ten would be, instead of helping you become your own."
Ooh.
I mean, that is a crushing realization for any parent or mentor figure to admit out loud. I picture Iroh's parenting style here like a gardener who deeply loves a plant.
Okay, I like this analogy.
But he is desperately trying to force a pine tree to grow into the exact shape of an oak tree he lost in a storm.
Right.
The gardener's doing it out of love, out of a profound desire to replace the oak. But the sheer act of forcing those branches is inherently suffocating to the pine.
That's a beautiful way to look at it.
The true growth can only happen when the gardener finally steps back, stops pruning, and lets the tree grow into whatever shape it is naturally meant to take. And that is the gift Iroh finally gives Zuko here. He tells him to choose his own path, free of legacy, free of expectation.
That analogy captures the psychological mechanics of the scene perfectly. Iroh realizes that his love up to this point has been prescriptive, not unconditional.
Exactly.
By verbally releasing Zuko from the Ghost 10, Iroh is giving Zuko true, unadulterated agency for the first time in his entire life. It is a masterful, quiet character.
It really is.
But as we look at the broader narrative structure, this theme of weaponized trauma versus healed trauma transitions us to another character.
Right, because not everyone gets a wise uncle.
Exactly. Iroh is giving Zuko a choice to heal. But what happens to a kid who is structurally incapable of letting his trauma go? What happens when a child soldier is...
That brings us to our main group's encounter with Jet.
Yes, it does.
So our core group is navigating the lower ring of Ba Sing Se, desperately looking for that spirit scar that was mentioned in the introduction.
Right.
And the lower ring is the impoverished, densely packed slum of the city. It is filled with refugees who have lost absolutely everything to the war. And in this desperate environment, they stumble upon Jet.
Now, for the listener who might need a quick refresher, Jet was previously introduced as a charismatic, highly dangerous rebel leader who lived in the forest.
Yeah, fighting the Fire Nation with extreme, often highly unethical prejudice.
But here, he is in a completely different broken place.
The script paints this stark economic and psychological reality. He isn't leading soldiers anymore. He's reduced to haggling over scrap metal on the street.
Yeah, the dialogue has him calling out rapid-fire prices, 15, 20, 16, 19, 17, and 12.
It is just a desperate hustle for survival.
It is a massive contrast to the confident, dangerous radical the audience left.
Totally. And when the group recognizes him and asks for his help navigating the dangerous lower ring, he flat out refuses. He wants nothing to do with their mission.
And the script really delves into the psychology behind his Jet is absolutely drowning in survivor's guilt. He recounts a brutal ambush where two of his youngest followers, Pipsqueak and the Duke, were killed in act. Jet explicitly states his belief that his actions as a so-called freedom fighter did absolutely nothing but get innocent kids killed.
He has this devastating line in the script. We were kids playing at war, and then a real war came.
Wow.
I know. All of his bravado was completely gone. It had been replaced by a crushing realization of his own mortality and the lethal consequences of his radicalism.
It is a heavy, grounded character beat that attempts to explore the very real PTSD of child soldiers.
Yeah.
However, and this is a big... However, this is precisely where we have to bring our critical source material back in.
Oh, boy. The fan reviewer is back.
Yes, because our passionate fan reviewer has massive fundamental issues with how this entire sequence is executed on screen. Specifically, the reviewer strongly dislikes how the character Katara reacts to seeing Jet in this live-action version.
Right. And the critique here is incredibly specific regarding character consistency.
Let's hear it.
The reviewer points out that in the original animated story, Katara's history with Jet is fraught. I mean, he manipulated her, he used her, and he totally betrayed her trust.
Right, he used her to try and flood a civilian town.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So when she sees him again in the animation, her reaction is immediate, physical, and visceral. The reviewer notes that in the cartoon, she instantly attacks him with her waterbending.
Yeah.
She physically pins him to a brick wall with solid ice, largely because he happens to be holding a missing poster for her lost flying bison, Appa.
It is a highly charged, dynamic, kinetic confrontation. It visually demonstrates her unresolved anger.
But in the live-action script we are analyzing,
Okay.
nothing. That kinetic energy is entirely absent. They just talk. There is no ice. There is no physical combat. There is no immediate threat of violence. And the reviewer absolutely slams the dialogue between Katara and Jet in this new version.
What did the translation say exactly?
The translation describes the scene as incredibly dry, excessively long, and overall just a total bore.
A total bore. Ouch.
The reviewer is genuinely frustrated by the lack of emotional fireworks. So I have to ask you, As the expert, why would a showrunner strip the visual magic out of a fantasy show just to have a conversation?
That's the big question.
Is it just a budget issue with rendering CGI water, or is there a philosophical choice being made here?
Well, it is almost certainly a combination of both.
Okay.
Yes, rendering dynamic, interactive CGI water and ice is incredibly expensive and time-consuming for television schedules. But philosophically, the adaptation is attempting to age up the material.
Age it up.
Yeah. By removing the immediate, visceral bending combat from Katara's reaction, the show is aiming for a more grounded, psychological approach. They are operating under the assumption that prestige television requires mature conversations about trauma, survivor's guilt, and the weight of the war, rather than flashy anime style.
But the reviewer's argument is that in doing so, they completely neuter the emotional reality of the scene.
Right.
They lose the visual pacing that made the original animation a master. Because in animation, a character's internal emotional state is frequently externalized through their powers.
Yeah, the magic is...
Exactly. Katara's anger literally is the ice pinning Jet to the wall. The magic is a metaphor for her emotional state.
Absolutely.
When you take the ice away, whether it's due to budget constraints or a desire to be quote-unquote mature, and you replace it with 3 pages of expositional dialogue, to a purist, it feels like you've drained the lifeblood out of the scene.
You're just left with words.
Yeah. You translated the plot Katara and Jet meet and resolve their issues, but you entirely betrayed the emotional soul of how that meeting should feel.
Precise. And this intense friction between the live-action adapt desire for grounded, converse mechanic and the original animation's reliance on magical logic, well, it only intensifies as Jet finally agrees to help.
Because he takes them to the anomaly.
Right. He leads the group to what they have been searching for the entire episode, the physical anomaly known as the spirit scar.
Okay, let's unpack this spirit scar, because the mechanics here are wild.
They really are.
Jet guides them deep into the desert outside the city to the buried entrance of an ancient library. And the script defines this geographical anomaly through an academic character they meet named Professor Zai.
Zai explains that a spirit scar is a specific coordinate in reality where the veil between the human world and the spirit world has been worn incredibly thin.
And the lore provided in the script is that the curator of this library, a massive spirit named One Sheet, literally ripped his vast repository of knowledge out of...
Yeah, folding it away into the spirit world.
And this violent, multi-dimensional removal left a permanent spiritual wound on the landscape.
The descriptions in the script are wonderfully evocative.
They really are.
Yeah.
One character says the area feels a little haunted.
And another describes the physical sensation of standing there as feeling like walking on thin ice, but the ice...
I absolutely love that line, the ice's existence. It gives this incredible sense of fragility, like the underlying code of reality itself could crack under your boots at any second.
It's fantastic, right?
But while the poetic description is fantastic, the actual mechanical way the characters interact with this spirit scar triggers an absolute meltdown in our fan review.
Oh, a total meltdown. The lore contradiction introduced here is a massive sticking point. It fundamentally alters the rules verse.
Okay, break it down for us. What changed?
So in the script, the main character, Aang, who is the avatar, right, the singular bridge between the human and spirit world, he uses the proximity of the spirit scar to host a group meditation. And through this meditation, he brings his non-avatar friend, Katara and Sokka, directly into the spirit world,
leaving their physical bodies behind in the sand.
Exactly. Their spirits cross over together.
And the reviewer is furious about this mechanical change.
I mean, beyond furious.
The critique asks, with a lot of exclamation points, by the way, why the writers didn't keep the established foundational rule from the original series, which is that only the Avatar has the innate exclusive spiritual ability to cross over into that realm.
Right. Nobody else can just wander in.
The reviewer literally calls this change, and I quote the translation directly here, one of the stupidest things that happened show.
Wow. That is a raw, unvarnished reaction.
It is. But let's think about the structural implications.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a world where anyone can just sit down, cross-legged, meditate near a fuki spot, and project their soul into the spirit world, doesn't it fundamentally devalue the Avatar's unique, godlike role?
It really does.
I look at it like this. Think of the spirit world as an incredibly secure corporate server.
Okay, I'm with you.
The Avatar is the only person on Earth who holds the IT admin decryption key. That exclusivity defines their incredible value and their incredible burden.
Right.
But this adaptation basically rewrites the code so that anyone who happens to be sitting near the server rack can just log in as a guest and browse the files.
That's a great analogy.
It breaks the entire architecture of the system.
It completely flattens the magic system. In fantasy world building, the restrictions and limitations placed on magic are often far more important than the capabilities.
Yes, the limits make it interesting.
Exactly. The original rule that only the Avatar can cross over emphasizes the profound isolation and the unique, lonely spiritual burden of that character.
Yeah.
When you allow the entire ensemble cast to just tag along on a spiritual journey via group meditation, you turn a sacred, isolating, mystical experience into a fun group field trip.
Well, wait, let me defend the showrunners for a second here.
Okay, let's hear it.
From a TV production standpoint, doesn't an ensemble cast need stuff to do? I mean, if only Aang goes into the library for half the episode, you have your highly paid supporting actors just sitting in the sand doing nothing.
That's true.
Isn't this just a necessary evil of television adaptation?
It is absolutely a production choice driven by the needs of an ensemble television cast. You are paying actors, you need to give them screen time and character arcs.
Right.
But you can see why a fan who deeply invested in the original rules of the universe would find this change structurally offensive.
Yeah, I totally get it.
To fix a television pacing problem, the showrunners broke the internal logic of the...
They sacrificed the lore for screen time.
Exactly. And what they find when they cross that threshold into the library only seems to escalate the reviewers' frustrations regarding how this adaptation handles spirit.
So let's head inside the library. The group crosses over, leaving their physical bodies behind, and they enter this vast, ethereal repository of all global knowledge.
And this brings us face to face with one of the most unique and terrifying entities in lore, Wan Shi Tong, the spirit of knowledge.
He takes the physical form of a massive owl and boasts that he literally knows 10,000 things.
Right, which gives us the title of the episode.
The script establishes his motivation very clearly right from the jump. He is strictly, violently anti-war.
Yes.
He states that the library has been off limits to humans ever since firebending spies used the historical knowledge contained within to turn an entire wing of his beloved library to ash.
He believes humanity is infected with ignorance and power.
Right, and that they will inevitably weaponize any knowledge they acquire.
It is a phenomenal thematic setup, but again, the fan critique immediately zeroes in on the visual execution.
Of course they do.
The reviewer notes that while the CGI rendering of Wan Shi Tong looks technically impressive, the feathers, the lighting, the character is significantly less intimidating.
Less intimidating how?
The specific complaint is about scale.
Ah, the size.
Yeah. The reviewer notes that the live-action owl's width, height, and overall mass were drastically reduced. He simply isn't as massive and physically imposing as the anime.
Which diminishes the inherent primal fear he is supposed to instill in the characters in the audience?
Right.
Why shrink the giant scary owl? Is it just that a 50-foot owl looks ridiculous in live action next to a real human actor?
That's a huge part of it. Scale is a highly flexible, powerful tool in animation.
Right, you can draw whatever you want.
Exactly. An animator can make a character fill the entire frame to convey dominance. But translating that impossible scale to a live-action environment with real physical actors often results in something that looks cartoonish or visually disjointed.
Eyelines get weird.
Exactly. Showrunners often shrink CGI creatures to make the eyelines match and to make the interactions feel physically grounded.
But there's a cost.
A huge cost. By shrinking a deity-level spirit to a more manageable physical size, the adaptation inadvertently shrinks his mythological presence. The awe is lost in translation.
And the controversial encounters in this library do not stop with the shrunken owl.
Oh no, they're just getting started.
The script introduces several spiritual anomalies that are entirely unique to this adaptation, and they really upset the apple cart of the lore.
Yeah.
While the group is searching the vast, endless shelves for any tactical information on how to defeat the Fire Nation, Aang breaks off and interacts with a library assistant in the form of a fox.
And Aang asks the fox a deeply tragic, hopeful question. He asks if Yu is there.
Now, Yu was a human girl who became the moon spirit in a previous chapter of the story, and she occasionally takes the form of a white fox.
So Aang is desperately looking for a familiar face, a connection to the people he has lost.
It's a very tender, sad moment, but things get much, much stranger when Aang starts reading the historical journals of a past avatar, an air nomad named Yangshan.
Right. As Aang reads the journal, Yangshan suddenly physically appears in the aisle and begins conversing with him.
Just standing there.
Just standing there. And the fan reviewer has an absolute field day with this directorial choice.
I can imagine.
The reviewer finds it entirely bizarre that Yangshan appears as a normal, living, breathing, physically solid person.
Because they're usually glowing, right?
Exactly. In the established lore of the original series, past avatars typically manifest as glowing, ethereal, blue spirit projections to clearly denote they are visions from beyond the grave.
Right.
The reviewer is baffled as to why she looks like she simply walked off a sound's full cost rather than appearing.
It just looks like a regular conversation in a library.
Yeah. And furthermore, the reviewer complains that the dialogue between Aang and Yangshen, which focuses heavily on dense philosophical concepts regarding trust and the specific mechanics of the avatars, overwhelmingly, quote, dry.
It seems like dry and long is the reviewer's primary criticism for literally any scene where the live-action adaptation tries to insert dense philosophical dialogue in place of visual storytelling.
That is a very fair assessment of.
But if the reviewer was annoyed by Yangshen looking like a regular person, they were absolutely outraged by what happens next.
This is the big.
The script has Toph, the blind earthbending master of the group, wandering a different section of the library and suddenly having a face-to-face encounter with another past avatar, the legendary Kyoshi.
Yeah, and this is where the critique reaches its most explosive, fundamentally broken point.
Tell us about it.
The reviewer is furious, stating emphatically again, translated from Hebrew, she is not the avatar at all.
With multiple exclamation points.
Multiple. The logic here is deeply rooted in Eastern philosophy and the show's core mechanics. Past avatars are past lives of the current avatar. They are reincarnations.
Right, they are literally the same soul.
Exactly. Their spirits reside within Aang's specific soul. Therefore, Toph, a completely separate human being, having a casual chat with Avatar, completely shatters the internal law, entire universe.
It makes no sense.
It is structurally impossible within the rules of the world. The critic even ironically wonders if Katara is going to randomly meet Avatar Karuk next, just wandering down the history aisle looking for a good book.
I mean, you could feel the all-caps energy radiating through that translated review.
You really can.
The adaptation has taken a deeply specific internal spiritual connection, the communion with a past life, and turned it into a historical meet and greet.
Yeah.
So how do you, as an analyst, justify a choice that breaks the rules that badly?
You justify it by looking at the demands of modern television art. It goes back to what we discussed about the spirit scar and the ensemble cast.
Trying to give everyone something to do.
Exact. This adaptation seems fundamentally uncomfortable with the isolating internal nature of the Avatar's spiritual. They want the entire ensemble cast to have equal footing and agency in the narrative.
Right.
So they treat the spirit world less like an exclusive, deeply personal, psychic realm tethered solely to the Avatar's reincarnated soul, and more like a magical haunted house where historical figures can just jump out of books to talk to anyone who happens to be browsing the shelves.
A magical haunted house. That is perfect.
From a television production standpoint, it gives Toph a cool scene with a fan favorite character. But from a lore standpoint, it is a catastrophic demolition of the show's founding mythology.
Catastrophic demolition.
Yeah.
But amidst all these controversial, rule-breaking spirit encounters, the group does actually find the plot-driving information they came for.
They do.
And that brings us to the climax of the episode. The comet, the eclipse, and a genuinely gruesome betrayal.
The narrative stakes skyrocket.
I really do.
During these philosophical conversations in the aisles, a crucial piece of military intelligence through Kyoshi's historical records, the group discovers the exact timeline of a comet that, when it arrived, will vastly empower all firebenders, essentially ensuring their victory in the war.
A ticking clock.
Exact. However, they also discover a critical exploitable. Kyoshi apparently tracked the orbital cycles and found that during a specific solar eclipse, referred to as the Day of Black Sun, firebenders lose their abilities entirely.
They are rendered completely powerless for a few.
Right.
It is the ultimate silver bullet to win the war. I mean, it's the Death Star plans.
It is.
But as always, our reviewer brings a heavy dose of logical pushback to how this information.
Always questioning the logic.
The critic questions the very premise of this discovery. They ask how Avatar Kyoshi could possibly know about the specific combative effects this comet has on fire, considering she lived many generations before the Air Nomad Genocide,
Right.
which is the historical event where the comet was first famously weaponized by the Fire Nation. If the comet hadn't been used for industrialized war during her lifetime, why was she tracking its combative effects on firebending so closely in her personal diary?
It is an incredibly valid, hyper-specific nitpick regarding the timeline and the flow of historical information within the universe.
It feels like a plot hole.
It heavily suggests that the writers simply needed a vehicle to deliver this massive exposition dump to the audience, and they used Kyoshi's journal as a convenient prop without fully auditing the chronological logic.
Right, without asking if she would actually possess that specific weaponized data.
But regardless of how clumsy the delivery mechanism is, the character's reaction to finding this intelligence is what triggers the explosive climax.
Sokka.
Thrilled by the discovery of the eclipse, he loudly and excitedly declares that they are going to use this information to defeat the Fire Nation once and for all.
And who happens to be standing right there in the shadows?
The giant owl.
The giant owl. Wan Shi Tong overhears Sokka's loud declaration of war. He instantly realizes the group lied to his face when they promised not to use the library's knowledge for military purposes.
But it wasn't just an accidental slip of the tongue by a teenager.
No, it gets worse.
Professor Zai, the academic scholar who guided them to the library in the first place, reveals that he actively ratted them out.
He snitched.
He told Wan Shi Tong about their true intentions in exchange for being allowed to stay in the library and access its knowledge for all eternity.
It is a classic, deeply selfish betrayal driven entirely by academic obsession.
But the adaptation handles the fallout of this betrayal in a way that is radically different from the source.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, it is deeply shocking. Wan Shi Tong doesn't just banish them from the premise. He turns his massive avian head to Professor Zai and states that because Zai used the knowledge to actively harm his friends, he will be the first to pay the price.
And
then the script indicates that Wan Shi Tong literally eats the professor alive.
He eats him. The spirit of knowledge turns into a Jurassic Park monster movie villain in 3 seconds flat.
Just completely consumes him.
And our reviewer is just completely taken aback by this. They call this change disgusting and totally unexpected.
Yeah, they were not ready for that.
The reviewer points out that in the original animated series, Professor Zai simply chose to stay behind in the library peaceful as it physically sank back into the spirit world.
Right. He essentially died doing what he loved, reading books in the dark.
It was a quiet tragedy. You even see his intact, peaceful skeleton still sitting in a reading chair in the sequel series, The Legend of Korra.
The divergence in tone here, absolutely.
It really is.
In the original animation, the professor's fate is a tragic, slightly beautiful, poignant commentary on the all-concern of obsession. He sacrifices his life for pure, unadulterated knowledge.
Yeah.
In this live-action adaptation, his fate is a punitive, gory execution by a predator.
It completely shifts the genre of the entire show.
It does.
You go from a high fantasy, coming-of-age adventure story to outright survival horror in the span of one single scene.
A huge tonal whiplash.
Turning a tragic, obsessive scholar into a literal snack for a giant bird fundamentally changes the DNA of the story. It makes a spirit world feel less like a place of ethereal mystery and philosophical weight and more like a meat grinder.
And that abrupt genre shift into survival horror continues directly into the immediate chaotic fallout of the library's collapse, which brings us to our final section.
The tragic exit.
The library begins to physically crumble around them, sinking back into the spiritual realm as Wan Shi Tong aggressively attacks the group.
The kids are forced to flee, leading to a desperate, chaotic escape sequence.
And here we see the dramatically altered fate of Jet.
Ah, right, Jet.
Jet makes a definitive, final choice. He decides to stay behind and physically fight the enraged Wan Shi Tong so the younger kids can escape. He says, "I'll distract him," effectively sacrificing his life against this massive ancient spirit.
And the fan critique hates this change with the fiery passion of 1,000 suns.
They despise it.
The reviewer questions why the writers felt the need to have Jet fight a giant owl spirit instead of meeting his original fate.
Right, let's provide context for that. In the animated series, Jet's demise occurs deep within the bowels of the city of Basay at the hands.
The corrupt politician we discussed earlier.
Exactly. It is a deeply political, messy death, rooted entirely in the corruption of the human world he was so desperately trying to expose.
So the reviewer's anger here is completely justified from a structural and thematic analysis standpoint.
Changing the location and the mechanism of Jet's death fundamentally altered character. In the original narrative, Jet is a casualty of human corruption. He is crushed by the very systemic oppression he fought so violently.
It is a tragically fitting end.
But by having him die as a distraction against an angry spirit bird in a mystical library, he becomes a casualty of a fantasy set.
It strips away the thematic resonance of his entire journey as a flawed, radicalized freedom fighter.
In the original, he dies in a political thriller. In the adaptation, he dies in a monster. The tragedy isn't just that he died, it's that the adaptation fundamentally misunderstood what genre his character belonged. It gives him a generic action hero death, but robs him of a meaningful narrative resolution.
That is a brilliant way to put it. It's like taking a character from a gritty John le Carré spy novel and having them die by falling into a volcano in a Lord of the Rings movie.
Exactly. It just doesn't fit the themes of their life.
But Jet's mismatched sacrifice isn't the only devastating loss the group suffers during this chaotic escape.
No.
The kids manage to get out of the spirit scar just in time, their spirits returning to their physical bodies in the desert, only to find Toph standing alone in the sand. The group had left their massive flying bison, Appa, with Toph, to guard the physical entrance to the library.
Now, we need to emphasize that Appa is not just a pet or a vehicle.
No, he is a sky bison. He is Aang's oldest friend, his spiritual animal guide, and the sole remaining living tie to his extinct the air nomads.
The bond between an avatar and their animal guide is symbiotic.
Yeah. And Toph reveals the devastating news. She says simply, some people came in, they took him.
She explains that she tried to use her earthbending to hold off the physically sinking library to save the kids inside, and because she was holding up an entire building, she was unable to stop the kidnappers from taking Appa.
It is a gut-wrenching, impossible scenario. Aang has lost his home, his entire civilization, his mentor, and now his absolute best friend and spiritual tether is stolen by unknown forces while he was powerless in another realm.
The emotional gravity of this moment should be absolute world-ending devastation.
This is the moment the sky should literally fall.
But bringing in our final piece of critique, the reviewer points out a massive glaring flaw in the execution of Aang.
Oh, the reaction.
The reviewer explicitly states that Aang's reaction in the live-action footage is jarringly stoic.
Stoic. In that moment.
The critic says he doesn't look panicked enough. He possesses what they call a
poker face. Wow.
In the narrative architecture of the show, this specific loss is supposed to act trigger. It is supposed to push Aang into a transition into the avatar state, a manifestation of pure, uncontrolled, devastating emotional and spiritual power that literally alters the weather and the landscape around him.
Right.
But because the live-action actor's face remains relatively blank and composed leading up to it, the reviewer feels this apocalyptic magical transition is completely unbelievable and emotionally
I see this constantly in adaptation. How do you lose the emotion in the most pivotal scene of the season? How does a director let that happen?
It is one of the most notoriously difficult challenges in translating stylized animation to live action.
Why is that?
In animation, an artist can draw absolute, unbridled, ugly. They can distort the character's facial features, widen the eyes unnaturally, and use dynamic, warped framing and harsh colors to scream the character's internal agony directly into the viewer's brain.
Right, the medium allows for extreme expression.
Exactly. Live-action actors, however, are constrained by human anatomy, and more importantly, by a director's modern sensibilities regarding subtlety.
Subtle.
Often, a director in prestige television will tell a young actor to underplay, react, to internalize the grief, to make it feel more real or grounded.
But that doesn't work here.
No. In a high fantasy setting, where the character's emotions literally mechanically control the magic system, underplaying a reaction can completely deflate a scene's intended gravity.
Because if the audience doesn't see world-ending grief on the actor's face, they cannot justify the world-ending magical storm that follows.
The physical restraint breaks the magical logic.
It all circles back to the core conflict we have been uncovering, layer by layer, throughout this entire deep. If we try to synthesize everything we have discussed, from the flashy blue fire ambush that ruins a stealth mission, to Katara's exposition dialogue replacing her kinetic ice, to the spirit world becoming a public meet and greet for the ensemble cast, right down to Aang's muted, prestige TV reaction to losing his soulmate, we see a very clear, undeniable pattern.
The pattern is a desperate desire for a very specific type of modern television aesthetic.
Yeah.
This live-action adaptation consistently tries to make the story more grounded, more gritty, and more tangibly interconnected for an older demographic.
They want it to be prestige TV.
They want all the actors to be involved in the spirit library so no one is left out. They want the spirit owl to be a literal flesh-eating monster for shock value. They want political assassinations to feature explosive fire for the trailer.
But in their attempt to build this specific type of mature, interconnected prestige television, they systematically dismantle the unique mechanics of the world.
And in doing so, they fundamentally alienate the core fans who cherish the specific lore rules, the highly charged emotional pacing, and the original thematic character fates that made the source material a masterpiece.
It brings us right back to you, the listener. When we consume adaptations of the stories we hold closest to our heart, what are we actually looking for?
That's the million-dollar question.
Are we demanding a pure, one-to-one translation, a literal recreation of every single frame, knowing it might look goofy in live action? Or are we genuinely willing to accept new rules, new interpretations, and new genres, even if they explicitly break the old architectural rules we loved?
It is a difficult question with no easy.
But I want to leave you with one final provocative thought to mull over today. We spent a lot of time talking about Wan Shi Tong's library, a place where knowledge is perfectly, immaculately preserved on a shelf, but explicitly forbidden from ever being used in the real world. If knowledge is just locked away, perfectly pristine, but never interacting with the messy, unpredictable reality of human emotion and action, is it truly knowledge, or is it just a tomb?
And if we apply that exact logic to the art of adaptation, if a writer preserves the literal plot points of a beloved story, a meeting in a lower ring, a trip to a buried library, the loss of an animal companion, but they completely change the emotional reactions, the magic systems, and the underlying themes of those moments to fit a modern TV schedule, have they actually preserved the story at all?
Or do they just translate the words and leave the soul behind?
You know, when we think about a structure failing, like under immense pressure, we usually expect this huge, violent explosion.
Right, like a bridge collapsing.
Yeah, exactly. We picture a sealed pipe bursting or a bridge suddenly giving way. It's immediate, it's catastrophic, and, well, the cause and effect are totally obvious.
You can just look at the rubble and see exactly what went wrong.
Exactly. You look at it and say, well, the pressure got too high and boom. But when you look at human psychology, especially a really tight-knit group of people under extreme, unrelenting stress, it's rarely an explosion.
It's usually much quieter than that.
Yeah, it's this slow, agonizing unraveling. You get these microscopic, basically invisible fractures that you don't even see until the whole thing just crumbles to dust right in your hands.
And that invisible fracturing is exactly what we are looking at today.
It is. Because you, our listener, have handed us a truly fascinating stack of sources for the dive.
It's a really unique mix of material.
It really is. You've brought us script excerpts from what appears to be a very specific, maybe altered or live-action adaptation of Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Specifically an episode titled The Parable of the Two Dragons.
Right. But you didn't just give a script, which is cool enough on its own. You paired this narrative text with some incredibly sharp, totally unvarnished viewer critiques.
And these were originally written in Hebrew, right?
Yeah, we had them translated. And they absolutely tear into the execution of this very same script.
Which honestly creates a magnificent contrast for us to explore today.
Oh, completely.
Because our mission today is not to just, summarize a plot. We're going to put this narrative on the operating table and really examine its anatomy.
Get right in there.
Exactly. We need to look at how these characters fracture under that invisible pressure you just mentioned. We're going to dive into the incredibly dark mechanics of political gaslight.
Which is so intense, Script.
It really is. And we'll explore the profound, almost philosophical tension between vengeance and forgiveness.
Yeah.
And crucially, because of the critiques provided by you, our listener, we really have to examine where the execution of these grand, ambitious ideas completely falls flat for the audience watching.
Right, because there is a massive gap. On paper, the blueprint of the story is dealing with profound trauma, grief, and high-level government corruption.
Heavy.
Super heavy. But then we read the viewer critiques, and they are pointing out glaring structural flaws.
Incredibly dry dialogue.
Yes, and continuity errors that totally break the established lore, plus character choices that just left them baffled.
So our job today is to bridge that gap. We have to figure out the difference between what this story is trying to do conceptually and what it's actually doing to the viewer.
Right, and to do that, I think we have to start right in the center of the blast.
Their breaking point.
Exact. We need to look at our heroes, Team Avatar, right at their absolute emotional break.
We're basically dropping into the aftermath of a massive disaster in a sprawling desert.
It's so bleak. Lang, the Avatar, the kid who is literally supposed to save the world, utterly devastated.
This giant flying bison, Appa, is missing.
Stolen, which is so much worse. Appa is basically his lifelong animal companion and his only link to his lost culture, and he's just gone.
And on top of that, the script mentions this desperate, terrifying escape from a sinking library.
Oh man, the library scene.
Right, and a character named Jet seemingly sacrificed himself so the rest could get away.
Yeah, the dialogue immediately paints a picture of absolute unmitigated chaos. These are kids who have barely escaped with their lives.
And the psychological toll is instantly apparent, especially with Toph.
Yeah, Toph, the blind Earthbender of the group, she is carrying this immense, just crushing guilt.
Another character explicitly states that Jet didn't make it out so they could escape, and Toph's immediate response is to agonize over her own physical limitations.
Right, she says something like she should have held it open longer.
Exactly. She's referring to the massive sinking library structure. She was trying to physically support it with her earthbending.
Which is insane to even attempt.
It is. She is internalizing the trauma, taking responsibility for a situation that was completely impossible for one person to control.
And then you look at Aang's reaction to this trauma, and it is so hard to read.
It really is a drastic shift for him.
Right. Because if you know this character, Aang is usually the optimistic, goofy, hopeful core of the group.
The heart of the team.
Yeah, but here, he is completely shut down.
When Katara tries to gently talk about a practical plan, like going to the Earth King in the city of Ba Sing Se to get help, finding Aang just snaps.
He totally cuts her off. He says, there's only one plan now. Find Appa. I don't care about anything.
He is entirely consumed by this single agonizing.
The fate of the world doesn't matter anymore to him.
From a psychological standpoint, this is a highly realistic depiction of acute grief.
Really, like just shutting everything else out.
Absolutely. When a human being experiences a sudden, profound traumatic loss, their worldview narrows incredibly fast.
Like tunnel vision.
Exactly. The peripheral vision simply vanished. The overarching global war they are fighting, the safety of the remaining friends standing right next to him, all of that becomes white noise.
Just white noise compared to the loss of Appa.
Right. The mind cannot process the macro-level stakes when the micro-level pain is that severe.
Wow.
But the danger here isn't just Aang's internal grief. The danger is how that grief begins to project outward.
Which is where those microscopic fractures in the team's foundation really start to spread, because they don't just sit quietly in their sadness.
No, they don't.
Later in the script, after their broader political plans in the city completely fall apart, the tension finally snaps. They turn on each other in the most vicious, intimate way possible.
It's really hard to watch.
Aang completely lashes out, and he doesn't just yell about the general situation. He gets specific. He targets them.
He knows exactly what to say to hurt them.
Right. He accuses Katara of stealing and hiding her actions. He attacks Toph by bringing up the fact that her estranged parents are wealthy elites who build weapons for their enemies, the Fire Nation.
And Sokka, too.
Yeah. He goes after Sokka, accusing him of collaborating with a spy.
He is systematically weaponizing their deepest insecurities and secrets again. It's not just a blind rage.
Feels calculated.
It's a strategic dismantling of his own support system. He is finding the most painful, sensitive button on each of his friends and pressing it as hard as he can.
Push them away.
Exactly. It's a defense mechanism.
Mm-hmm.
If he pushes them away first, they can't be taken from him the way Appa will.
Okay, reading this sequence, I couldn't help but think of a family road trip that has gone spectacularly. You know that.
Oh, definitely.
You're in a cramped car, the air conditioning is broken, you missed the crucial highway exit, and suddenly, instead of just being mad about the exit, everyone is bringing up stuff from 5 years ago.
It's never just about the missed exit.
Never. It's always, well, you always do this, you never listen, or this is just like the time you lied about the credit card bill.
Right.
It's that kind of deeply intimate collateral damage fighting where you use your deep knowledge of a person to hurt. But here, instead of fighting over a missed exit in a minivan, the stakes are the fate of the entire world.
I think the road trip analogy holds up perfectly, particularly because of the element of confinement.
Trapped in the car.
Exactly. On a road trip, you are physically trapped.
Yeah.
For Team Avatar, they are trapped by their shared destiny.
Oh, right.
They are the only people who truly understand the burden of this war, which means they are the only people who can truly hurt each other this deeply.
That is so sad, but so true.
But looking at this critically, we have to ask a structural question. Does this dialogue feel like a natural trauma response, or does it feel like forced conflict artificially inserted by the writers to generate drama?
That is the exact question. And it's where we need to bring in the first of our provided viewer.
The Hebrew translation.
Right. In a piece we've translated as Rift in the Desert, the reviewer explicitly calls out how unexpected and jarring the fight was to watch.
They really didn't like it.
Not at all. They wrote that they did not expect this level of infighting, and they felt incredibly bad for Toph specifically.
Toph really takes the brunt.
She does. The critic points out what they see as a glaring, unacceptable injustice. Aang literally tells Toph that he doesn't need her solely because Appa was kidnapped while she was on watch.
And the critic highlights the exact contextual reason why this moment alienates the audience. Toph had just saved the entire group from the sinking library.
Literally moments before.
Yes, she was physically holding up a massive, sinking architectural structure in the middle of a shifting desert to ensure Aang and the others could escape.
Which is incredible.
The entire reason she couldn't stop the thieves from taking Appa was because she was using every ounce of her strength to keep her friends alive.
Yes. She was literally choosing their lives over the bite. And how does Aang repay that?
With pure cruelty.
He looks at her and says, I may be blind, but you guys don't see me at all. And then he tells her, go ahead. Leave. It's not like I need you anymore.
It is so incredibly hard.
It really is. The critic is basically screaming at the screen saying, wait a minute, she literally just sacrificed everything to save your lives, and you're treating her like she's a disposable tool.
This reaction from the viewer touches on a very delicate balance in narrative writing. It's about the limits of protagonist sympathy.
Explain that a bit.
Well, we are conditioned by almost all media to root for the hero. We want to understand them and forgive their mistakes.
Sure.
But when a hero acts out of trauma and inflicts severe, unjustified pain on a beloved secondary character, especially one who has just performed a massive, heroic sacrifice. The audience's loyalty is severely tested.
They turn on the hero.
Exact. The critic's frustration stems from the fact that Aang's darkness in this scene pushes him past being sympathetically flawed.
And right into being actively unliked.
Precisely. To the viewer, it feels like a betrayal not just of Toph as a character, but of the audience's fundamental understanding of who Aang is supposed to be.
But wait, I want to push back on that a little bit. Isn't that the point of exploring trauma in a story?
How do you mean?
Well, if Aang just lost his best friend and acted totally rational and fair to everyone, wouldn't that feel fake? Doesn't trauma make people ugly and unfair in real life?
It absolutely does. Trauma is rarely polite. The psychological mechanism of lashing out at the people who are safest to lash out at because subconsciously you know they won't abandon you is very real.
So the writers got it right, psychologically.
Yet, however, television is not just reality, it's constructed reality. The writer's job is to portray that ugly reality without completely severing the emotional bond between the audience and the protagonist.
I see.
If the cruelty feels disproportionate, or if the show doesn't provide enough immediate framing to remind the audience of the internal pain driving that cruelty, the viewer will reject the scene.
So it's about the execution.
Right. The critic here isn't saying trauma shouldn't be explored. They are saying the specific dialogue chosen for Aang crossed a line that made them resent him rather than pity him.
It felt forced.
To them, it felt like the writers prioritized maximum dramatic friction over character consistency.
That makes total sense. You want to excuse his behavior because he's a traumatized kid, but the specific wording saying, "I don't need you anymore," is just too sharp a knife.
It cuts too deep.
And the tragic irony of this entire blow-up is that Aang is doing exactly what their enemies want him to do. He's isolating himself.
Which leaves them all vulnerable.
Exactly. Which is actually the perfect transition because we really need to look at how they ended up in this miserable, defeated place, yelling at each other in the first place.
Because it didn't happen on a battlefield?
No, it was in a throne room. So how did they get outmaneuvered so badly?
To understand that, we have to look at the massive tonal shift in the script. The narrative moves from the raw, elemental survival of the desert into a completely different theater of war.
The big city.
Yes, Bouncing Say. It's a clash between juvenile tactics and adult realpolitik within this massive Earth Kingdom city.
It is a staggering contrast.
It really is. It highlights the deeply cynical, layered manipulations of a corrupt adult government versus the naive worldview of children.
The whiplash. And honestly, nothing highlights that youthful naivete better than Sokka's frantic brainstorming session.
Oh, Sokka's plan.
Sokka is established as the idea guy for the group, the strategist, but the script shows him desperately pitching these borderline absurd, cartoonish plans to break into the Earth King's palace.
They need to warn the king about the war, right?
Yeah, the stakes are literally apocalyptic, cities are falling, and Sokka is pitching ideas that belong in a...
The disparity between the existential threat they face and his proposed solutions is almost tragicomic. It really underscores just how young they actually are.
Exactly. I mean, first, Sokka pitches disguising themselves as moving pillars.
Moving pillars.
It's like walking architectural columns, hoping the palace guards won't notice the architecture shuffling down the hallway.
That's hilarious.
And when the group rightfully shoots that down, he suggests they dress up as the Kyoshi warriors.
The all-female fighting force.
Right. For the listener who might not know, they are an elite force from a specific island, known for their very iconic makeup and armor. Sokka thinks this will work just because he heard a rumor they would.
It's such kid logic.
But my absolute favorite, the one that really shows you the desperate child logic at play, is Sokka's lemur.
Oh, please explain the lemur plan.
He legitimately suggests sending Momo, their little flying pet lemur, into the palace courtyard. Then, Toph and Aang would hide in the bushes behind Momo and use their Earthbending.
Wait, what's the goal there?
The goal is to make the highly trained palace guards think that this small, furry lemur is a powerful earthbender.
You're kidding.
No. He thinks it'll confuse them so much that the team can just sneak by while the guards are distracted by the magic lemur.
It is a brilliant, albeit humorous, illustration of their strategic immaturity. They are fighting a global industrialized world war, but their tactical playbook is still heavily influenced by playground logic and distraction pranks.
Yeah, they're trying to apply the rules of a children's game to a geopolitical crisis.
And it doesn't work.
Well, what's wild is that they eventually settle on a plan that is only slightly less ridiculous, but it actually works.
Oh, really? What do?
They find these giant wooden wine casks. meant for a royal palace delivery. Toph and Aang use their earthbending to manipulate the structure of the casks, creating a false floor inside.
Ah, Trojan horse.
Exactly, a classic rudimentary Trojan horse maneuver. The kids cram themselves underneath and the wine sits on top, and incredibly, they get smuggled right past the guards and into the heart of the palace.
But getting into the physical palace was always going to be the easy part, relatively speaking.
Right.
The real insurmountable challenge is navigating the political theater once they are inside. Because when they finally kick their way out of those wine casks and get their grand audience with King Kui, they don't find a hardened military commander ready to mobilize an army. They find a man completely, willfully insulated from reality.
Insulated is putting it so mild. Aang bursts into the throne room, panting, ready to deliver this dire warning about the impending apocalypse, the fall of major allied cities, the encroaching Fire Nation army.
He's ready to sound the alarm.
And how does King Crew, the ruler of the largest city in the world, respond? He completely ignores the military threat and changes the subject to bot.
It's a stunning deflection. It's basically a masterclass in aggressive avoidance.
Kui literally looks at Aang and says, "Oh yes, the Avatar. I hear you've been doing good work in the lower city, comforting the sick, providing spiritual..."
He frames the Avatar not as a military asset, but as a local charity worker.
Yeah. And then, without missing a beat, he immediately asks Aang if he knows the Hanging Gardens of the Western Air Temple.
Why would he ask that?
Because Kui desperately wants to see a specific flower called the Silver Amaranth. He casually mentions that he hasn't seen a Sprite Lily in quite a while either.
If we pull back and analyze this, Kui's obsession with his garden isn't just a quirky, eccentric character trait written for comedic relief.
Deeper than that.
Much deeper. It is a profound structural metaphor for a very specific, dangerous type of political leadership. Kui represents a leader who is actively, consciously choosing comforting aesthetics over ugly reality.
The garden.
Exactly. The garden is controlled, it is beautiful, every leaf is where it should be. The war, by contrast, is messy, brutal, chaotic.
And most importantly, it is happening outside his massive city walls.
Right. By aggressively focusing on flowers when a child is screaming about war, Kui is maintaining a psychological fortress. He is using willful ignorance as a shield.
And Aang actually tries to work within the king's bizarre framework. Aang tells him, look, walls don't keep weeds out forever.
That's a clever way to phrase it.
And to make the flowers thrive, a gardener actually has to pay attention, get their hands dirty, and pull the... It's a really desperate attempt by Aang to speak the king's language, to force him to see the war through the lens of bot.
But it is ultimately a futile effort.
Yeah.
Because the underlying truth of Kui's character is that he doesn't want to pull.
He just wants the pretty flower.
He wants someone else to manage the dirt, the grime, and the violence so he can retain the privilege of just looking at the blossoms. He wants the title of king without the burden of rulership.
And unfortunately for Team Avatar, the person who has been more than happy to manage the dirt for him is Long Feng.
Ah, Long Feng.
Oh, Long Feng. This brings us to what I genuinely think is the most chilling, well-written part of the script. We get to witness an absolute masterclass in political gaslighting.
He is a terrifying antagonist.
Because Long Feng doesn't just walk into the throne room and say, "Your Majesty, the Avatar is lying." That would be a debate. And Long Feng doesn't do debates.
No, he does something much worse.
Instead, he systematically, surgically destroys the credibility of every single member of the team right in front of the king, leaving them entirely defenseless.
And the mechanism he uses to do this is what makes him so effective. He doesn't invent lies out of whole cloth.
Because lies can be disproven.
Exactly. A complete fabrication is fragile. Instead, Long Feng takes actual grains of truth, verifiable facts, and he twists the context until they form a completely new, devastating narrative. He weaponizes their own secrets against them.
Let's actually break down these accusations because they are brilliantly evil in their construction.
Let's do it.
First, he goes after Katara. He tells the king that Katara had stolen some golden medals from the palace grounds.
But there's context for that, right?
Yes. We, the audience, and Aang know the context. Katara took those medicinal plants to help a sick child down in the impoverished lower rings of the city.
So it was an act of charity.
But Long Feng strips away that context. He tells the king that Katara took advantage of his royal hospitality, donned a disguise, and was caught fleeing the scene of a violent riot in the lower ring.
Wow. He frames her not as a healer, but as a dangerous political agitator stirring up class warfare.
Yep.
It's highly effective because the physical facts are indisputable. Did she take the nettles? Yes. Was she in a disguise? Yes. Was she present during unrest in the lower ring? Yes. He takes an act of unauthorized charity and paints it as treasonous sedition.
It's so twisted. Then he pivots to Toph. He brings up her surname, the Beifong family, who are incredibly wealthy industrialists.
Right, her parents.
Long Feng tells the king that his intelligence sources say the Beifongs have been secretly manufacturing advanced war machines for the Fire Nation.
That's a massive accusation.
He specifically mentions these machines were used against the Northern Water Tribe, which is a major allied nation. And then Long Feng implies that Toph, simply by being a Beifong, is part of this massive treasonous conspiracy.
This specific accusation is particularly insidious because it leverages class guilt and historical family ties.
Even though she hates her family.
Exactly. We know Toph ran away and estranged herself from her parents precisely because she didn't fit into their elite world. But Long Feng uses the mere existence of her bloodline to paint her as a fifth columnist, a wealthy trader waiting to open the city gates from the inside.
And Sokka doesn't escape either. Long Feng tells the king that Sokka is a known collaborator with Sai, the Fire Nation spy.
Using his past against.
He brings up a past event and implies Sokka concocted a false story about an assassination attempt on the king of Amashu.
Another allied city.
Yep.
Again, he takes a complex, chaotic previous encounter that the team barely survived and flattens it into an official accusation of espionage and treason.
Wait, I'm confused though. If I'm King Kwei and this bureaucrat is making these massive claims about espionage and treason, shouldn't I just say, okay, show me the proof?
You would think so.
Right. If these lies are built on half-truths, wouldn't a basic investigation clear the team's names? Why doesn't the king fact-check him?
That is the crucial question. And it goes right back to the psychology of King Clay that we established with the garden.
The willful ignorance.
Exactly. Quay is experiencing immense cognitive dissonance. The Avatar is telling him that his entire world is on the brink of violent destruction. Long Feng is telling him that the Avatar is just a puppet for thieves and spies, and that the city is actually perfectly safe.
So Quay just picks the easier story.
Quay doesn't ask for proof, because he wants Long Feng to be right. A thorough investigation would require Quay to face the messy, ugly reality he has spent his life avoiding.
Ah, I get it.
Long Feng understands this perfectly. He doesn't need to prove these accusations beyond a shadow of a doubt in a court of law. He only needs to provide Quay with enough plausible doubt to paralyze his decision-making.
And he throws one final log on the fire just to make sure the doubt is He casually mentions that the team was the last group seen with a man named Professor Zai, who is now missing.
The library professor.
Yes. And he says the Dai Li, which, for our listener, is the terrifying, shadowy secret police force of Ba Sing Se, are investigating the team for his possible murder.
He framed these kids for murder.
He literally looks at the king and asks, how could we possibly trust the Avatar when his companions have shown themselves enemies of the Earth?
It is a flawless execution of political survival. Long Feng creates such a thick, suffocating smoke screen of suspicion, thief, traitor, spy, murderer that the king eagerly seizes upon.
It's exactly what Quay wanted.
In a systemic bureaucracy where the absolute leader prefers the comfort of his garden, giving him a bureaucratic justification to stay in that garden is the ultimate victory. Long Feng provides Quay with the official paperwork to excuse his own cowardice.
Which brings us full circle to the explosive fallout we talked about at the very beginning. Because Long Feng's lies are so deeply rooted in actual secrets, like Katara really did gout, Toph's parents really are problematic that when the team is physically thrown out of the palace, they turn that newly planted suspicion.
They do the work for him.
Aang uses the exact same ammunition. Long Feng didn't just defeat them politically, he planted the psychological that tore their friendship apart.
It is psychological warfare, executed without a single punch being thrown.
But Long Feng, for all his brilliant bureaucratic cunning and his mastery over a king, is about to encounter a completely different kind of apex predator.
Yes, he is.
Because gaslighting only works on people who are afraid of the truth.
Exactly. Long Feng's bureaucratic gaslighting works perfectly on King Quay, but it completely shatters when he tries it on someone who actually understands raw power.
Which leads us to a fascinating shift in the script, moving from the philosophy of manipulation to the philosophy of absolute dominance. Let's talk about Azula.
The transition from Long Feng's subtle, quiet manipulation throne room to his direct confrontation with Azula in the prison cells is jarring.
It's like two different worlds colliding.
Long Feng is accustomed to dealing with people he can outmaneuver with paperwork, whispers, and the threat of the Dai Li secret. He operates in the shadow.
And Azula.
Azula operates on an entirely different, far more volatile frequency.
I absolutely love the setup of this scene. Azula is locked in a literal prison cell. She is completely at Long Feng's mercy physically. He holds all the keys.
Right.
And yet she is utterly unfazed. She owns the room. Long Feng walks in and tries to play his usual games, acting aloof, pretending he doesn't know exactly who she is or how dangerous she is.
And how does she respond?
She just immediately names his co-conspirators. She rattles them off: General Sun, General C2, Lieutenants Ketri, Kim, and Jing.
Oh, wow.
She drops the names of his secret allies like she's reading a grocery list, proving instantly that she has already mapped out his entire network from inside a cave.
She strips away his plausible deniability in seconds. She establishes that his shadows cannot hide him from her. And when Long Feng tries to regain control of the conversation by threatening that she'll be dead before he even makes a decision about her fate, she counters not with a personal defense, but with a threat of overwhelming, catastrophic military.
Which is so Azula.
She calmly states that she has 20,000 elite firebenders ready to level the city wall and burn the entire infrastructure.
And Long Feng tries to act like his Earthbending army can handle that threat. But Azula doesn't argue military tactics. She attacks his core identity.
She goes right for the jugular.
She delivers this absolutely devastating insult. She looks at this man who has manipulated his way to controlling the largest city in the world, and she tells him she knows exactly what
does she say?
She says he comes from nothing, from the dirt, so he's had to claw and connive his way to power. He is a scavenger. But she claims that true power, the divine right to rule, is something you are born with. It's in her blood.
This is a fundamental clash of ideologies. Long Feng represents power acquired through systemic manipulation, patience, and relentless grinding climb. It's an acquired power.
Like a self-made villain.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But Azula represents power as an inherent, unquestionable state of being. She views his ambition as pathetic, the desperate scrambling of a peasant trying to wear a crown. She views her own authority as a force of nature, a natural law that cannot be debated or manipulated.
She literally calls him second best right to his face, pointing out that his entire empire is completely dependent on lies and the whims of an absent, foolish monarch, whereas she, in her mind, controls the avatar, the ultimate.
It's a total dominance display that shrinks Long Feng in his own prison.
It really. But she doesn't stop there. She later expands on this terrifying worldview in a scene with her allies Mei and Tai Li, and this is where we get to the actual title of the episode.
The Parable of the Two Dragons.
Yes. We need to unpack this fable she tells, because the writers clearly intended it to be the central thematic thesis of her methodology and the episode.
So what is the parable?
Azula gathers her friends and tells this bedtime story about a time when the world was young and two dragons were born from the exact same egg.
Okay.
You have Higashi, who emerged massive, powerful, and terrifying. And you have his brother, Yoshu, who was born weak, small, and frail. Right. Yoshu had to learn to hunt, to struggle, and to scrape in the dirt just to survive day by day. Meanwhile, the massive Higashi didn't hunt at all. He just sat back, waited for Yoshu to make a kill, and then effortlessly stole whatever Yoshu...
So he's a parasite.
Basically. Higashi became the lord of all dragons, completely unearned, based entirely on his physical size and his willingness to...
The deep festering resentment between the two brothers is the core emotional engine of the parable. It's a story about the perceived injustice of natural hierarchy.
Right, so the story comes to a boiling. One day, the smaller, hard-working dragon, Yoshu, manages to kill a great beast. He drags it back to a cave to finally eat.
But Higashi finds him.
Of course, Higashi finds him, violently steals the food right out of his mouth, eats his fill, and then fully satiated and arrogant Higashi falls fast.
He's completely vulnerable.
Exactly. This is Yoshu's singular moment. He has the opportunity to finally take his revenge on the brother who has tormented him his whole life.
But Yoshu hesitates.
He hesitates. He looks at his sleeping brother and pauses. And in that brief moment of hesitation, Higashi's eyes snap. He wakes up, sees his weaker brother standing over him with the intent to kill, and without a second thought, Higashi effortlessly slaughters.
That is brutal. What is Azula's takeaway?
Her takeaway is insane. She says the smaller dragon didn't regret hating his brother. His only regret, in his dying moment, was not killing him while he slept.
Wow.
The absolute lesson of the story, she tells her friends, is to strike down your enemy completely when you have the chance. And she makes it terrifyingly clear that she sees herself as Higashi, and she plans to apply this exact lesson to her own brother, Zuko, who she is hunting.
From a literary standpoint, it perfectly illustrates her worldview. Mercy is not a virtue. Mercy is a fatal biological flaw.
Hesitation equals death.
Exactly. Only absolute, unwavering ruthlessness guarantees survival in her. Thematically, you can see exactly what the writers were trying to do. It's a very strong piece of character depth.
Thematically, sure, it makes sense on paper, but execution-wise, when this actually translated, this is where we have to bring in our second major...
The critique of Azula's monologue.
Because the audience was not impressed by this thematic brilliance. In a review we've titled The Critique of Azula's Monologue, the viewer absolutely eviscerates the specifics.
The critique is quite scathing, isn't it? It points to a severe disconnect between writer intention and audience reception.
It is brutal. The reviewer complained that this story about the two dragons was incredibly dry, excessively long, and painful to watch.
Boring is the worst sin in television.
They wrote that this specific monologue is symptomatic of mediocre, clunky dialogue throughout the entire. They are openly wondering in their review if the writers are simply incapable of making these philosophical monologues.
Like, is this the best they can do?
Yeah, asking verbatim if this dry exposition is the best way they have to write.
This critique raises a vital systemic question about the medium of storytelling, specifically the difference between prose and television.
How so?
Well, why do television writers so often rely on these long-winded stationary parables? In literature, a parable can be a beautiful, effective way to explore a theme. A reader can sit with the words, control the pace, reread a sentence, and let the imagery sink into their imagination.
Because you control the book.
Right. But in an audiovisual medium where time is strictly fixed and momentum is everything, a long static monologue delivered by a character just sitting in a room can completely stall the narrative engine.
Exactly. You have to look at the context of the episode. You have this high-stake political thriller happening with Feng.
There's a lot going on.
Aang and his friends are fighting a psychological civil war. You have armies marching outside the walls. The tension is incredibly high. And then suddenly, the plot just screeches to an absolute halt so a villain can sit down and tell a 3-minute bedtime story about imaginary ancient reptiles.
The critic is reacting to a fundamental failure of pacing and a violation of the cardinal rule of screenwriting, show don't tell.
Right.
While the fable perfectly illustrates Azula's ruthless worldview, she clearly sees Zuko as Yoshu. The weak brother she must destroy before he can strike the delivery method is deeply flawed.
It's just a speech.
If the audience is bored, if they're checking their watches during the monologue, the thematic resonance is entirely lost. The writers prioritize world building and explicit philosophical exposition over engaging dynamic television.
And the audience felt the drag.
It pulled them right out of the story.
It's like the writers didn't trust the audience to understand Azula. We get it, she's evil, she's ruthless, she hates her brother. She already proved that by verbally destroying Feng in the prison cell.
She didn't need the dragons to prove it.
We didn't need a history lesson on mythical dragons to prove it again. But as much as the execution of that parable might have failed and bored the critic, the theme of it, this idea of absolute ruthlessness versus mercy, sets up what I think is the most powerful, beautiful contrast in the entire script.
Yeah, because Azula's parable is a thesis statement on the absolute necessity of ruthlessness and the fatal danger of forgiveness.
Right.
And to understand the architecture of this script, we must contrast her philosophy sharply with the storyline of the very brother she is hunting, Zuko, and his uncle, Iroh.
This brings us to a massive thematic pivot in the story. Let's talk about the fire of change and the battle between vengeance and forgiveness.
It's a huge shift in tone.
Because while Azula is preaching murder and dominance to her friends, Zuko is in hiding, undergoing a complete, terrifying physical and mental collapse.
Zuko's journey in this script is deeply internal, agonizing, and highly symbolic. Following the events in the desert and their arrival in the city as refugees, Zuko falls into a severe, life-threatening fever.
And it's not just a normal flu.
No, his uncle, Iroh, acting as his caretaker, doesn't diagnose this as a mere physical illness. Iroh describes it as the fire of change.
The fire of
He tells Zuko that if he can survive this fever, it will burn away his old self, his old conditioning, and give him a new life. It is portrayed as a metaphorical, almost spiritual death and rebirth.
And the hallucinations Zuko experiences during this fever are terrifying. He is trapped inside the labyrinth of his own mind. He hears voices from his past yelling at him to wake up, but he actively resists.
He doesn't want to wake up.
He doesn't. He hallucinates his abusive father, the Fire Lord, standing over him, calling him a monster and a failure. And there's this incredibly cryptic, painful line in the script where he hears his father say, his arrow is compassion as a sign of life, and the thought just violently cuts off,
leaving the implication hanging.
But the implication is clear. His father equates compassion with fundamental weakness. Zuko also sees visions of his vanished mother crying out for her in the dark.
It's heartbreaking.
It is a devastating portrait of a teenager whose entire identity and self-worth have been built on the toxic, impossible expectations of an abusive parent, and the cognitive dissonance of trying to break free from that is physically tearing his body apart.
He is caught in a psychological war zone. He is trapped between the ruthless imperial ideology of his family, the Higashi philosophy of total domination that Azula so gleefully embraces, and his own innate, deeply suppressed empathy.
And the fever is the physical manifestation of that battleground.
Exact. But while Zuko is paralyzed, fighting his internal war in a fever dream, Iroh is actively out in the city, seeking a new path in the external world.
And Iroh's path here is arguably the most poignant, emotionally complex part of this entire deep dive.
It's a really beautiful storyline.
He leaves Zuko resting and ventures into the city to seek out a secret society called the White Lotus. Now, for context, the White Lotus is an ancient cross-cultural philosophical society that transcends the borders and the politics of...
They are above the war.
Iroh goes to a secret meeting place to offer his services to them. But the host he meets, a high-ranking member of this society, isn't just a friendly face offering tea. There is massive, immediate tension.
Because of who Iroh used to be.
The White Lotus member explicitly, forcefully reminds Iroh of who he used to be before he became the gentle, tea-loving uncle. He addresses Iroh by his old military.
The Dragon of the West.
Yes, and he doesn't use it as a title of respect or awe. He uses it as a bitter. He reminds Iroh that the Dragon of the West, supreme military commander, a cold-blooded imperialist killer who ordered the burning of countless innocent villages and the slaughter of anyone who dared resist the Fire Nation's expansion.
Iroh, clearly ashamed, tries to defend himself. He says, "I'm not that man anymore. I have changed."
But the man completely shuts him down.
He does. He says, "You cannot escape the dragon.
Yeah.
You and he are one and the same. Those actions are your actions, no matter how long you run from them."
That is so harsh.
It's a harsh, uncompromising view of historical accountability. He is telling Iroh that you don't just get to change your mind, drink some tea, and erase your war crime. The ledger doesn't wipe clean just because you feel bad.
And then comes the narrative revelation that elevates this entire storyline from a standard redemption arc into something truly profound.
The reveal about the host.
The man reveals his own hidden past to Iroh. He says that years ago he actually served as a soldier in the Fire Nation army, directly under the command of the Dragon of the West.
Iroh's own command.
Yes.
Yeah.
But he couldn't handle the atrocities, so he deserted his post. He fled, leaving his regiment leaderless in the middle of a brutal siege. And because he deserted, the chain of command broke down, and many of the soldiers he abandoned perished in the ensuing battle.
And here is the gut punch. One of those soldiers who died in that specific battle, partly because of this man's desertion, was a young man named Liu Ten.
Liu Ten was Iroh's only son.
It is a staggering, brilliantly constructed confrontation. Iroh is suddenly standing face to face with a man whose direct, cowardly actions contributed to the death of his only child, the event that broke Iroh's spirit and changed the course of his entire life.
The tension in the script at this moment is almost unbearable. The man himself knows what he is facing. He even says out loud, "The dragon would consume me in the fire of vengeance. What will this old man?"
He is bracing himself. He fully expects Iroh to kill him where he stands.
I mean, think about it. It is the exact literal scenario Azula outlined in her dragon parable.
The sleeping dragon.
Yes.
Yeah.
The enemy is vulnerable. The grievance is absolute. This is the moment for Higashi to strike down Yoshu. This is the moment for revenge.
But Iroh completely, radically inverts the expectation. He doesn't attack. He doesn't scream. He doesn't even demand an apology or an explanation from the deserter.
So what does he do?
Instead, Iroh bows his head, says, "I ask your forgiveness for the things I ordered you to."
It is an incredible piece of dialogue. He asks the deserter for forgiveness, and the man, stunned, simply replies, "I forgive."
And immediately, another voice in the shadows chimes in and says, "Second."
Officially welcoming Iroh into the ranks of the White.
What we are witnessing here is the radical power of restorative justice as portrayed in a narrative format. Iroh recognizes the horrific chain of causality.
That his own actions caused his pain.
Right. He acknowledges that his own imperialist ambition, his own orders as the Dragon of the West, created the unbearable traumatic conditions that led to the man's desertion in the first place. Iroh's war killed Iroh's son.
Wow.
He takes ultimate agonizing responsibility for the cycle of violence, and by asking for forgiveness instead of dealing out punishment, he actively breaks that cycle.
If we look at the script as a whole, it's a masterclass in contrasting character arc. You have Azula sitting in a prison cell, confidently declaring to her friends that true power is murdering your enemies in their sleep while they...
And simultaneously, across the city, you have her uncle.
Yeah, a former supreme military commander who actually wielded that kind of power, actively seeking forgiveness from the very people whose actions led to his son's death. It is a profound meditation on the strength required to choose peace over justifiable.
Thematically, it is brilliant. It argues that true, lasting strength isn't the divine right to destroy, which Azula claimed, but rather the unimaginable, humbling courage required to forgive and seek forgiveness. It's a beautiful, sophisticated concept for any television show to tackle.
It really is. It's incredible on paper. The ideas are huge. But, and this is a massive but that we have been building towards,
The reality of the execution.
Exactly. We have to return to reality, because as much as we can sit here in a studio and praise the thematic brilliance of Iroh's forgiveness or analyze the chilling political reality of Long Feng's gaslighting, we have a stack of viewer critiques sitting right here on that absolutely cannot.
The audience watching this episode was not happy.
Which brings us to the execution flaws that derailed the entire experience, because a great theme, no matter how profound, cannot save a broken plot.
If the mechanics of the storytelling fail, the audience will reject the philosophy.
Let's start with a major lore discrepancy that drove one of our critics absolute crazy. In a critique titled The Appa Abduction Discrepancy, the reviewer points out a massive, glaring continuity error regarding the inciting incident of the whole.
How Appa was stolen in the first.
Yeah. In the script we read, Aang is furious at Long Feng, aggressively blaming him and his Dai Li agents for stealing Appa.
But the critic correctly points out that this accusation directly contradicts the established lore of the original source material.
Wait, really? How so?
In the original version of the story, it was a group of sandbenders in the deep desert who kidnapped Appa, completely independent of Long Feng or anyone from Ba Sing Se. Long Feng only acquired the bison much later through a black market trade.
The critic is genuinely confused and frustrated, writing, I don't know how Aang knows Long Feng stole Appa at all. I don't know if it's like this in this version, but originally the Sandbenders kidnapped.
This is a classic, deeply common hazard of Hollywood adaptations. Writers often feel the need to compress storylines, combine characters, or alter timelines to streamline a sprawling narrative for a new format or a tighter runtime.
Make it fit the hour.
Perhaps the writers here thought making Long Feng the direct original culprit from the beginning made him a more immediate, localized villain for Aang to focus his anger on. It simplifies the plot.
But simplifying the plot comes with a massive cost. It alienates the dedicated fan.
They notice everything.
Audiences who know the lore intimately spot these seams in the writing immediately. When you change a fundamental plot point like who actually committed the crime that broke the protagonist's heart without earning it or explaining it within the new logic of the show, the viewer stops being immersed in the story.
The illusion breaks.
They stop feeling Aang's pain, and they start analyzing the scriptwriter's mistake. It breaks the spell of the fiction.
And speaking of breaking the spell, we have to talk about the ending of this episode, which seems to have completely infuriated the viewership.
Oh man, the ending. Okay, so let's set the scene. After Aang has alienated all his friends with that brutal argument we talked about, he falls. When he wakes up, he delivers this incredibly cryptic, almost nonsensical line of dialogue.
It's a very strange line.
He looks around and says, I had to feel everything so that I could feel nothing, which is the key to feeling everything.
It sounds like a bad translation of a profound philosophical text. It's circular, it's contradictory, and without any further context, it is functionally meaningless to the audience's understanding of his emotional state.
It really is terrible dialogue, but it gets worse structurally. Right after he delivers this confusing proverb, he is suddenly awoken by the loud sound of Appa roaring. But keep in mind, Appa is still...
He's not there.
He has been missing the whole time. The bison is nowhere near Aang.
This specific creative choice leads to the critique we've titled Critique of the Avatar's Lost Appa. The reviewer expresses intense, palpable frustration, stating outright that they really hate the end of the episode.
They just hated it.
They wrote that they fundamentally don't understand why Appa needs to roar to wake Aang up, noting that they aren't even sure what the scene was supposed to represent, especially since Appa isn't even physically present in the episode.
The critic is just baffled. They are asking, why is there a phantom roar? Is it a dream sequence? Is Appa somehow magically nearby but invisible? It makes absolutely no sense within the established physical space or the magical rules of the scene.
Analytically speaking, this is a textbook example of a clumsy Deus Ex Machina applied to an emotional beat.
Oh, explain Deus Ex Machina for us.
Sure. Now, for our listener, Deus Ex Machina is a Latin term from ancient theater, literally meaning God from the machine. Back then, if a playwright wrote themselves into a corner, they would use a literal crane, a machine, to drop an actor playing a god onto the stage to magically fix the unsolvable plot.
That's convenient.
Today, we use the term to describe when writers cheat their way out of a narrative problem, using a sudden, unearned resolution that comes from outside the established logic of the story.
So how does that apply to a sound effect?
Well, the writers had placed Aang in this incredibly dark, isolated, traumatized psychological state. To end the episode, they needed to resolve his internal emotional crisis and give him a moment of realization or sudden hope so the plot could move forward.
Right, they needed him to wake up.
But instead of doing the difficult, necessary narrative legwork, to have Aang reach that conclusion naturally, perhaps through an apology to Toph or a moment of quiet reflection, they just used a sound effect.
They just pushed the Appa roar button on the soundboard and called it character development?
Precisely. They relied on a disembodied audio cue to artificially inject emotion and instantly resolve a complex character arc. The critic hated it because it felt cheap. It felt totally unearned.
It was a narrative shortcut.
A shortcut that loudly highlighted the artificiality of the writing process.
It's like putting a canned laugh track over a joke that fundamentally isn't funny. It doesn't make the audience laugh, it just highlights the failure. And finally, we have one more highly specific, very angry critique about character dynamics, and this one opens up a huge conversation about modern media.
The painted lady and the blue spirit.
Ah, yes, the unwanted, highly controversial team-up. So the reviewer notes a bizarre scenario inserted into this adaptation. Throughout the story, Zuko occasionally operates under a masked vigilante alter ego called the Blue Spirit.
Right.
Katara, meanwhile, sometimes operates under a disguise known as the Painted Lady. In the script, these two secret alter egos somehow miraculously bump into each other and end up fighting side by side against the corrupt Dai Li agents.
And the critic did not like it.
The critic is vehemently, aggressively against it. They explicitly write that they hope this isn't the writer's clumsy attempt to force a romantic pairing, Katara and Zuko, calling the entire sequence completely stupid.
This specific critique touches on a very volatile, highly influential aspect of modern media consumption, which is shipping culture.
Oh boy, shipping.
For those unfamiliar, shipping short for relationship is when audiences become deeply, sometimes obsessively invested in the idea of two characters ending up in a romantic relationship, often regardless of what the actual text of the show dictates.
And in the history of this specific fandom, Zuko and Katara have a massive, very vocal segment of fans who desperately want them together, often called Zutara shippers.
But there is opposition to that.
Oh, there is an equally vocal, fiercely defensive segment of the fandom that absolutely hates the idea and wants Katara to end up with Aang. It is basically a fandom civil war.
Exactly. And writers are very aware of these fandom dynamics because of social media. When writers take two fan-favorite characters who are the subject of intense shipping debates and throw them together in a highly contrived specific scenario, like having their secret masked alter egos coincidentally meet in a massive city to fight side by side, the audience's hypervigilance immediately kicks in.
But wait, let me play devil's advocate. Isn't it a television writer's job to give the audience what they want? If millions of people want to see Zuko and Katara fight together, why is it bad writing to give them that cool visual? Isn't that just good fans?
Fan service is a double-edged sword. Yes, you want to please your audience, but narrative integrity has to come first. Even if this scene wasn't strictly intended as a romantic setup, it feels to the viewer like pandering.
Like they're trying too hard.
It feels like the writers are prioritizing internet engagement or cheap visual spectacle over logical plot progression. How did they find each other? Why did they trust each other in mass?
It breaks the reality.
If the encounter feels unearned by the plot, it shatters the reality of the world. The audience stops seeing characters making choices and starts seeing writers moving action figures together to generate Twitter buzz.
That is why the critic labels the sequence as stupid.
It insults their intelligence by favoring spectacle over story.
It just goes to show how fiercely protective audiences are of the media they love. They feel a sense of ownership. They don't want them used as props for a cool poster if it doesn't make logical sense for the journey.
So, after dissecting all of this, we find ourselves at the end of a very dense, complicated analysis.
To wrap up this deep dive, let's just try to summarize the incredible whiplash. We have spent this time looking at a script that attempts to juggle absolutely brilliant, remarkably heavy.
We saw the raw, isolating trauma of losing a beloved,
and the realistic, ugly way that grief makes us lash out. We explored the terrifying, insidious reality of political gaslighting and how truth can be easily twisted to paralyze a coward.
And we analyzed the profound, thematic grace of Iroh breaking a generational cycle of violence through the radical act of asking for forgiveness.
But as we discovered through the listener critiques, those soaring conceptual highs are trapped inside a structural foundation that struggles immensely basic.
The script gets bogged down in dry, pacing-killing monologues that belong in a novel, not on a screen.
It casually trips over its own meticulously established lore with frustrating continuity error, and it frequently relies on cheap auditory tricks and forced, contrived character pairing to artificially generate the emotional resolutions it failed to earn through natural writing.
It's the tragedy of a brilliant idea executed poorly. The invisible fractures in the script finally caused the suspension of disbelief to collapse for these critics.
Which honestly leaves us with a lot to think about regarding how we as an audience consume the media we love.
It certainly does. And I want to leave you, our listener, with a final, perhaps provocative thought to ponder as you reflect on everything we've discussed in this deep dive.
Okay, lay it on us.
When we consume media, especially adaptations, reboots, or continuations of stories we grew up with and love deeply, we almost always evaluate the new material against a perfect, idealized version of the story that we hold exclusively in our own heads.
We know exactly what we want the characters to say.
How we want them to act, and exactly how we want the story delivered. We have already written the perfect script in our minds.
Right. We have our own internal canon that no writer can ever actually compare.
Exactly. But consider this. When you watch a show and feel that deep, visceral frustration, how much your anger with a mediocre story comes from its actual objective structural flaw, like the pacing issues and the deus ex machinas we dissected today, and how much of that anger comes from your own inability to forgive a narrative for simply not being exactly what you demanded it to be.
Oh, wow. That is a heavy question.
Are we, in our own way as a modern audience, acting a little bit like King Kui of Ba Sing Se? Are we sitting in the safety of our metaphorical throne room, demanding that the writers bring us beautiful, flawless, silver amaranth flowers that match our exact expectations, while actively, stubbornly ignoring the messy, complicated, sometimes flawed, but deeply ambitious reality of the story that is actually growing right in front of us?
Are we that nominal, slightly uncomfortable question? Usually, a diagnosis is pretty binary. Like, you break your arm, they take an x-ray, and it shows this jagged white line.
Yeah, clear as day.
Exactly. The doctor just points at the screen and says, well, there it is. Something is broken. It's clean. It's undeniable. And honestly, it's kind of comforting.
Right, because we like things to be visible and, easily categorized.
We really do. But when you look at the script for the Avatar, The Last Airbender adaptation, specifically this chapter, something broken. That x-ray is just entirely murky.
Oh, it is incredibly murky.
Yeah. So today we are laying this specific script right next to, like, a literal mountain of furious, passionate fan critiques.
Which there are plenty of.
So many. And the mission for this deep dive is to figure out how a chapter that features, earth-shattering magic and this profound vulnerability and literally a citywide coup somehow resulted in some of the most visceral viewer backlash in the franchise's history.
It's fascinating, right? Because the stakes within the narrative itself completely mirror the stakes of adapting it. I mean, we are looking at Ba Sing Se here.
Right, the impenetrable city.
Exactly. In the lore of this universe, Ba Sing Se isn't just a location on a map. It's the ultimate psychological and physical fortress.
It's the Earth Kingdom city that has withstood a century of Fire Nation imperialism. Millions of refugees view it as, like, the very last beacon of hope.
But in this specific script, that centuries-old fortress isn't being breached from the outside at all. It is literally rotting and collapsing from within.
Yeah, and our protagonists are just completely scattered across this failing city. They're trapped in these subterranean crystal catacombs, wrestling with agonizing psychological dilemmas.
All while the geopolitical landscape is just, entirely collapsing above them.
Right. So you'd think we are looking at a story engine that should just be firing on all cylinders. But the first major structural hurdle this script runs into is just the sheer density of its dialogue.
Oh, the dialogue is so heavy here.
It really is. Like, let's look at Aang, the Avatar, and Iroh, the former Fire Nation general. They are trapped down in a cave, and Aang is just buckling under the psychological weight of his duties.
He's completely overwhelmed.
Yeah, he tells Iroh, I've only made it this far because of my friends, but I pushed them away and they got captured. And then Aang makes this incredibly tragic declaration, especially for a child.
It's heartbreaking, really.
He calls himself selfish. And he decides he has to basically erase his own identity. He says he will do whatever it takes to make things right, to, quote, be whoever they need me to be.
Right. Aang is experiencing a profound crisis of identity here. He's essentially adopting this massive martyr complex.
Because he thinks he's the only one who can fix it.
Exactly. He believes the only way to atone for his perceived failures is to become like an empty vessel, a purely utilitarian tool just for his friend's survival.
But Iroh pushes back on that, right?
He does, and it's a deeply philosophical argument. Iroh warns Aang that self-erasure is a totally false path. He tells him, real friendships survive the truth. The best ones even grow from it.
Which is such a gorgeous line. It's a profound exploration of duty versus individuality.
It really is.
Yeah.
But the problem is, the script places this incredibly dense internal philosophical debate right next to another massive block of dialogue above ground.
Right, the Long Feng scene.
Yes, Long Feng, who is the corrupt cultural minister of the city, delivers this staggering exposition dump to Aang's friends.
He basically just stands there and outlines, step by step, how Princess Azula has usurped his authority. Right?
Exactly. He explains exactly how she seized control of the military and captured their allies. Just a massive wall of text.
And Man, the audience response to this structural choice was utterly brutal. I mean, the critics in our stack just tore into this pacing.
They did not hold back.
Not at all. They called the dialogue excessively dry and punishingly long. One prominent reviewer explicitly stated that this adaptation suffers from, like, a terminal case of tell, don't show.
Quoting specifically to that long Feng exposition, right?
Yeah, they called his explanation about the city's fall exhausting nonsense. Another wrote that the entire world felt reduced to just static monologues with tiny particles of action sprinkled in between.
It's a harsh critique, but you can see where they're coming from.
Totally. Reading this script, the pacing issue feels like, okay, imagine you're sitting in the front car of a theme park roller coaster.
Okay, I'm with you.
You've pulled the harness down, your adrenaline is spiking, you are just staring over the edge of that huge drop, and instead of launching the ride, a mechanic walks out with a clipboard and reads you a 40-page instruction manual on how pneumatic brakes operate.
That is the perfect analogy.
Yeah.
The roller coaster manual perfectly represents the mechanical failure happening here.
Right, because nobody wants the manual when they're on the ride.
Exactly. You have an audience that is primed for kinetic momentum, and instead they are literally handed technical documentation about the plot.
So is there a defense for these long philosophical conversations? Like in a fantasy universe dealing with heavy themes like identity and duty, is this dry dialogue actually essential groundwork, or is it just a structural failure in the adaptation's pacing?
Well, to understand why this happens, you really have to look at the production mechanics of different mediums.
Okay, break that down for us.
So animation, which is the native format of this story, relies heavily on storyboards dictating pacing. It is a purely visual language.
Right, they can show a lot really quickly.
Exactly. Animation can convey a profound internal shift in, like, 2 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
A change in lighting, a pupil dilating, a musical swell, or just a split-second flashback.
It communicates paragraphs of psychological context without a single spoken word.
But live-action adaptations, especially the ones aiming for broader, four-quadrant demographics, they seem entirely terrified of that kind of visual ambiguity.
Terrified of it. Why?
Because there is this industry-wide anxiety that if a character's internal motivation isn't explicitly spoken aloud, the audience just won't grasp the stakes.
So they just over-explain everything.
Exactly. Writers overcompensate. They force actors to deliver spoken exposition just to ensure the internal mechanics of the story are universally understood by everybody watching.
Which makes sense on paper, I guess. The philosophical depth of Iroh and Aang's conversation is objectively beautiful when you read it.
It is. But when you are adapting a highly kinetic, martial arts-driven universe, placing two characters in a cave to simply speak their themes aloud, it completely stalls the story's engine.
The thematic meaning is intact, sure, but the delivery mechanism just feels fundamentally broken to an audience that's expecting visual storytelling.
Exactly. And that stalled engine becomes even more obvious when you look at how the script handles the concept of escaping physical barriers.
Oh, yes. Because while Aang and Iroh are trapped in philosophical exposition, Sokka and the Mechanist are locked in a literal cell made of stone and crystal.
And the Mechanist is spiraling hard.
He really is. He's drowning in the epistemology of his own failures. He recounts to Sokka all of his disastrous escape attempts, right?
Yeah, tying bedsheets together, myth-calculating distances.
Using homemade blasting jelly that literally blew up in his face and burned off his eyebrows. He even attempted a disguise that failed instantly.
Right, he just concludes that his intellect is entirely useless. He says, when you and the Avatar needed me, I failed.
But Sokka's response to this despair is, honestly, a brilliant articulation of the scientific method. He completely reframes the concept of failure for him.
He really does. He tells the Mechanist that blowing off his eyebrows is actually good science.
Which is such a funny way to put it.
It is, but it's true. Every failure eliminates an incorrect variable. Sokka's philosophy is that you must fail 100 times to find one thing that works, and then fail 100 more times for the next piece.
And that cognitive shift is huge. It allows them to stop seeing their cell as this static, unbreakable prison and start observing it as a chemical equation.
Right. They realize the crystals in the wall have different properties than the stone, meaning they can actually be dissolved.
They basically build a metaphorical key out of the materials that were meant to contain them. Sokka's fail 1,000 times speech is this gorgeous metaphor for the messy, non-linear process of growing up.
It really is.
You just keep blowing up your own metaphorical eyebrows until you figure out your place in the world. But, right alongside this intellectual breakthrough, the script delivers an intensely physical breakthrough.
Toph's storyline.
Yes. Toph, the blind Earthbender, experiences a horrific betrayal. Her own mother serves her a cup of tea laced with a paralytic agent.
Crested lock poppy, they call it.
Right, and as Toph is being drugged, her mother delivers this really twisted, paternalistic justification. She claims she went to these extreme lengths to protect her daughter from herself.
It's incredibly dark.
It is. Toph wakes up kidnapped, trapped inside a solid metal box. But instead of delivering a monologue about her potential, Toph literally invents metal bending.
She just bends the walls of her cage and proudly declares herself the greatest earthbender in the world.
So why does Toph's metal bending escape completely win over the very same audience that just panned the show's dialogue? Like, is it just the cool factor of metal bending, or is something deeper working here?
Well, the viewer critiques regarding this dual narrative of escape are highly polarizing, but they're incredibly revealing about audience psychology.
How so?
Well, the viewers fiercely rejected the mother's betrayal. They found the drugged tea sequence deeply distasteful, uncomfortable, and just violating.
Yeah, reading the reviews, people really hated that part.
They did. Yet, in the very same breath, those reviewers universally praised Toph's escape from the metal box. They hailed it as the absolute high point of the script.
Which completely makes sense when you look at the mechanics of the tout, don't show problem we just discussed.
Right.
Toph uses kinetic force to break out of a physical box.
Exactly. She doesn't explain the metallurgical properties of the cage.
Right. She doesn't monologue about her agency. She simply exerts her will upon the world. It is the ultimate antidote to the exposition problem.
The audience loves it because it actively trusts them to understand her power by simply watching her use it. Sokka's breakthrough is auditory, but Toph's is kinetic.
It's purely visual storytelling.
Yes. And furthermore, Toph's escape validates the audience's desire for character agency. The mother's poisoning is an act that strips Toph of her agency through deception.
So the audience's visceral disgust at the drug tea isn't just about the darkness of the act itself?
No, it's a rejection of a beloved, highly capable character being rendered entirely passive. When Toph invents metal bending, she isn't just escaping a box. She is violently reclaiming her narrative agency.
She bends the very rules of the magic system to absolutely refuse victimization. I love that.
It's powerful stuff.
It really is. But Toph punches her way out of a physical box. Deep in the catacombs, though, Zuko and Katara are trapped in a psychological box.
And you cannot punch your way out of historical generational trauma.
You really can. Breaking that barrier requires the exact opposite of Toph's aggression. It requires absolute vulnerability.
Which is incredibly hard for these two characters.
Oh, definitely. We have the Fire Nation Prince and the Water Tribe Healer.
Yeah.
Two bitter historical enemies locked in a crystal cave together.
And Katara initially just unleashes her fury on him.
She does. She outlines how whole generations of her people have been decimated by his family's imperialism. But instead of fighting back, Zuko reveals the true, horrific origin of his signature burn scar.
He confesses it wasn't an accident.
Right. He says it was inflicted by his own father in a ceremonial duel.
The screenwriting mechanics of this confession are absolutely essential to understand here. Zuko has spent 2 seasons operating behind an impenetrable wall of rage and aggressive pursuit.
He is completely defined by his anger.
Exactly. But in this scene, he finally explains the physical reality of his scar.
I want to focus on the exact metaphor Zuko uses here, because it really explains the mechanics of his vulnerability. He tells Katara that for a firebender to be truly burned, to be permanently scarred, they have to completely drop their most instinctual defenses.
That's a fascinating concept.
He compares it to a waterbender willingly drowning. Zuko letting his guard down here is it's like a pressure valve.
Right, because firebending is entirely fueled by breath, internal heat, and outward defensive energy.
Exactly. So by admitting that some part of him believed he actually deserved his father's abuse, he is intentionally shutting off his own pilot light. He's intentionally extinguishing his own defensive fire so Katara's empathy can actually reach the wound.
It's like a knight intentionally taking off his armor in a den of wolves just because he believes he deserves to be bitten.
That's a great way to put it. And seeing this, Katara offers to use her spirit oasis water, this mystical element capable of profound healing, to heal his scar. They bond over the shared devastating grief of losing their mothers to this endless war.
It really is a masterclass in depicting the internalization of abuse.
It's so well done.
Zuko's confession that he felt he deserved the mutilation highlights how victims of generational trauma often internalize the violence of their abusers just to make sense of a chaotic, cruel world.
And the narrative boldly suggests that shared grief can actually serve as a bridge across massive ideological and historical divides.
It's a breathtaking emotional sequence.
It is. But unfortunately, this is where the fandom's reaction just completely derails the conversation.
Oh boy.
Yeah. One of the loudest critiques of this specific scene, a scene dealing with child abuse and trauma bonding, mind you, was focused on Katara's outfit.
The Painted Lady mystery.
Yes, we are calling it the Painted Lady's Wardrobe mystery. Critics pointed out this logistical flaw, demanding to know exactly when and where Katara managed to change out of her intricate Painted Lady disguise and back into her normal Water Tribe tunic, inside a locked single-room cell without Zuko noticing.
It's such a hyper-specific thing to get hung up on.
I honestly think this is a fundamentally bad faith critique.
Right.
I mean, if you are watching Zuko systematically strip away his emotional armor, confessing his deepest shame, and your primary thought is, wait, I need the receipt for Katara's tunic change, you are watching the show like a continuity auditor, not an audience member.
The continuity auditor mindset is such a fascinating byproduct of modern fandom culture, though.
Why do you think that is? When a scene is this emotionally resonant, does a logistical plot hole like a magical wardrobe change actually matter? Or does a continuity error completely shatter the emotional immersion for a hyper-observant viewer?
Well, we live in an era where cinematic universes and serialized storytelling are treated like literal puzzle boxes. Audiences are trained to scour every frame for Easter eggs, lore consistency, and structural logic.
Right, they pause the screen to read background text.
Exactly. If Katara was wearing disguise A in Scene 1, the mathematical equation of the plot demands she wear disguise A in Scene 2, or the puzzle is considered broken.
They prioritize the paint job over the engine of the story.
That is precisely the opposite of how writers operate. Screenwriters prioritize emotional truth over rigid structural logistics.
Which makes sense because you want the emotion to hit.
Right. The emotional truth of this scene requires Katara to be visually recognizable as her authentic self. The disguise of the Painted Lady carries an entirely different thematic weight.
Oh, that's interesting. So it's about subconscious recognition.
Exactly. The writers needed Katara in her standard visual identity, so the audience subconsciously connects with her essential nature during this profound exchange of vulnerability.
So the continuity error is basically the toll paid to achieve maximum emotional resonance.
Yes. When hyper-observant viewers allow a wardrobe inconsistency to completely shatter their immersion in a scene about overcoming abuse, it reveals a demand for mechanical perfection that fundamentally ignores the actual purpose of dramatic storytelling.
That is such a good point. So while Zuko is confronting his past trauma in the dark, utilizing vulnerability to find a moment of healing, his sister Azula is actively weaponizing trauma on the city above.
Azula shows us exactly what happens when immense power is wielded without a single shred of vulnerability.
She really does. She executes this terrifying usurpation of Ba Sing Se. She bypasses Long Feng entirely, the man who, by the way, thought he was manipulating her, and she simply declares, I'll take the fugitive, and the Avatar, and the city. Ba Sing Se belongs to the Fire Nation.
And to cement this takeover, the script features that chilling, brainwashed repetition by the city's secret police, the Dai Li.
The chanting.
They just keep chanting the mantra, there is no war in Ba Sing Se.
Just so creepy.
That repeated mantra operates as a highly sophisticated form of psychological horror. Throughout the story, Ba Sing Se's security was built on willful ignorance.
Right. The elite citizens brainwashed themselves into believing they were safe by just denying the existence of the war entirely.
So Azula taking control of the Dai Li and forcing them to repeat this mantra while she actively conquers the city is just a grotesque mockery of their entire political system. She is weaponizing their own systemic denial against them.
And she backs up that psychological horror with lethal physical force, too. She unexpectedly attacks the Dai Li soldiers with her lightning bending just to assert absolute dominance.
Right.
Later, the script highlights this incredibly volatile cruelty in her character. When Zuko mentions that their mother thought Azula was a monster, Azula snaps. She screams, don't talk about her, ever, and nearly burns Zuko's face off.
She loses all control.
Yeah, it is, it's like a corporate hostile takeover executed with lethal voltage instead of paperwork.
That's very true.
But the audience critiques regarding Azula's portrayal here are highly critical of the screenwriting mechanics. Reviewers felt deep pity for the fallen Dai Li soldiers, noting the sudden use of lightning felt really gratuitous.
They were deeply confused by her erratic reaction to her mother, too.
Yeah. But the most prominent critique argued that having Azula use lightning here was a massive structural mistake, as she originally saved this technique for the final assassination attempt on Aang.
This critique taps directly into the screenwriting principle of Chekhov's gun and, the economy of tension.
So by having Azula use her lightning early against random soldiers, does the script successfully establish her as an unpredictable threat, or does it completely dilute the impact of her power for the climax?
It definitely dilutes it. In cinematic storytelling, if you introduce a devastating weapon, its deployment must be paced to maximize the biological fear response in the audience.
You give the audience time to subconsciously prepare for the weapon.
Exactly. In the original source material, Azula's lightning is treated with mythic restraint. It is cold, calculated, and reserved exclusively for the most critical strike. By showing the monster in broad daylight too early, the adaptation fundamentally reduces its terror.
The biological fear response is destroyed because the audience has already processed the visual and auditory impact of the lightning on minor lackeys.
Right. The adaptation is attempting to establish Azula as this localized force of nature, an unpredictable disruption to Ba Sing Se's static system. But the audience's discomfort stems from this volatility feeling entirely unearned for her specific archetype.
Because she's supposed to be the cold, calculating one.
Yes, Azula is traditionally characterized by sociopathic precision. Having her violently lash out at the mere mention of her mother and casually throw her ultimate weapon at random soldiers strips away her calculated menace.
It makes her appear emotionally erratic rather than strategically terrifying.
Exactly. When she finally faces the Avatar in the climax, the dramatic currency of the lightning has already been spent. The stakes are inherently lowered.
And that spent dramatic currency brings us directly to the breaking point of the episode, the climax.
Here we go.
Yeah, all of these sprawling narrative threads, Aang's crisis of duty, Zuko's wavering loyalties, Azula's weaponized trauma, they all violently collide in a final battle that became the flashpoint for the harshest viewer criticism in the entire season.
It was overwhelmingly negative.
It really was. Azula engages in a direct fight with Katara. Zuko is forced to make a critical choice between joining his uncle and the Avatar or siding with his sister, and tragically, Zuko chooses Azula.
He completely betrays the profound vulnerability he just shared with Katara in the Crystal Catacombs.
And seeing his friends overwhelmed, Azula attempts to sacrifice his earthly attachments, entering the godlike Avatar state to save them. But the moment he rises into the air, Azula strikes him down with lightning, warning that if he dies in the Avatar state, the reincarnation cycle is broken forever.
It is structurally designed to be an Empire Strikes Back style conclusion. A devastating total defeat for the heroes that just shatters the status quo.
But the execution triggered an absolute avalanche of fury from the fan base. Critics called it an idiotic deviation that Azula fought Katara here.
They aggressively pointed out that in the original lore, the Dalai fought Katara, and Azula's confrontation with her was reserved for the series finale.
Right, they felt it totally rushed a sacred rivalry. And Aang's defeat in the Avatar state was blasted in the reviews as short, pathetic, and stupid, utterly lacking the sudden, tragic weight it was supposed to carry.
And then, of course, we have the Blue Arrow paradox.
Oh, man. Yeah, another reviewer mocked the logical collapse of the script, questioning why Aang wore a disguise earlier in the episode to hide his identity from the Dalai, while leaving his massive, glowing blue forehead tattoo completely exposed.
It's pretty glaring when you think about it.
I compare an Aang's disguise attempt to, like, putting on a fake mustache while carrying a flashing neon sign with your full legal name on it. It just completely shatters the suspension of disbelief.
It really does.
But looking past the funny plot holes, when an adaptation changes a beloved climax so drastically and faces this level of rejection, is it inherently a failure of storytelling? Or is the audience simply reacting to the severe discomfort of having their rigid expectations subverted?
Well, we're really looking at the conflict between nostalgia preservation and narrative evolution here.
Break that down for us.
So, nostalgia preservation dictates that a fandom expects to feel the exact same emotional high they felt when consuming the original story, delivered through the exact same sequence of events.
They want the exact same ride.
Right. But narrative evolution argues that an adaptation must alter the sequence to fit the constraints of a new medium. The friction here isn't just that the writers changed who fought who. The fury is the result of a compounding failure of trust between the script and the audience.
Because a climax must be earned through the meticulous pacing of the entire season.
Exactly.
The roller coaster up finally happens, but we've been reading the manual for so long we forgot to buckle in.
That is exactly it. We spent the first half of our deep dive analyzing the tell, don't show exposition problem. Because the audience was forced to listen to characters talk about the stakes rather than feeling them through kinetic action. They were not emotionally primed for the tragedy of the climax.
So when Aang falls, the audience calls it pathetic because the emotional groundwork just wasn't laid.
Furthermore, when you undercut foundational lore like the near invincibility of the Avatar state too quickly, and without the proper visual buildup, it feels like a violation of the universe's internal physics.
The writers forced a dramatic twist, rather than allowing the characters to naturally arrive at a tragic inevitability.
Right. The audience isn't merely angry that their nostalgic expectations were subverted, they are furious that the subversion felt mechanically unearned.
So we have spent this whole time dissecting the massive divide between this script's grand intentions and the audience's incredibly harsh reception. And the wildest paradox of Something Broken is that it contains these universally praised, brilliant moments of narrative triumph.
It really does have some amazing highs.
You have Ahsoka's beautiful dedication to the epistemology of the scientific method. You have Toph's kinetic, violently triumphant invention of metal bending. But these moments are trapped inside a structural architecture that viewers felt was deeply flawed, exposition-heavy, and fundamentally misunderstood the economy of tension.
Because adapting a deeply beloved story isn't just about recreating plot points.
It's like trying to bend two opposing elements at once. It is about reverse engineering the exact emotional alchemy that made people fall in love with the world in the first place.
And that leads to a really profound final framework to view this entire controversy through.
Oh.
Consider Zuko's scar in the Crystal Catacombs. He spent years hiding that wound, shrouding it in defensive anger and shame. The core philosophy of that scene is that true healing and true understanding only begins when the wound is fully exposed to the light.
The vulnerability has to be laid bare. The pressure valve has to be released.
Exactly. So, if this adaptation is universally considered broken by its audience, perhaps it serves a necessary diagnostic function for the culture at large.
That's an interesting way to look at it.
Think about it. A perfectly adequate, safe adaptation is often consumed and immediately forgotten. But a deeply flawed, controversial chapter forces a fandom to furiously articulate exactly what makes the core storytelling mechanics of the original so special.
It forces us to define the economy of tension, the value of kinetic agency over auditory exposition, and the delicate balance of subverting expectations.
Right. Sometimes it takes an adaptation stepping fully into the diagnostic muddy waters. Sometimes it takes a broken script to remind us clearly and precisely why the original source material was a structural masterpiece.
That is a fascinating thought to leave on. Next time you watch a messy, controversial adaptation, don't just ask yourself why you hate it. Ask yourself what its structural failures are accidentally teaching you about the mechanics of the original. Go read the roller coaster manual, and then go ride the real thing. Keep diving deep, and we'll see you on the next one.